Wrestling fans, we missed him in Tampa, but have no fear. Demolition Axe, the masked superstar, one half of the greatest tag team in WWE history, returns to MWF Studios in downtown Melrose, Massachusetts for two big nights. Saturday, May the 22nd, Sunday, May the 23rd. Axe will be taping historical episodes of Wrestling Insiders along with live shows featuring cyber autograph signings. Demolition Smash signed a limited number of photos when he was with us in Florida. Axe can add his signature to give you a beautiful collectible. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com to pre-order yours now and keep wrestling legends working.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
On October 28, 2020, wrestling's scariest night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now. Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to another Saturday Night Wrestling Insiders Week in Review. I'm Dan Marty here at MWF Studios, downtown Melrose, Massachusetts, in the zip code of Champion 02176. Certainly hope you enjoyed tonight's live stream, autograph signing with Demolition Axe. He's going to be back with us again tomorrow night. You're not going to want to miss it. Demolition Axe and I are creating some great historical Wrestling Insider studio shoot interviews for your enjoyment coming this summer. First, for our fans on Patreon, then on YouTube, similar to how we're going to release the content with the late, great New Jack that we taped back on May the 8th. We have the last interviews with New Jack, 6 great episodes that we know you're going to love once they are made available to you. We want our Patreon fans to enjoy them first and to give fans a little time to digest, maybe, New Jack's passing. It has still touched us a great deal. Really heartbreaking, as you could tell by some of the tributes we've done with Oscar and John Cena Sr. that are available now in the archives. We want to try and focus more on the positive. Again, it's great to have Axe with us this weekend. Metrics-wise, my gosh, I'm probably on nearly my 40th consecutive day here at this studio since we returned from WrestleMania, and I don't know what's going on, but the metrics and some of the different numbers that go along with these productions are down, down, down. What do we got to do to get them up, up, up? We need some video Viagra. You know what I mean? We want these numbers booming from where they were from August through March, where they were out of this world. Lots of different thoughts going around, one of which is going to be the Summer of Seven, as we're calling it. We have studio shoot interviews and podcasts that premiere 7 days a week. Instead of having them premiere after Raw, after NXT, after Dynamite, after SmackDown, we're going to start to be a pre-game show instead of a post-game show, I guess. We're going to start premiering all of our great programs at 7 o'clock across the board beginning Memorial Day night. It's going to be the Summer of 7 p.m., 7 days a week. Please spread the word. We need all the help we can get, or we simply can't do the shows. That's what it boils down to. The thumbs up help an awful lot. If you enjoy these great shows, subscribing to the YouTube channel, if you're new to us, goes a long way. Sharing the links on social media, whether it be Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Facebook wrestling groups, different wrestling websites. Spread the word. We've got great content with great superstars. Just look at the feedback ratio that we get. It's usually 95% plus positive, which is always a great feeling. This week, we're going to go through all of the great studio shoots podcasts that we had, including a doubleheader with John Cena Sr. We're trying to get fans used to that new 7 o'clock slot. So this week, fans got episodes with Johnny at 7 and at 10, 2 different episodes. But we kick off this week's Wrestling Insiders Week in Review with the man fresh out of the hospital, thank God, Oscar of Men on a Mission. He led MOM to Tag Team Championship Gold in the spring of 1994. This week on Wrestling Insiders, Oscar uses his Monday Night Mission platform to remember the late, great New Jack, as well as remembering Shad Gaspard on the 1-year anniversary of his passing. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, it is the Monday Night Delight. We just finished up with WWE Monday Night Raw on the USA Network. Happy to be joined by the man that led Men on a Mission to WWF Tag Team Championship Gold back in 1994. I could only be talking about the man on a mission himself, the man that is the Monday Night Mission, Oscar. Oscar, how is the world treating you this week since we last spoke?
Man, I'm glad I'm talking to you because I am so bummed out. You just had our good friend New Jack in the studio the other day practically, and then a couple of days later he's gone?
6 days. I mean, can you believe that? I was at Fenway Park and my phone literally buzzed for minutes, nonstop with text messages. I've never experienced anything like it. I was totally blown away. It was totally unexpected. There was nothing about the man when he was with us that would indicate to me that he was ill or sick, or that, he would even have the common cold, never mind pass away just 6 days after the fact. It's still shocking to me. Are you there, Oscar?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, okay. We can hear you now. Yeah, we lost you for a second.
Okay.
I know, it was. I passed along your greetings to him. He was a fan of yours. He liked you very much personally. Your memories of New Jack?
My biggest memory of New Jack is chronicled with one of the greatest things I ever seen. The one and only ECW show that I attended. The last match was a match with New Jack. It was a hardcore match.
Mm-hmm.
And when he came out to a song called Natural Born Killers by Ice Cube, that sent chills down my spine, reminiscent of, getting chills down my spine when The Undertaker came out.
Mm-hmm.
That was just spectacular as hell. But the apex of the whole thing was in the match. He went up to the balcony of the venue, and I'm talking high up, maybe 50 feet or 50 feet or something, and he jumped from there to crush a guy through the table. I mean, that could have went wrong on so many levels, but healthy. But I'm like, that guy is that guy is crazy. But yeah, that's my biggest memory of New Jack. Besides the fact that I knew that when you're around Jack, you got to be careful because he's real volatile, real hot tempered, and you know he'll get into a shoot fight in a heartbeat. But other than that, real nice guy. I mean, he was one of the best.
Well, I think it goes back to what I've said several times now. I mean, if you treat someone with genuine respect and kindness, I think most people are going to extend that to you in return. That was my relations with him. You know, we had him on a live event back in 2002, and then the great series of episodes we taped with him when he was with us in studio last Saturday. It's just still a punch to the gut, completely unexpected. You know, we've been meeting with David Reese and John Cena Sr. as far as what is the best way to try and even showcase the content that we taped. I know there's a lot of fans that would like to see it. There's probably some fans that think it's distasteful if we air it. So it's trying to find the right balance. Maybe you even have some input. This is kind of an unfortunate but a different one for us.
Well, I mean, is there anything in the content itself that would be deemed distasteful, or just distasteful to air it?
I think more than anything, there are some people that would think, you know, why would you just take an interview of a man that just passed away and air it? But I think at the same time, New Jack, where we had so much fun with it, I think he'd want the fans to see it.
Yeah, that is my sentiment exactly. I mean, it would be more of a shame not to air it because you want when people pass away like that, get their final thoughts. Let fans see them at happier times. Let them see them when they're alive and get their thoughts and share their life stories or whatever it is, the content of it. So, no, I believe that it would be a disservice not to air it. So if I were you, I would go full steam ahead.
Well, like I said, it's just a matter of maybe the right platform, when, how, and so on and so forth. But you know what? He held nothing back. There's some great content on there, not just ECW stories, but a lot of his life background, his time in the USWA working for the Jarrett family and Jerry Lawler, which isn't discussed a heck of a lot. His time working for Jim Cornette and Smoky Mountain. So some stuff that he didn't talk about, often in interviews, like, ECW would always come up. The Coolest incident would always come up and things like that. But we taped 6 episodes. I thought it was high-quality stuff. We were going to have him back with us June 12th and 13th. We were going to try and turn it into a weekly series where Greensboro was such a reasonable flight in, but... And I'm at Fenway Park for the first time in a year and a half, enjoying a Red Sox game with my buddy Cool Papa Bell. And like I said, I thought there was literally something wrong with the phone. I thought it was ringing because just the buzzing from the texts would just continue and continue and continue and continue. And I said, what the hell? Then I ripped it out and I saw, I don't know how many messages that said, did you hear about New Jack? New Jack died and so on and so forth. And just, again, blown away. We were at the world-famous Kowloon Entertainment Dining Complex after the taping. Andy Wong took a nice picture with us that he put up on the Twitter account. And to think that 6 days later the man would no longer be in the world is just it's a very sad day. He's a very polarizing individual. There's a lot of...
If it's ever me and I'm not here no more and you'll glean something from this, I would want you to do what the great Shannon Lee said about her father in the movie Dragon and Bruce Lee story. Don't concentrate on how he died or the fact that he died. I would want fans to see how I lived. And in that spirit, that is why I'm saying it is fine to go ahead and show those interviews. Show people how we lived. not the fact that we died, because we all gonna die. But I want people to see how I lived more than anything else on the planet, what my story is.
Well, you know what? That's a very interesting point of view. Again, there is, I think some really interesting content in there that's a little different than the typical New Jack interview. That would be, ECW, ECW, ECW. This was a wide range of his career, starting from when he was very, very young in the industry. So I think we are going to let the fans have access to it. Again, it's just a matter of, I don't think the timing is right as of this moment. I think there's some fans that may be turned off if we presented it right now. But like you, I think, you know what, if I sat down to do these interviews, I sat down to do these interviews. I sat down to share my story for whatever the reason may be. And you know what? It is what it is. At the end of the day, whoever it was that produced it, I would say release it. Unless it does not, but unless it was some kind of an odd situation that was involving the death itself. But, he passed of a heart attack, which had nothing to do with when he was here with us. But I just, you see talent that can come and go, age-wise or whatever the problem may be. And there was nothing like that. He was in good spirits. He appeared to be in good condition. So I don't know what more I can add to that. I am sad. I am disappointed. I thought it was going to be another great relationship. I thought it'd be another great addition to our growing Boston wrestling sports family, along with you and John Cena Sr. and Marty Jannetty and the growing list on Wednesday night of the rotating guests. And now, we're not going to have that opportunity. And I think that's awfully sad for a man that's 58 years old, married. What a great, unique story, and how he met his wife that he was with and her kids. John Cena Sr. and I are going to share that story when Johnny is with us this week to tape a tribute. And I think, I want to include that in every one of the interviews that we release, because I think it's such a nice story. He didn't share it on the air. It was something that he shared at dinner at Kowloon that night. But the way he met his wife, and the life they led in the time they were together, I think it's great. And I think that's something maybe the fans will really take from it, even though it doesn't come from his lips.
Well, like I said, you use your discretion, but I would not hold that content back because, the fact that it's recent, I'm sure that factors in. But you look at the WWE network and everything else. Everybody got. He wouldn't be the first one that have old matches showcased and interviews showcased after his death. He's not the first, and he won't be the last. But like I said, people need to know how he lived, seen him in happier times, and interviews that show so we could really know who New Jack was. Because without these interviews, outside the ring, people don't know who we are. They don't even know whether we married or that we got kids, how we met our wives. That is stuff that fans really, really, really could get into, whether we're living or dead, and that adds to the treasure trove of what they know about us. A lot of people don't even know that Undertaker is married to what's her name?
Michelle McCool.
You know who? Yeah, a lot of people don't know that Undertaker's married to Michelle McCool. They don't know he have a daughter. They don't know, him outside of being a dead man. So. My point is, fans would appreciate knowing who we are outside the ring, our lives, our likes, dislikes, how we interact at home,
Right. Well, it is. I think the consensus is that it is going to be released. It's just trying to figure out what is the best platform to do it on, what is the best way, timing-wise, and so on and so forth. But like you said, even with a lot of WWE known talents, there's interviews and retrospective slapped on TV and on WWE Network within sometimes not even days, but hours.
Right. And like I said, I mean, like I said, fans want to know us, especially after we died. I mean, and to me, it's part of the healing process for fans to see us alive and vibrant and sharing our stories and everything else instead of just harping on the fact that we died.
Right. And again, literally interviews that were taped just 6 days before he passed away. And I don't know. We've had some deaths that we've dealt with. Some are more difficult than others in this industry, but it felt like we were establishing and creating something great. And then just to have it cut off at the seams like that out of nowhere, out of nowhere. Even if he said he didn't feel well or, anything like that, it would be more understandable than, just to be sitting at a Red Sox game for the first time in a year and a half and to get those message after message after message that, he had passed and certainly won't be with us in June, that's for sure.
It's a milestone for you personally because you're the last guy to interview him. I mean, don't take that lightly.
You're not wrong, but I wish it was a milestone I had nothing to do with. You know what I mean?
Well,
I just wish he was with us, and I wish he was doing well.
I understand that, but it is. I mean, nonetheless, that is the situation, and so it's up to you to be the guy to get that out in the forefront, and then too share exactly what you just said. Let people know that when I saw him, he was vibrant. He had energy. There was nothing about him that suggested that this was going to happen, and how happy you was to be able to see him before the end came. That kind of thing.
Yeah,
people need to hear from you because, like I said, you was one of the last people to see him like that.
All I know is that 6 days before he passed, he was in great, great spirits, a lot of fun, a lot of laughs. And, I think that should be taken into context, too. I think you're right about that. It's just, in a situation like this, everybody's going to have an opinion, as you know, so we're trying to get the best opinions of those
Right. People going to want to know, people going to want to know, was he sick? Was he in the hospital? Was it, what the situation was? And you're the one person to set the record straight and let all of us know what the situation was, a week before his passing when you saw him. There was no sign of illness whatsoever.
Well, you know what? I'm glad we're having this conversation. I know you and I texted a little bit, we Facebooked a little bit, but it's the first time we've had a chance to communicate in real time about it. And, I thought it was nice that he spoke so highly of you when he was with us in studio last week.
And like I thought Jack was one of the hardest hardcore guys out there. He was really, 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 really talented, and he's one of the guys that younger black wrestlers could look up to pave the way for the African Americans to be in this game. Sure. And for those of us that wear that mantle, it's an honor. I was at a signing a couple of weeks ago in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and I had a young African American gentleman, come up to me and just thank me for being one of the pioneers that helped pave the way so that he's in the independence, but just the fact that he could do it. And it just really touched my heart that he said that to me because you don't know, you really, really don't know. You were there, you did it, what you did, but you have no idea the impact that it has on the sport.
Yeah. No,
Some odd years, 30 years. And it really, 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 really touches you because you don't know. I mean, you just know that you got a body of work out there, but you don't know the impact of that body of work to somebody come and tell you, and you have to stop and pause and think, like, wow, And New Jack was one of those guys, and that is just something. That's something to be more proud of today than it is actually doing what you did when you did it.
It must be a great feeling when the fans come up to you and share those types of sentiments, even more so, even some of the guys on the independent wrestling trail, if you will, that admired you and everything you did, whether it be from watching you from TV or on YouTube or things like that, to really, like you said, set the groundwork for so many young African Americans now to be able to join the King of Sports Professional Wrestling and excel. There was a time, that Tony Atlas has spoke of many times, that every territory would have one African American, and that was it. And now look at the landscape today, how much that's changed. And that's a great thing.
Especially in this day and time where you trailblaze something to give some people, whether they're black, white, or whatever, but to doing something positive, and I'm all about, as New Day say, the power of positivity. I'm about that 1,000%. And so just them doing something positive and just, knowing that somebody tell you had something to do with inspiring them to do it. I mean, you can't put money on that. There's no price that you can put on that, and I think it's amazing.
Well, it's again tragic that we lost New Jack over the weekend. I know the Aragos were very upset when they found out about it up in Berwick, Maine. But what can you take from New Jack? I mean, again, a polarizing figure. He had the coolest incident right down the street from us in Revere, Massachusetts, where he nearly scalped a man. There were other escapades that were well documented on the dark side of the ring. While there was a lot of good, there were a lot of memorable incidents that were rather dangerous about the guy.
To be honest, instead of knowing him personally and
you broke up for a second, Oscar. Yep.
I don't know a whole lot about it. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Can you? All right. No, instead of seeing him at that ECW show, knowing him personally, knowing what kind of guy he was, I'm not. I can't say that I know too much about the history of New Jack's wrestling. And then too, it's a thing to where I'm not versed to a lot of people's wrestling career because I was too busy, too busy manning my own.
You were busy with your own, yeah.
Yeah, I was busy with my own throughout the years. Even after my tenure, I still had to keep up with my stuff, but I do know from what I've heard and from what I know that he was just an amazing competitor in the ring. But also, he wasn't a guy you want to piss off. Kind of remind me of Bad News Brown.
Yeah, you know what? That's actually a pretty good analogy, especially with Bad News had that judo background going way back. Let me ask you this. When you were at that ECW show, did they approach you for a position in Extreme Championship Wrestling with your background in WWF?
No, they didn't, but I didn't stay long enough to see if something like that would happen. And I wasn't interested at that point. I mean, I had just fresh really got out of WWE probably a few months, and I just went with some guys. I just went to take some guys to the ECW show and get them in, and I just went and enjoyed it. And I really wasn't interested in doing anything in the world of wrestling at that point. So no.
I got you. You were just trying to calm the seas of life down a little bit after your time on the road.
Yeah.
All right, wrestling fans, right now, why don't we take a brief time out? We come back, we'll talk a little bit more with Oscar about the world of professional wrestling in the 2021, May the 17th. Stand by, folks.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now.
Cheer! Why, hello! I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Part 2 of Wrestling Inside a Monday Night Mission. Dan Marati here along with my partner in crime, Oscar. Ralph Owens is here manning the studio. Oscar, what else we got going on in the world of wrestling? We talked about the doom and gloom, of course, with the passing of New Jack, who we're going to miss for quite some time. What else do we got cooking?
We just had WrestleMania.
Backlash.
The hell they call it? Backlash. Ray, we just had WrestleMania Backlash. How was it for you?
Not much to write home about, I guess is the best way to put it. The zombies kind of did it for me. You know what I mean?
No, that was, yeah. I mean, the turnout was just predictable. I did not expect Rhea Ripley to drop the strap. Of course, Roman Reigns was not going to drop the strap to Cesaro. That was just a waste. Nobody dropped the strap. Bianca Belair kept it, and I'm glad she did. I hope she keeps it. I hope she keeps it for a while. I did not expect Lashley to lose and drop it to either Strowman. Now, one thing I would like to see, I think that Braun Strowman deserves a run with that title.
Well, he had one last year.
I believe.
You want him to have another one?
Enough. I believe he deserves. I believe he deserves another one because to me, he's the most powerful brute in the sport right now.
I can see that. You're not necessarily wrong as far as that goes. But, I mean, what championship would you like to see him hold? Do you think he should unseat Bobby Lashley?
I honestly think that he should unseat Bobby Lashley, yes.
Really? Wow. Well, we disagree on that one for sure, and then some. I think Lashley's the perfect guy. Right now, he brings legit credibility to the position. He's got a shoot background. He looks the part. He wrestles the part. You know, Strowman has been there, done that. He had that uneventful championship run just a year ago. It was pretty forgettable, but you seem to think the opposite. You think Braun could be the guy.
I agree with everything you just said. I think that Lashley is, as far as looks go and the aesthetic, is a great look for the title. But at the same time, I believe, like I said, Strowman is the biggest powerhouse in the game, and it's just not realistic to me to see him. It's never realistic for me to see Strowman even go down in a match. It just don't even look right.
Well, Sunday night.
I mean, he's like.
No, go ahead, Oscar.
No, go ahead. No. I was done with my. So when Strowman goes down in the match, it don't even look real. It never looked realistic when Mabel went down in the match. Big Daddy V. It didn't look realistic when Yokozuna would go. Would go down unless he was facing a Mabel or another big monster.
Big guy.
Then it looked realistic, but to get taken down by a guy half his size, even for a minute, yeah, that's just I don't know. That's just not realistic looking to me. But so it's like, Strowman get the belt. I'm like, who's going to take it from him? You understand what I'm saying?
Well, who took it from him last year? It was Roman, I believe, was it not?
Is that? See, as Roman is, and I love me some Roman. I love how Roman looks. I love Roman's stature. I love everything about Roman. Even him beating Braun Strowman is not the most realistic thing that my eyes could see.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Well, a month from now, on Sunday night, June the 20th, WWE returns to pay-per-view in Hell in a Cell. Could you perhaps see some kind of shenanigans where the championship changes hands inside of the cell itself, Oscar?
I honestly don't see changes until SummerSlam. I think that's the time where I think there'll be some changes at SummerSlam and nothing before.
Well, do you think they're holding off for the return of live fans, which the rumor mill is saying is going to be sometime in July at this point?
Well, yeah. I mean, especially at SummerSlam. SummerSlam, they're going to allow fans just like they did at WrestleMania, and there's nowhere they can't. SummerSlam is the second biggest moneymaker. The second biggest moneymaker.
Well, you broke up again, brother. Where the hell are you hiding? What are you, in some dungeon?
No. My question was, who's the bigger moneymaker, Royal Rumble or SummerSlam? I'm thinking SummerSlam.
I'd have to say the Rumble, but it's not too far off difference-wise. They are both big. If I was Vince, I'd want fans at both, but obviously you can only work with what you have to work with.
Well, I'm gonna say SummerSlam because the Rumble, SummerSlam you concentrating on everything else, and SummerSlam is the big event of the summer. So yeah, if there were going to be title changes or any shakeups or anything great that was going to happen, it would be a SummerSlam. So I will look for there to be changes at SummerSlam.
If you were WWE, would you look at a stadium showcase perhaps for SummerSlam, or would you go with the traditional, 16,000 seat stadium?
I would go for the 16,000, and the reason why, because if they did a stadium, they would have to do like they did for WrestleMania, and that's a waste.
What do you mean by that?
If you're only going to allow so many fans to come in, then why use a stadium?
Well, at the same point, you could look at it as, if you're going to run a regular size arena, what are you going to get in, 4,000 or 5,000 people?
Well, no. I mean, okay. Now this is my prediction. It's actually my hope. I'm hoping by the summer that the restrictions would be more relaxed than they've ever been. Being with the vaccine situation and, states starting to open up. New York is going to open back up, July 1st?
I believe so, yeah. Boston, just another couple of weeks now.
That by then you're able to at least get an arena and pack it halfway full. If not, just go for it and do the whole point. No way in hell. I wouldn't go if they did full capacity. Nah, and I'm vaccinated, and I'm twice vaccinated.
Well, last year it was supposed to take place at the TD Garden right here in Boston. Maybe with the lifting of some of the restrictions coming to Beantown within the next couple of weeks, maybe SummerSlam will come back to Boston as it was supposed to be last year.
Well, if we come back to Boston, we all going.
We hope. We can only hope, knock on wood. It's been a while since we've had a big event the size of SummerSlam here in Boston. Obviously, we're never going to get a WrestleMania because of the weather, but you know what? I think SummerSlam is the perfect fit for Boston unless WWE decides they want to go big time.
Yeah, well, like I said, I could only hope, but to really go all out and just put things back to the way they normally are. I even think that the summer is probably a little bit too soon. Just to go all out, balls to the wall with attendance.
So you wouldn't fill any arena to capacity in August? I can't hear you if you're talking, brother. I don't know. Again, I don't know where you hide when you do these. Oscar, are you there? Are you on it? What? Wait, nope. Now you're back.
All right, how about now?
I can hear you perfect now.
All right.
All right, so my question was, if it was at your discretion in August, would you have filled any venue to capacity?
If it was me, things wouldn't go back to...
You're breaking up again. I have no idea what you're saying, Oscar. Can you hear me?
Next summer is when things will go back to some semblance. It's got to be your phone because I'm doing every trick. How about now?
You're perfect right now. Don't move. Don't move. I'm going to get Dreamy Mimi to get some of the hair supplies to glue your feet to wherever you are right now.
Yeah, to have even some semblance of normalcy would be next year.
So you think going with pods and socially distanced capacity would be the right move in 2021?
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
The reason being is because I don't care what they say, we have not been vaccinated long enough to know if the vaccine is really, really, really 100% effective, and in the respectable numbers that they claim it is. We won't know until we won't know for a while. We're all guinea pigs that got the vaccine. I mean, if you really, really want to be honest, they may not say that on the news or say it out loud, but it's the truth. So why pack 25,000 people all in together when the mysteries are still out there as to whether or not this virus has calmed down by way of the vaccine? I wouldn't risk people's lives on that. So until we know.
Do you think it's too soon for WWE and AEW to be having fans at these live events?
No, I think as long as they do it sensibly and respect social distancing and make people wear masks and what have you, I think fans could come. I think we've come that far to do it sensibly
and safely. That's what it's all about to me in the beginning. I have to say, as someone that was there, I think WWE did a really good job with how they spread the fans out at WrestleMania. I just think at SummerSlam, if you go to an indoor arena, you're talking about what turns into a very small crowd. That's why I was wondering if you thought maybe a stadium showcase might not be so bad if you want to try and get a big crowd in there for the biggest party of the summer, as WWE labels it.
Well, I mean, but look at it this way: we ain't been having SummerSlam at the stadium. Wow, why start now?
I just think so you can try and get as many fans in as possible. I think, honestly, I think fans are going to be itching for that live experience once it's, safe to do so.
Yeah, but see, you got to look at it from a financial standpoint. I mean, how much money are you losing trying to do a stadium scenario for SummerSlam where you can't fill it, and you gotta have 20% capacity, and then you gotta not only get the stadium, but you gotta manage it. I mean, it has got to be a money sucking scenario if you try to do it. That's me
Well,
running the business.
that's a good point, too. But at the same time, you know what? Hey, there could be a lot of stadiums out there that are just looking for anything to come in and, have an event so they can try and make some income of any kind. They might be willing to put together some sweetheart deals that they wouldn't under normal circumstances just to get an event into the stadium and get people working, It's been so long for a lot of these places to have had such big events.
Well, I'm not privy to those deals, but if they can get a deal like that, then absolutely.
Maybe they'll come out to Chi-Town and see you.
Yeah, come to try. If they can get Soldier Field to give them a deal like that, then they absolutely should go for it.
Well, I think it's safe to say that the rest of 2021 is going to be the year of the unknown as far as what's going to happen. I know AEW is going balls to the wall. Dynamite is going to be on the road every Wednesday, I believe, starting Wednesday, July the 7th, when they are going to be in the great city, a place where you've caused a lot of trouble over the years, Miami, Florida.
Oh, yeah.
That was one of your cities, was it not?
Yeah, Miami, Florida, my town.
You and Will Smith singing Miami together.
Yeah, there you go.
I heard it. Don't worry. But I got to ask you, Zombie, Oscar, what did you think of the zombies on the pay-per-view last night? I mean, I was mystified.
You know what? I'll tell you, there's definitely an answer to that. I am not a fan of zombies in anything on television they come on. I think they're disgusting. I think they're the most vile creatures ever dreamed up. The things they do. I mean, one of my favorite shows coming on right now is Batwoman. And Batwoman had the last show Batwoman had was about zombies, and they was ripping people guts out. I'm just not a fan of it at all. So I'm the wrong one to ask. Not a zombie fan.
Well, I am a huge fan of The Walking Dead. I guess Melissa McBride isn't on your hit list, but I just, as far as it being involved in a professional wrestling presentation, I have zero interest in nonsense like that. And I think that's another reason why you see fans that are turned off by the product. I don't think any fan sat down and said, geez, I want to see some zombies as part of the WrestleMania Backlash pay-per-view. I understand the promotional tie-in with Big Dave Batista, but, was it worth it in the end? I mean, was it worth that much, whatever they were paid to put together such a product that people didn't like? I say the answer is no.
Yeah, no, I don't see with zombies in pro wrestling. I don't see where they come together
Now,
at all.
I have to ask you this. Are you scared of zombies, Oscar?
Hell yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You've had bad dreams about them?
No, the zombie apocalypse come. I don't know what I'm going to do.
Well, I might have to head out to although you're still headed to Hotlanta. Is there any update on that?
Yeah, we are fielding apartments and houses right now. We're basically getting our living scenario together. So once we do that, then it's going to go in a hyperdrive after that.
Is Mimi going to move her chain of hair salons down to Georgia?
She is going to go into teaching.
Teaching? Really?
yeah, that's where the interest is headed at this point.
Now that's interesting. Has she ever taught here before?
She has not, but she has the capability to do so.
All right. Well, she's got a little Patty Bratsos in her, our good friend over in Malden, Massachusetts. Well, you know what? It's going to be an interesting time for you. I don't know what you're going to think of the summers down in Georgia, but I bet you'll love the winters there a lot better.
Yeah, I'm not going to be a fan of the summers because I'm no stranger to Georgia. I used to go down to Georgia as a kid. That's where my family is from, a little town called Waycross, Georgia,
Oh, I didn't
and we
know
used to
that.
go there. Yeah, we used to go there every year. See, another fact that you know before I die about me.
Another
My
factoid.
family is from my, my family is from Waycross, Georgia, and since I was a kid, my mother drug us down there every year. It was like, okay, last day of school, get out of school and head straight to a Greyhound and take it on down to Waycross, Georgia, and that's where we spent our summers. I couldn't stand my cousins. The heat was equatorial. The mosquitoes were relentless. The house didn't have any air conditioning, and it was just horrible. And that's how I spent my summers. And when I was old enough to make my own decisions, you could not imagine how happy I was.
It's certainly not the paradise that David Reese lives in out in the 619 in San Diego.
Oh my God, I got that right.
Yeah.
David Reese is living. He's living heaven
Well, the
compared
pieces
to
just
a
flock
lot
to
of the
him.
rest of us.
The pieces just flock
Yeah,
to him.
he got great weather. I'm sure he has a nice place to live and the pieces. So David
Lots of
Reese is doing
pieces. Lots
fantastic.
of pieces. It's like a candy factory over there as he continues to search for the perfect spot for his gentleman's club in the Las Vegas area. Have you made any plans for the Cauliflower Alley Club, Oscar? I know we've discussed it on air. I'm looking forward to seeing you and the doctor and hopefully everybody else out in Vegas a week before my birthday.
Well, I'm pretty much set. I'm looking into everything right now. I know fun is fun for me to go. So yeah, I'm pretty set.
But now will Dreamy Mimi be there?
Oh, she said I can't go without her. She's looking forward to seeing you, buddy.
She's looking forward to seeing me.
Oh yeah,
Oh, all right.
you're
All
one
right.
of her favorite people.
Well, my question is, will she let you away from the beautiful five-star Gold Coast Casino, five-star amenities across the board to visit Reese's Pieces?
Okay, let me tell you the story behind that.
The amenities will blow you away.
Okay, no. There's another story to answer that question
All right, there's
about going to
more.
see Reese's Pieces.
Oh, all right.
The Godfather was gonna get a couple of limos to take some of the boys down to his gentleman's club because he got a gentleman's club down there for real
Well, he's not
in
there
Vegas.
anymore. He's done with it.
No, but he had it
Oh, the
a couple
Cheetah
of years
Club.
ago.
Yeah, yes.
The Cheetah Club.
Yeah.
So I asked her. I told her. I said the Godfather want to take some of us over to the strip club, for a little while. She told me, and I said we leave it at 8 o'clock. She told me, okay, you gotta be back by 8:30.
Well, she
So
gave you a little, permission to get away for a little bit, I guess. Not
when I
long, but
when I told the story at the dinner, I said my wife we was leaving at 8 o'clock. My wife said I had to be back by 8:30. Everybody started laughing, and then I told everybody, "Ask me what happened on Raw last night, because I could tell you." Meaning I was, I was, I was at the hotel watching Raw. Yeah, I wasn't at the, didn't go.
You were enjoying the 5-star amenities at the Gold Coast.
Nah, but see, let me tell you what, there was a good year that year because I didn't stay at the I had enough. I didn't stay at the Gold Coast that go around.
Where did you stay?
I stayed at the Elara.
The where?
The Elara, a Hilton Grand Vacations Club, which was fabulous.
Oh, I remember you mentioning that now. Yeah, yeah. Well, it's been a couple of years now since we've had a reunion. Yeah. So how did you like those digs?
Oh man, no. See, I like the Elara so much. When I went on my Vegas vacation last month, that's where I went. I started off at the Rio, and the Rio was just as much as a dump as the Gold Coast.
I've heard that.
So we stayed at the Rio 2 nights, and we had enough, and we left the Rio and went to the Elara because what happened was I went to the crap table. And I had an awesome run at the crap table, so there was no reason to subject ourselves to the Rio any longer.
You had no inclination to go over to the Gold Coast for a night.
Oh, no, hell no.
The poor Gold Coast. I tell you this is I believe, last year that the Cauliflower is contracted to the Gold Coast. It'll be interesting to see if we go to a different hotel and casino in the Vegas area.
Well, when I see those guys who are in the hierarchy, B. Brian Blair, I am certainly going to mention it.
You think maybe it's time for a new home?
Oh my God! Please. Years ago, and you would notice it used to be. It wasn't the MGM Grand 1 year or more.
I don't remember it at the MGM Grand. I thought it was nice when it was at the Riviera.
I remember it being at the MGM Grand 1 year because I ran into the Fabulous Moolah there.
The MGM Grand. If it was before I started going. I don't remember that.
Yeah, no, this was a long time. This was a long time ago.
I was involved in the Cauliflower, but back in the mid-'90s, they actually had a few East Coast reunions. So that's how I got involved with them to begin with. The first time I went to one of the Vegas reunions was actually with what the hell is their name in WWE right now? The Viking Raiders, Ivar, Warbeard Hansen. Him and I went together and had a hell of a time the first time in Vegas. That was back in April of 2005. So if it was at the MGM, it must have been prior to 2005 because I don't remember it.
But even the Riviera, and if it was the Riviera years ago, even that's a step up from the Gold Coast.
So you weren't even a fan of the Riviera?
I knew the owner of the Riviera, and he used to give me the hookup. Wow. Yeah, Meshulam Rickolas. Meshulam Rickolas was the owner, and I knew him because I rapped at his daughter's birthday party. He was married to the famous actress Pia Zadora, and I showed up as the entertainment for his daughter's birthday party, and I did a telethon where I filmed it from Disneyland, and
wow.
that was just fantastic. And our trailers were right next to each other. That's how I got to meet them in the first place. My manager at the time, he just had the hookup. He just knew everybody in Hollywood.
Wow.
And anyway, so anytime that I went to the Riviera, I would get the hookup. And Steve Shripper from Sopranos fame was the doorman at the comedy club there. The Improv was at the Riviera at that time. And Steve Shripper was the doorman. He wasn't the doorman, he was the club manager.
Mm-hmm.
He was the club manager. He plays on Blue Bloods right now. He's the cop assistant to the lady DA, who's on the show. I mean, real famous guy. Always keep a job on TV.
Yeah,
And
you have quite the background in Vegas. I'll say that much.
oh man, I mean, yes. From there to the desert inn where all the mobsters used to stay. They were my buddies. I mean, the big time mobsters. Everybody stayed at the desert inn, the DI they called it. I mean, I used to get a hookup over there, but the point is, I used to get a nice suite at the Riviera. I would see Meshulam Nicholas for dinner if he was in town. When I would come to town, I mean, and no matter what was going on, I would get in there for $45 a night. No matter what was going on. I mean, you know, prices at the Riviera could be $300 a night for the layman, but it was always $45 for me. It was always $75 a night for me over at the Beverly Hilton when Merv Griffin was alive, because I became buddies with Merv Griffin. So it was, you know, it was quite the run. But I digress.
What a life! What a life!
I can talk to B. Brian
Oh, we lost you. Oh, there you
and
go.
I don't mean anywhere besides the Gold Coast.
Anywhere but the Gold Coast.
The Desert Inn room. I mean, the Desert Inn. The Gold Coast rooms are like Motel 6 hotel rooms. You laughing? You know what it is. And that buffet is horrendous.
The one thing that gets me, Oscar, is I don't like the fact that they have the sliding door to the bathroom. You know what I mean? I like the door that actually shuts.
Yeah, no.
That's just one man's opinion,
yeah, exactly,
I guess. But, before we go, Oscar, it was a year ago today.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
Are you there?
Yeah, if that's the only thing you don't like, God bless you and good, because you know that buffet is crap. So you know the deal.
Yeah, we'll have to talk to Gwen Reese about that. I know she enjoyed the buffet at the Gold Coast when she joined us. But yeah. I think we would be remiss without saying, Oscar, it was a year ago today as we mentioned the passing of New Jack that we lost Shad Gaspard of Crime Time. JTG is going to be joining us for episodes this summer, but it's hard to believe it's been a full year since Shad has left us.
Oh man, and I mean the circumstances around his death are so bizarre and so tragic, and you know it just. I mean, as a person who's a member of the wrestling community, you just question your own mortality when we just keep dropping off like this. I mean, I got heart problems, but you know, there's a silver lining to every cloud, because what it does is it makes you more aware of your circumstance, and the fact that New Jack died of a heart attack, and I know I got heart problems, you know, it makes me more diligent in exercise, and making more diligent in watching what I eat, and making more cognizant of my lifestyle, because I want to be around for a while longer. I want to be around for much more than a while longer. So yeah, everybody out there, you know, you see what could happen to a seemingly healthy guy, but you know, just at a blink of an eye, you know, heart failure and heart attacks have taken so many of us. Mabel, Yokozuna. I mean, you know, that heart issues are nothing to play with. So you know, let's all watch our walk.
Try and be a little healthier if you can. But I mean, in a situation like Shad, it was just a man that was trying to enjoy a day at the beach with his son.
Yeah.
And look at what it turned into.
Yeah,
just
another
heartbreaker, where Shad was, you know, it wasn't as recent as New Jack, but, you know, just the WrestleMania before, the last WrestleMania where there were fans live, he was with us at in New York City as part of the festivities there. So, and then a year later, he was gone. So just kind of eerie, you know, two people that we knew well enough to pass away at such young ages, and close enough to the time that we were around them, you know?
Do me a favor. He probably not going to tell you, But when you see JTG, your first question need to be, is his ass still getting a check?
From
Because
who?
if he is, you tell him to tell me how the hell he doing that so I can get one.
Getting a check from who?
JTG
From who? Who's he getting the check from?
I'm gonna tell you. I'm trying
right,
to tell you. JTG was out the company and was still getting weekly $500 checks years later.
Maybe they had him on a Legends contract. I don't know.
So if you want a Legends contract, you get a $500 check every week?
A lot of them are for a lot more than that.
Oh hell no! Okay, thank you for telling me because I'm sure gonna, I'm sure gonna, the leadership of WWE to change, so I'm sure gonna talk to somebody because I'm a legend and I deserve a check.
Well, I guess it's all what you can contribute as far as maybe analyzing some of the TV shows for them and sharing your thoughts or making personal appearances for them. I did not know that JTG had a Legends contract. I thought once they released him, my gosh, I think it was 2014-ish, I thought that was the end of it. I didn't know that the paydays continued.
That's my point. I don't know he had a Legends contract, but I did.
Well, I'll ask him. I'll dig.
He was still getting the check. I'm talking years later after he was gone. I don't even think he had a Legends contract, but he was still getting a check.
Now, how do you know that?
Bruh, I hear things, okay?
All right, well, you know what? I will look into it. You have me curious now because nothing against JTG. I'm thrilled that he's going to be on our episodes of Wrestling Insider Special Edition on Wednesday night this summer, but I had no idea that he remained on the payroll after he was released. You're gonna make me dig.
You tell him that was a question for me. Are you still getting the check? And who the hell do I talk to?
Who are you going to talk to? Well, yeah, I guess John Laurinaitis would be the man now.
Still getting the check, and who do I talk to? You ask him just like that and tell him I got a question from Oscar.
You know what? Funny enough, I have to text him tonight, so I'm gonna try and get the answer tonight for you.
He probably, like I said, he's probably not even gonna tell you, a cop to it or admit it. But if he do,
we're gonna get to the bottom of it. But before we go, Oscar, any final memories of Shad Gaspard? It's amazing that it's been a year since he's been gone, and certainly a man that went down a hero.
Well, again, and JTG with two guys that I saw on television. Matter of fact, I didn't meet Shad Gaspard until I was with you in New Jersey.
Oh, really?
And this was not too long ago. I did not know them. I did not know them personally, but that was the first time that I met them, and he knew who I was. Of course, I knew who he was. And, we really hit it off, had a good conversation, a good time. And, I'm just sorry things just turned out. It's just sad the way things go sometimes.
Sure, certainly to say the least. All right, wrestling fans, we are running out of time here on Oscar's Monday Night Mission. The news making the rounds, Oscar, is that John Cena Sr. wants to make some changes. All of the talk shows may be moving to 7 o'clock to try and get an earlier start on things as opposed to waiting until 10 or 11. That remains to be seen. Keep your eyes peeled. Join us on social media, Facebook.com/Boston Wrestling Sports, and well over 50,000 fans on Twitter at MWF Project X, so you can be hip to the blade. We don't want you to miss the premieres. We have had discussions with Dr. Reese, the president, John Cena Sr., about making audio-only podcast-style versions of this available the day after the video premiere on YouTube. So this summer, big things are happening, things are changing, and all roads, where they're leading, Oscar. Save the date, almost like a wedding. As long as the good Lord is willing, Saturday night, November the 13th, 20 years of Boston Wrestling MWF at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. We're in for a tremendous second half of 2021.
Now, what are the plans for that?
Well, originally it was just simply going to be our Back to the 80s WrestleFest retrospective, where we were going to have some of the 80s legends with us. And then, where it's been delayed so many times since April of 2020, the event now coincides with the 20th anniversary of our first live wrestling event. So it's really going to be a happening.
Well, we all need, you need to have all of us come in.
And the pieces.
Oh, definitely the pieces.
I mean, Reese is going to come out like the Godfather did at the Georgia Dome in Atlanta on Raw when he had about 40 of them with him.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
So a lot to look forward to, fans. Again, all we can say right now is save the date. Crazy things seem to happen in this city, but we are looking forward to getting back to reality, getting back to business, back to action, back to having fun with you guys. And again, we all hope it is November the 13th. You know, it's sad. You know, we just talked about New Jack. We talked about Chad Gaspard. But one of the featured superstars for that Back to the 80s reunion was going to be Road Warrior Animal. And now look at that scenario, you know. And even Lanny Poffo, a man that enjoys servicing himself, he's moved to Ecuador, I guess, for more privacy for the servicing. So he won't be with us. So we have some great replacements we're working on. What's that now?
No, I was saying, no, I did not know Lanny Poffo moved to Ecuador.
Yeah, he's left the country. He wants to service himself in private.
All right.
Are you limber enough to do that at this point, Oscar?
Oh, hell no.
No. All right. Well, we're running out of time. We're getting a little crazy. Again, keep in touch on social media. As far as this program goes and all of our talk shows go, starting next week or maybe the week after, at least by the end of May, the premieres of the shows are going to be before Raw, NXT, AEW, and SmackDown, as opposed to after. I don't know what you think about that, Oscar, but the consensus was it may be easier for the fans to digest some great wrestling talk before they have to sit through or sometimes suffer through a 2 or 3 hour wrestling show.
Well, whatever the fans want is what we'll do.
That's how we'll do it, baby. All right, for the man on a mission, Oscar, I am Dan Marotti. We will see you next Monday night on Wrestling Insiders Monday Night Mission. You and yours be well, stay healthy, good night. The World Wrestling Federation was live at PNE Coliseum in Vancouver, British Columbia, Sunday, May the 17th, 1987. In the opening contest, the Karate Kid and Pepe Gomez beat Lord Littlebrook in Little Tokyo. Rebel Dick Slater with the win over Steve Lombardi. S.D. Jones defeated Tiger Chung Lee. Kim Chi, who replaced Killer Khan, victorious over Jerry Allen. The Can-Am Connection beat Seeker and Kamala. WWF Tag Team Champions, the Hart Foundation, retained the titles over the British Bulldogs in a steel cage match. And in the main event, the Macho Man, Randy Savage, with the win over Tito Santana. If you are in Vancouver Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Always interesting to hear from Oscar and his interesting insight. We've got to find a good spot for him to tape in. Sometimes when he moves around certain parts of the house, he echoes, and I want to make him echo, but that's a different story for a different time. We love having Oscar with us on Monday. Beginning Memorial Day Monday, Oscar's Monday Night Mission will premiere at 7 p.m. before Monday Night Raw. Up next, we go back into the archives. The Hall of Famer, Mr. USA Tony Atlas, still avoiding us, still not wanting to talk about the money that he owes us that he took. That's a different story for a different time. But in this tremendous episode of Wrestling Insider's Memories and Legends, the Hall of Famer Tony Atlas remembers the late, great Leon White, otherwise known to most fans as Vader, a man that also joined us in studio. A very interesting episode. Check it out.
Wrestling fans from around the corner, around the world, welcome to a special, almost a bonus installment of Memories and Legends. Tony, we have made our goal to release new content on every WWE pay-per-view weekend. It's been a great success with the great feedback we've had from the fans. We'll discuss that in a moment. We're going to put out a special holiday episode here to say hey to everybody, talk about what we're going to release the rest of the summer, Tony. We have some really fun stuff coming up. On WWE Battleground weekend, we're going to have maybe a somber episode that we've already produced where we talk about somber.
Or somber.
About the 30th anniversary, believe it or not, of the passing of Bruiser Brody, the murder that took place in Puerto Rico that Tony witnessed firsthand. Then we're going to have perhaps a double-header SummerSlam weekend. Our good friend Warbeard Hansen, Todd Hansen, you remember him traveling the Indies. He's making a huge name for himself in NXT. We hope he's going to be participating at the NXT TakeOver Brooklyn event. SummerSlam weekend, we're going to have one episode where it's almost going to be like Dr. Phil comes to the Millennium Wrestling Federation. As our president, Dr. David Reese, an esteemed psychiatrist, is going to join us in studio to try and break down Tony's love of these shoes and the abuse that goes along with it. It's going to be must-see TV, Tony.
A psychologist going to talk to me?
Yes.
When he get through talking to me, he's going to be as crazy as I am.
They may lock him up in the 6th floor Melrose Wakefield Hospital.
There's nothing wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with me. Nothing wrong with me.
And then for all of you longtime fans, the other episode we're going to release on SummerSlam weekend we've already produced. We discuss 3 great WWF and WWF champions in Bruno Sammartino, Superstar Billy Graham, and Bob Backlund. We're also going to have another great episode coming as the fall season kicks off. Who we're going to take, we haven't taped this one yet, but Legends House. We're going to have a lot of fun with that.
Yes.
But here is a bonus, Tony. The fan feedback has been so great. They've appreciated your honest insight. You know, you always have some trolls on the internet. They're going to have negative things to say. But in general, the fans, they respect you for what you've done. Being, I don't know if man enough is the right word, but maybe being honest enough with yourself to share this, these abuse tapes we've seen so far.
Abuse?
The shoe tapes.
There's nothing abusive about that.
You being kicked in the head hundreds of times is not abusive.
But that's what's wrong with all you guys today.
Tell me.
Look, if you guys out there don't let your girlfriend or your wife stomp you in the face, punch you in the nose, you're all wimps. You wimpy guys. It's fun. Let your wife beat you up every now and then. Ask your wife, turn to your wife right now, turn to your girlfriend and say, honey, will you enjoy stomping me or punching me? And I guarantee you, your wife would punch you in the nose if you ask her. I guarantee you your wife would kick you if you ask her. I guarantee your girlfriend would punch you in the nose, and I bet you they would like it.
Well, Tony, it's not a secret. There's various places.
You think women would not enjoy whooping your butt? I don't know any woman that would not. Yeah, they would love to whoop you. Oh, they would. There's a lot of women out here would love to beat up a guy.
All right.
Yeah. So
well, Tony, it's not a secret.
Abuse.
There has been some times in recent years you've faced some financial struggles. It's been reported online. We're going to release, to help the cause, for you great fans that have enjoyed Tony Atlas so far, the uncensored footage of these shoes and abuse.
You going to show that to people?
Anyone that wants it. We've shown them. They got about 4 minutes
No
on
kids.
Memories and
Don't let
Legends.
kids watch.
No kid. It's not for family viewing. It's not for kids. We put up great
we don't
disclaimers.
we don't want kids to imitate
That's right.
anything I do. Certain things that kids should not imitate.
But for adult wrestling fans and fans that perhaps are
That's right.
of shoes and
All you
abuse,
women
you
watch
may enjoy
and
it.
then I tell you women, y'all watch that tape, and then you get your husband, you do the same thing to him that the girl is doing to me on the tape. I bet you'll like it. The guy, I don't know how the guy will enjoy it. Some guys may like it, but I know every woman likes that.
All right, Tony, we were asked to do a little something here in this bonus episode we're putting together about the passing of one of wrestling's great superstars last week. It'll be 2 weeks ago by the time we release this. A man that sat in that very chair where you are, here in this studio, Leon White, better known as Big Van Vader.
Well, he had he was an amazing individual. He played pro football, played in 2 Super Bowls, championship games, got 2 Super Bowl rings, WWE Hall of Fame, Hall of Famer. He brought a great access to the business. I mean, he was a great entertainer, and he was a great friend to. I didn't know him that well, but I had the pleasure of spending time with him. We talked about football, and we talked a lot about Tom Brady. He had the same feeling about Tom Brady I did, that he's gonna go down as one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. And he was a very interesting person to be around. He was very, very intelligent man. I mean, it was more to him than just Vader the wrestler. You know what is so strange? You know, he reminded me a great deal of Mankind, George the Animal Steel, and Vader. They both played this person that was not intelligent. They play a character that didn't show intelligence with just brute strength and craziness. But then when you sit there, and all 3 people are 3 of the smartest people I know. You know, Cactus Jack, very, very intelligent man. George the Animal Steel was a very intelligent man, and Leon White was a very, very intelligent man. And you could learn a lot from and the fans are going to miss him. And the wrestlers and the fans are going to miss him, because those that was able to meet him and see him, you know, perform, he loved the fans, he loved to perform up until his last days, you know. Even after his surgery and everything, he still wanted to get out there and be in front of the fan. I know one time he was on this last show with me and Mark Henry was on with Big Time Wrestling, and they told him, said, well, you know, you don't have to make the show if you don't want it. He said, no, I don't want to disappoint the fans. So he was a true patriot of not only wrestling, but also in football. So.
You know, Tony, I got to know Leon very, very well in recent years. You know, one thing you talk about his great intelligence and his stardom in wrestling is he was one of the best big men of all time.
Yeah.
But he was a great dad. He had a great affinity for his son.
Yeah.
I tell you this, we had some questions from the fans, Tony. What was your initial impression when you first met him? Did you meet him when he was first Vader, or was he still Leon White at that point?
He was Vader when I met him. It was in 1993, and he was managed by what I consider one of the greatest world champions of all time, Harley Race.
Another man that sat in that very seat you're in. We loved the Harley interview.
Harley Race was his manager at the time, and we worked against each other only once on television.
Really?
Yeah. We had one match during the time of WCW. I was playing the villain. I was the heel at that time, and we had a match, and we traveled a little bit together. I traveled a little bit with him and Harley Race, and we had some very interesting conversations. But when I first saw him, I just figured he was very, very impressive. Then when Vince got a hold of him, Vince just took him to another level when they put the big shoulder pad thing on him and came out with the blowing the smoke. And
well, that happened in Japan, not WWF.
Was that Japan?
Yeah.
But I thought that was a great
look. The elephant-looking
with
mask
the big
that had the
elephant
steam
looking
come out
mask
of
and
it.
the
Yeah.
steam coming out of it. I thought that was amazing. And you know, everywhere he went, he ran into a little complication one time when a guy asked him was wrestling fake in the Middle East, and
remember that
he did the same thing that David Shooks did.
He sure did.
Slapped the reporter.
Wrong country.
yeah, but he was just in the wrong country for doing that. But it just shows you the respect he had for the business and the board, because he took that as guys would insult his profession. You know, to tell a wrestler that wrestling is fake would make any wrestler mad, because wrestling is not fake. It's stage. It's a big difference. We hit each other. You can't fake a fall. Guys got injuries, and they in pain all the time for all the fall. So If you want to describe a wrestler, you would say an actor that does his own stunts.
Yeah, that's a great way to
There's
describe
nothing
it.
about there's nothing fake about
Nothing
the stunt.
fake.
It may not be. I wouldn't even fake about who win and who lose. That might not be on the up and up, but most of the time, the guy that win, 9 times out of 10, he can win anyway. Because anybody that ever met John Cena in person and have worked out with him in the gym, I would say there's very few people in the world that could stand man-to-man with John Cena. That's just the honest God truth. I mean, he's a very, very powerful individual. For those that remember, there was a WrestleMania, I can't remember what it was, where he picked up the Big Show, who is 500 pounds, and picked up Edge, who at that time was 250 pounds. So this man took 750 pounds of flesh.
Yep.
Now, it's not like weights. With weights, everything is equal. Everything is even. So he picked up 750 pounds of human flesh and walked across the ring with it. That takes incredible strength.
The fans in Houston at WrestleMania 25 couldn't believe it, Tony. It was quite a
It was an
moment.
amazing feat of strength, one of the most amazing feat of strength I've ever seen in pro wrestling. I have seen done by John Cena. And his ability to connect with the fans, his ability to talk. There's nobody better on the mic than John Cena. I mean, he's absolutely amazing on the mic, the way he could think so fast and keep up with things. And he know how to connect with the fans. And he in person, if those that have never met him, you miss a treat. He's one of the most respectable, patriotic, nicest young men that I have ever met in my life. I got a lot of respect for John Cena. And
What about John Cena Sr.?
His father, what the old saying, the apple don't fall far from the fruit, don't fall far from the tree. So I would see where he get his great mannerism with and some of the great qualities.
Classy man.
Very classy.
Very classy.
Man. He's a true champion. He meant to be where he's at. I think they should do more with him in the movie industry, because right now the movie industry don't have a lot of new upcoming action heroes.
Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger have had their
pretty
time.
much, yeah. And most of Clint Eastwood, most of that era have pretty much passed. And I would like to see them introduce Cena into more action movie. I love the Marine, and I've seen him in a couple of things. Stone Cold Steve Austin is another. I think he's better as far as an actor. Then he was a great wrestler, but his acting is right up there with his wrestling.
Yeah.
So one thing that about guys like John Cena, Stone Cold Steve Austin, they have more to offer than just the ring.
You are correct. But, Tony, we don't want to go too far off track. This is a tribute to Vader. Another question we got, Tony. You were around WWF for a brief period of time in 1997. Why do you think Vader never really clicked in WWE? He received a big main event run with Shawn Michaels for the belt. They had some major issues working in the ring where Shawn had some major frustrations on pay-per-view live. That kind of cost Vader a championship run. What is it about Vader, do you think, that didn't exactly click in WWE? And he was quickly moved into a mid-card slot and then almost into an enhancement role before he finally quit.
Well, the unfortunate thing about any business, sometimes, like when I first started wrestling, some of the best wrestlers was the jobbers. In some respect, if you have a problem with one person that is close to the office, that person can cause you problem down the road. I think the main thing that hurt Vader was that slap. When he slapped the guy in the Mud East, that was pretty much.
And you know, that's a great observation. Right after that, he really started to move
what he
down.
did, he made himself a liability.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy. Like, for example, when you do something in wrestling or football, people would not have came out to Vader. They would have came out to WWE because they got deeper pockets. And if you keep that person around, he caused a liability, and he made himself a liability. You know, like I said, Vince McMahon had never fired anybody that didn't deserve it. You do something in your career because Vince got more people to answer to than just WWE employees and WWE wrestlers. He also had to answer to networks, USA Network. He have to answer to his sponsors.
And
you know,
the biggest one is stockholders.
right? They're
It's a publicly
stockholders.
traded
He has
company.
to answer to all the people. So when a guy make himself a liability, they say, well, if he do that, because he didn't go to jail, which means he cost the WWE a lot of money.
He was stuck in the country for a couple
They
of
had
weeks,
to spend
though.
a lot of money
to
getting
get
him back out. So and his temperament, Vince probably figured maybe he would do it again. Maybe next time it'd be worse on the organization. But it's like David Shook, when he slapped the reporter, that made him a liability. So whenever you do something, you know, you make yourself a liability to the company.
Right.
And Vince can't afford to have scandals because everybody is, in today's time, everybody's looking to sue. So I think that had a lot to do with it. The slap he did when we slapped the news reporter.
All right, we got a question from Arthur Simonelli on Twitter. He wants to know, where would you rank Vader amongst the great big men in wrestling history, Tony?
Within the top 10.
Really?
Yeah, I'll put him up with the top 10 because, like I said, there ain't many men his size. Now, Vader was almost over 400 pounds. You know, he was a very, very big man. And plus his history to go along with it. I mean, how many wrestlers you know that have 2 Super Bowl rings? I mean, wrestling was very fortunate to get a person that played in 2 Super Bowls and wear 2 rings, 2 Super Bowl rings. There are very few people that got, you know, unless you're Tom Brady or New England
Right.
Patriot, you know, there are very few teams that, so he was always in the top in everything he did. In football, he was on, you know, he was one of the top players in football. Made a lot of money in what he did in football. And in wrestling, he was a great draw. It made a lot of money in our pro wrestling.
400-pound man that did a
400
moonsault.
400-pound man that could do things, move around in the ring. You had Bam Bam Bigelow, you had Crusher Blackwell, but it was very, very limited. They was all limited in what they could do. So I would rank him within one of the top 10s.
Right, this one, almost a little insulting, but you could find some humor in it from the shooter Dave Simcoe on Twitter. He said, Vader has become notoriously known on podcasts as someone that had horrendous-smelling ring gear. Did Leon stink when you worked with him?
We all did.
But was he exceptionally bad?
No. This guy probably got close to a wrestler in ring gear for the first time in life. See, guys.
Well, the WWE Talent Relations had to have some conversations with him because the boys complained it was that bad.
Well, yeah, but see what ended up happening when you're in a top spot. Like I was with, not to get off subject, I checked into a hotel with Hogan one time, Hulk Hogan, and I went to the room, relaxed a little bit, came down, went to do the event, came back to do the event, got up the next morning. At 3 o'clock, I had to be at the airport at 4 to catch a 6 a.m. Flight. I had to be at the airport at 5. So 4 o'clock, I came in the lobby. Hogan was just coming in to get his bag. He'd been working. So when you're on the road, it's very hard to find the time to do your laundry. So most of the guys, they do their laundry when they get home. And a lot of guys with like Teddy Long, which was easy for Teddy to do. Teddy used to do his laundry at the end of TV. He'd go down to the laundromat at the hotel and do his laundry. But he didn't have to wrestle and do what Vader did. But Randy Savage was another one. A lot of guys that wore a lot of stuff. It was hard. Like guys that, like if you just wore like a pair of wrestling trunks like Bob Orton Jr., you could just take a little shampoo and rinse them out in the sink and hang them up. You got a fresh pair of trunks for the next day. But he wore a lot of gear. So it wasn't that easy for him to do his laundry.
Is there a proper etiquette for the boys when it comes to cleanliness? No, there's not.
No, not that I know of. No.
All right, well.
But see, the guys that complained during the Vader time, Vader came with they would have never made it with Andre. Mm-hmm. Andre would pass gas in the dressing room, and the show would be over. He could pass gas at 8 o'clock. And when the show ended at 10, you could still get a little whiff of Andre butthole. So we
good to
were
know.
used to that.
Yeah.
We came up in a different era. I used to wrestle a lot of guys like Abe Jacob. Now, Abe Jacob would eat raw garlic. So when he sweat, what you smell?
The garlic.
The garlic, but where he come from is not to eat raw garlic, raw onions. I see him eat a raw onion, raw garlic. And so, guys, we didn't pay much attention in my day. Mm-hmm. But the newer generation, they more sensitive to things because they came up in a different time. So Vader was like an old dinosaur walking around all these young kids that is used to everything smelling good. They're not used to odor. They're not used to hairy, sweaty body. Like if they ever wrestled George the Animal Steel, I mean, when he sweat, he was no fun to wrestle. Not for all that hair.
Let me ask you this: where Vader has become kind of a target for fans online because of these stories that have come out on podcasts like Bruce Pritchard's and such. Who was maybe the worst that you ever had to work with when it came to hygiene? Was it George Steele? Was it someone else?
Well, George, they shower every day, but when they get a sweating,
right.
These big hairy guys.
Was there anyone that was exceptionally bad that you had to work with? You said, "Oh, I got to get in the ring with
Savage.
Savage was the worst. He stunk. And why was that?
He would never wash his gear.
Really?
Yeah. Until he got off the road.
Wow. All right.
Yeah, because you got to realize these guys was on the road, not like right now. What Vince, they only on the road 4 days a week. They got 3 days off. But back in the older days,
they had 90 on, yeah,
or more. So or more. Like when I first started in the 70s, we got 10 days off a year. We wrestled 355 days a year. Mm-hmm. So most of the guys had girlfriends and stuff they could leave their gear with to wash their gear. When they got back in town, they had some gear or they had a wife to do it. But a lot of guys, they didn't have anybody. So, I mean, them gears, it was not unusual for the guy that, we used to tell a guy, man, you need to wash your gear. I mean, that was common when we would tell a guy. So Vader just being targeted among thousands and thousands of people that went through the same thing. All of them,
Do you think it's an unfair criticism that he stunk?
Yeah, because it's unfair because it was part of the business. I mean, especially when you get in like amateur sport. When I was an amateur wrestler, I remember the coach came in and told all of us when I wrestled Petra in high school, y'all guys need to take your gear home and wash it. Our workout stuff we train in, because we train in sweatpants and a sweatshirt. Right, and it got a little raunchy there around town. But you get around any sport room, even with you take in the sport room, you're gonna when the guys get through working out and they come back in, it all sweaty and smelly. Tom Brady ain't smelling all that good after his game either.
All right, well, again,
but he got somebody to do it for him.
The boys got to the point where they went to management to complain about it. So there must have been a little something to it. Have you ever heard of that before? The guys going to the office?
That's my first hear, but I think just knowing the rest of it, if a guy went that far, it had nothing to do with the gear. They were trying to find a reason. They didn't like him.
You know what?
They didn't like him.
That's a very good point.
See, because it ain't the gear. Because to go to management over somebody's gear not smelling good, it's more to it. It's more to it than just the gear.
Instead of Leon White, they were calling him Leon Ripe.
Yeah. Well, they were trying to. There was something about them. He probably he was a very intimidated person, and
a sensitive person at the same time.
Very sensitive. Very sensitive. So he flew off the handle at a couple of guys. So whenever you get heat with someone, anything they had nothing else to say about him. So they picked that one thing to say about him. Like when I first started wrestling, the guys used to always pick on me about my calves because I had a 23-inch arm, but I had 18-inch calves, which was small for my body. I had 30-inch thigh, but I had these little calves. That's why I wore the high boots. But guys would never talk about my arms, never talk about my chest, never. We went to a bench press contest, and it's what surprised everybody, surprised me too. Dick Murdoch bench pressed 365 pounds in this contest in Japan. I did 600. Nobody talked about my 600. Nobody talked about me winning the contest. Nobody talked about my chest. The only time any wrestler would mention anything about my body, it was always my calves.
Really?
You look at old interview with Jesse Ventura, they used to always talk about my legs. You talk about Greg Valentine, they always talk about my legs. Every time you look at old interview, with any wrestler, they always bring down his legs. He got small legs, Because when some people could pull themselves up by their own bootstrap, and other people pull themselves up by pulling you down. So these were just people that just didn't like Vader.
All right.
Because he wasn't the only guy in that dressing room that was smelling.
All right. Well,
I'll tell you that right now.
I find this last question very interesting, Tony. I did not hear about this. I want to ask you. It was a question from the father, Jurgen Elias, on Twitter. He said there were rumors online that within the past year or so that you and Vader had a confrontation of some kind.
It's not a rumor, it's the truth.
What happened?
Well, I live in Maine.
Yep.
And we should have been discussing it. We were discussing OJ. And he made a comment about, he was trying to convince me that the glove shrunk. And I said, Vader, you have to be a 5-year-old kid to believe that gloves shrink that freaking much. Calling me a kid, he's very sensitive. And so I told him, I said, look, if we get out of this car.
Oh, this was in a car?
We was in a car.
Okay.
And we was riding with, what's his name? Shoot. He's out of North Carolina there. He's South Carolina. He's a promoter there. But anyway, him and his family was in the car. So I told Vader, I said, if me and you fight, you better not get tired, because if you do, I'm going to pull a Tom Brady on you. I said, I don't get tired, brother. I said, if you can't go at least an hour fighting, you don't want to fight me. I said, because you may get me at the beginning, but I said, I won't stop. I said, you better not get tired. If you get tired, you go down, I'm not going to let you back up.
And what was his response?
He stopped talking. He left me alone. The promoter said, come on, guy. He calmed us down. His wife was holding me back. He had his kid in the car, and Vader just went off. But he, like I said,
did he get loud with you, or?
Yeah.
Really?
He got mad because I said you have to be childish to think that a pair of gloves shrink, because we hunt up in Maine.
Right, sure, you do a lot of hunting.
And then when you shoot a moose or deer, you have to gut him. You have to dress him out there. Nobody can carry a moose out the woods. That thing's 2,000 pounds. Who's gonna carry a 2,000-pound animal out of the woods? So what you do, you cut them up, you dress, you get blood on your glove, and with most Mainers, when the glove get wet, they put it on the radiator and let them dry. They don't shrink. They get tight. But as soon as you put your finger in, I was trying to explain to him, how can you have cuts on your hand and not on the glove?
Right.
If there was his glove, the glove would have some cuts on it.
Sure, you'd think.
I was trying to explain to him, I believe he had what's called assistance. He didn't do it alone. I ain't saying that he's innocent or he's guilty, but if he was involved, he didn't do it alone. He had some assistance.
I think that would make for an excellent topic of discussion at some point, Tony.
Yeah. And that's what the argument was over. Believe it or not, it was over OJ.
But you ended as friends.
We made up that night.
All right. Well,
that same night we made up.
Tony, we're running out of time in this segment. Any final thoughts on our friend Leon White? I've had said a few prayers for the White family.
I think he
I was very, very sad to learn of Leon's passing.
He was a friend, a great athlete in 2 major sports. He would not be forgotten.
No.
And he's going to be dearly missed.
No, be correct. You've absolutely.
He's going to be dearly missed. A lot of people are going to miss it. He was always 100% with the fans, no matter what. I've seen him time where his back was giving him trouble. But he would, when it came to the fan, he signed the autograph. He made his event. He always did. There was no problem with any promoter he ever worked for. I'm going to miss him.
Well, I tell you, WWE, I have a lot of friends there, Tony, but I was awfully disappointed that they didn't choose to have a video tribute to him on their television programs. I think anytime, especially a guy that worked on Top Passes, I think on a 3-hour television show and a 2-hour television show, they could take a minute or two to pay homage to him. That was WWE's personal choice, and you know what? It's at their discretion. It's their programming, and we'll leave it at that. So for my good friend, the man that's always ready to take a step in the right direction, I'm Dan Marati. Check out these great DVDs, the Vices DVD, the Tony Atlas Memories and Legends DVD, We got the Boogeyman one out. We have a Special Vader one that's available from his visit here in the TV studio. And don't forget, WWE is going to be all over New England all weekend. The graphic has been scrolling on the bottom right-hand side of the screen. Again, for Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marotti. Friends, until we speak again, we'll see you Battleground Weekend when we discuss the murder of Bruiser Brody.
The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Kiel Auditorium in St. Louis, Missouri, Sunday, May the 18th, 1986. In the opening contest, Hercules beat Leaping Lanny Poffo. Jim the Anvil Neidhart with the win over Jim Brunzell. Danny Spivey defeated Bret Hart. King Kong Bundy and Big John Studd with the win over George the Animal Steele and Cousin Luke, who replaced Uncle Elmer. Ricky the Dragon Steamboat battled Jake the Snake Roberts to a double disqualification. Tito Santana beat WWF Intercontinental Champion Macho Man Randy Savage via disqualification. And in the main event, WWF World Champion Hulk Hogan retained the title over adorable Adrian Adonis via disqualification. If you were in St. Louis live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now. All right, wrestling fans, don't forget Mr. USA Tony Atlas's At Your House Wrestling Insider episodes will be found at 7 p.m. beginning... Oh boy, what does that take us to? You're going to turn me into a human calendar, folks. Tuesday, June the 1st, Memorial Day week. All of our great talk shows, they will not premiere at 10 p.m. anymore. They will all premiere at 7 p.m. if you want to join the premiere chat. Speaking of premieres, we have the return of an old friend this week on Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Of course, each week on Special Edition Wednesdays, we have a different rotating guest. This week, it's the return of one of my favorite people in professional wrestling, the best friend of Quincy Rastani, Uncle Al Snow. Al shoots on breaking into professional wrestling, the professional wrestling business, how he took OVW and turned it into an accredited academy, and so much more. A very insightful episode if you're someone that wants to join the ranks of professional wrestling itself. Check out the return of Al Snow.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insider Special Edition. It is the Wednesday Night Delight as we bring you rotating legends throughout the year. We still don't know what the heck is happening with all the darker version of Shrek himself, Mr. USA Tony Atlas. We're not sure what his long-term prognosis is here in the Boston Wrestling MWF.
Yeah.
Wednesday night, we always have special guests. And every Thursday night at 10, though. I mean, you got to put the women and children to bed.
Okay.
For Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty.
Oh, do
Because
you?
you never know what Annie's story may come up. You made plane ride stories.
It's true. Marty has a lot of stories because he has a lot of experience.
He has a lot of experience.
A lot of experience.
And then Friday night, we sit down with the man that maybe has the best moss in professional wrestling, whether a work or a shoot, John Cena Sr.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. John Cena Sr. I remember him. He's a great guy.
Great guy, very charitable individual, but sometimes when the lights get a little too warm in the studio, I think the glue shifts a little bit. You know
Maybe.
what I mean? But
yeah, it's too much to pay.
it's too much.
It's rather
right.
expensive.
I love it. I love it. All right, wrestling fans. I'm sure, Al, you probably get hammered nonstop with Attitude Era type questions. And as we continue, no?
Not necessarily.
What do most people ask you about in interviews?
Where's Head? You know.
Where's Head?
Yeah.
All right.
And if you want to know, they're right now at the hotel bar getting drunk. So,
Really? Okay. Well, you're almost like one of those gut milk commercials.
well, it's more like got alcohol.
Where Annie
Now,
said
next
gut-
thing you know, we're going to be out at the strip clubs all night because they're such whores. You know.
And Annie got ass. But
Well,
that goes without saying.
That was Annie. So
she wore that under her blazer at the Hilton.
she did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, but
She would get discounts on hotels, though.
you know, you can't go wrong with that.
Not at all.
You can't go wrong, even if her sister does have a little Jannetty. Apparently,
Yeah, we don't know.
Marty
for
is still trying to figure it out.
Right.
We're going to get one of those 23andMe DNA tests and do it on the show. And Quincy's going to do the Maury Povich-like reveal if Gina's offspring is
Oh, my
little
God.
Marty. I think that would be a tremendous piece of video.
I quite honestly, I would pay to see that.
Quincy screaming
Yes.
if it is the baby or not. But the fans have
He
awfully...
screams because he can't hear. He's got hearing aids.
And they almost, I don't know if you've ever heard them.
They don't quite fit in his ears.
Right, because
Yeah.
they're used.
And, yes.
And they kind of
Does he still ride his Honda?
Yes, the 1978
Yes.
Honda-Matic.
Yes.
And he was waiting for his stimulus check that he screamed at me about.
Right.
Because he needs the money to upgrade. Every year he has to do upgrades on
Well,
it.
yeah.
I mean, it takes a lot of TLC.
It's in
to
78
keep that.
Honda.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Honda-Matic.
Right.
So
Those are pretty rare.
they
quite
are.
honestly.
Well, that's why he bought, believe it or not, he used one not too long ago. Someone found one on Craigslist out in Weston, Mass. And
Yeah.
the poor thing fell apart and
Oh, jeez.
like a broken kid's toy on Christmas morning. He was heartbroken. But Quincy will be back on the Honda-Matic soon. For you fans that don't know Quincy, maybe we'll have him do like a special intro to your episode.
I hope so.
On the Honda-Matic.
I love you, Quincy.
Quincy, you are loved, even though you continue to speak with Al on that hidden camera every Thursday night at the studio.
Stop telling him that.
He does. He enjoys his conversations with you. He wishes your wife well every week.
I know he does.
He wishes you holiday greetings,
Because
sometimes
he's-
months in advance.
Yes. It's because
It's Labor Day and you're getting a Merry Christmas on the wall.
I know, but that's because he's a sweetheart.
Just
so.
picture that right there. The fans can't see it, but see that above the door?
Yes.
Picture that about 3 or 4 feet higher. And
I
that's
know,
how he
and
communicates
he's talking
with
to
you.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. As he's trying to get you out of the fried chicken business.
I need to see him, and I need to talk to him.
All right, wrestling fans. Again, we are big on the chronological order of things. You know,
Yeah.
the big thing to me is people that knock WWE and so on. WWE bought the video libraries they bought. They can create the pieces they want to create.
Sure.
They own history as it is to them. But that doesn't mean there aren't a lot of great guys that will never have those 3-disc DVD sets.
True.
That didn't have tremendous careers, tremendous experiences, meet
Yeah.
interesting people in interesting places.
Yeah.
So that's why I think talk shows and programs like this have exploded, especially during coronavirus time when there's just been so much repetitive stuff on television where it's been hard to make new movies, new TV shows. And,
True.
and nowadays more and more people, they're on the internet more than they are on regular television in certain demographics. So I know you've probably seen that yourself with Ohio Valley Wrestling. I bet there's as many people that see it on online platforms as television platforms.
Yeah, I agree. And luckily, I mean, we were on, in about 150 million homes nationwide and around the world, between Roku and Fight TV and, Amazon Prime and Amazon Fire. So we're in a variety of different ways, both linear and broadcast and streaming. And so and it's important that we try to make it as accessible as possible. And, in as many different outlets as we can to, build an audience for the brand.
Making it as easy as possible, no matter
Mhm.
what platform or what device that you may want
Someone
to
can-
use, you have a way to access it.
Someone can find it and hopefully enjoy what's being done and build the audience that way.
Well, I know the OVW numbers continue to grow and grow and grow. We mentioned it during our live autograph session, in addition to all of your great work with turning OVW into an institution, not a wrestling school.
Well, it's been an institution for over 30 years. I mean, it had a great run.
Well, as far
as
as
a
it
developmental
being,
for WWE, and and then again for Impact Wrestling, and so it's had a long and illustrious history.
But as far as it being accredited, that has been within the
Well,
past
as
few
far as
years.
being accredited, I mean, we're the only actually accredited by a state office of proprietary education as a trade school for professional wrestling in the world.
That's quite a statement.
It's quite a statement. It took about almost 2.5 years to accomplish. It took a lot of work and a lot of time. They don't hand that out to just anybody. And what that means is that, because the State Office of Proprietary Education oversees all secondary education, for a particular state. And that means universities, colleges, trade schools, and to be designated not as just a wrestling school or like it's a, karate training or martial arts or boxing or anything like that. We're doing what we're actually really doing, being recognized for what we're really doing, which is teaching young men and women skills to pursue a vocation as a professional wrestler. And, having that accreditation substantiates the standards and the high level of professionalism that we use when we're training these young men and women, to give them more confidence in believing that they will acquire the skills to be able to capitalize on any opportunities they may get in professional wrestling. So,
Why were you the guy? Now, there's probably hundreds, if not, I would hate to think there are thousands, but at least hundreds of wrestling schools. Why were you the guy with your OVW family to be the first to go this route and develop it this way?
well, I think anybody could have done it. I think the reason why, quite honestly, is that used to, in professional wrestling, we had our own standards. We held each other accountable. And you were held directly responsible, which I still, to this day, hold myself, because, in the old days, when you brought somebody into the business, they were known as your kid, meaning you were responsible for them. And if they did bad business, that reflected on you, which then affected your career and the way you fed your family. That's why guys were very reticent in the old days to train, break in new wrestlers into the business, because they ultimately were held responsible for somebody else's actions. That changed, and it became more open, much more available for anybody that could, and not just to get into the wrestling business, but for anyone to open up a wrestling school. And, my wife is a licensed masseuse, and from my viewpoint, she had to attend a state accredited school. She had to be taught by a state accredited teacher. She had to complete a certain amount of required hours of training. And then she had to complete a certain number of hours of residency, which is direct hands-on experience, supervised experience, before she could even attempt to obtain a license to be a professional masseuse. Now, the likelihood of injury, of bodily harm, receiving a massage is there, but it's minimal. Every time you as a professional wrestler enter a ring, there's a chance that you will suffer a life-altering injury or a life-debilitating injury. That's just a fact.
Or worse.
well, or you could die.
Right.
And what motivated all of this was there was a young man in Oklahoma, which is a commissioned state, you have to have a license, and he was on a show. He was barely trained with someone who was poorly trained, and they gave him like a spine buster. He hit the back of his head. He ended up having brain swelling. He was in a coma for like 4 days, and they had to pull the plug, and he died.
Wow.
And that occurrence is increasing every year. More and more young men and women are having these types of injuries and either being crippled or dying because there are no standards. Quite honestly, there are no standards as far as professional wrestling training. I find it insulting and absurd that, all you have to do is, in some states, take a physical, pay your money, and you get a license to be a professional wrestler. And there should be, since we ourselves as a wrestling business aren't doing so, I thought, we should have a state agency institute that. I went to the board of directors of the, Kentucky State Wrestling and Boxing Commission, implored them to create a training license to where you got a training license, and then once you completed a certain amount of required hours by a state approved trainer at a state approved school, and then completed a certain number of hours of residency, you could then apply and take a test to be a licensed professional wrestler. I don't think that's ridiculous. I don't think it's that much to ask. But of course I was, turned down. So I took it upon myself and, with my business partner, Chad Miller, and we went and we purchased OVW from Danny Davis. It just kind of all fell into place inadvertently, really, because that wasn't the plan. And we began to start the process 2.5 years ago, almost 3 now, to go through what the necessary steps to receive accreditation as an actual trade school for professional wrestling, because it's not like boxing or mixed martial arts or karate or kung fu or anything like this. You're being taught skills to pursue a vocation, to earn a living and build a career as a professional wrestler. And as such, it should be treated accordingly. No different than if you went to college to be an accountant. You want to be taught by someone who, is going to give you the knowledge or, benefit of their experience to prepare you to take advantage of opportunities to pursue a career as an accountant. And the same goes for as a professional wrestler. And, I don't, too many people, and I'm not bagging on anybody, look, it's not my circus, it's not my monkeys. So only people I care about is what I deal with. Okay. But the fact of the matter is, too many people assume that they have a certain amount of knowledge and experience, and as such, they can now, go rent a building, buy a ring, and they can, create a wrestling school, and they can now teach people. And to be quite honest, they don't have the real knowledge, because I don't care how much information you have about a particular topic. That's the problem that in the society we live in today, that everybody has access to information. And they assume that because the more information they have, the more real knowledge they have about a particular topic, and nothing could be further from the fact. In order to have real knowledge about any topic, you have to have both information and a commensurate amount of experience in that particular situation to generate a real understanding equating to actual knowledge of the topic. And let's face it, just because you read something on the internet and you garner a little bit of information does not mean that you have any real experience in that situation that now gives you the knowledge to expound your opinion like you're some kind of an expert on it. And with professional wrestling, if you want to have goals to reach, like being in WWE, which everybody wants to be, which for the wrong reasons, because they all want to be there just for the sense of being famous, or you want to go overseas, then you need someone who's had that experience, that's been there. Even if they've been there and they've made mistakes, then they can at least, because of the information and the experience, now have knowledge to transmit to you to where you can avoid the pitfalls that they had, and you might have a better chance of success by going to WWE or going overseas. But you're never going to learn that from someone who's never done that, never had those experiences. You're going to get someone who's going to teach you a very, very paint by numbers approach to the art of what professional wrestling is, because it is an art form of storytelling within the context of a competitive situation. And this paint by numbers 7-step process that everyone takes now is absurd, and it doesn't work. And because at the end of the day, once you walk through the curtain, you're the artist. And you're allowed to do whatever you want to do, as long as it's within the context of trying to beat your opponent and not be beaten by your opponent. You're free to do anything you want, any way you want to do it, to convince that audience that you're actually out there as a prize fighter trying to win and not lose. And you're only, this approach that is being given, this simplistic, paint by numbers, step 1, step 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 formula is only taught by people that don't really have a genuine understanding of what it is they're really trying to do, which then breeds a generation of performers that don't understand not just the wrestling business, but the entertainment and business in general, which is that now they all think that they're entitled to get paid because they showed up and they wrestled, which you're not getting paid to wrestle. You're getting paid based on how many people showed up to see you wrestle. That's the biggest difference. And your job is not to go out there and perform. Your job is to go out there and perform in such a manner that then the next time they see your name on a poster, they are more motivated to come back in greater numbers to see you. And if that doesn't happen, you're not worth the money you're being paid. Period. I don't care how good you are or how athletic you are. You're nothing but a performer. You're not a worker, because the real term, the real definition of a work is a lie. It's a sham. It's a con. It is to make someone believe something that's not true. And nobody can tell you any different. Nothing about wrestling has changed. The one thing that was fake about wrestling in 1902 is the one thing that's fake about it in 2021. And that's just the finish. And your job as a professional wrestler is to go out there and not make them believe in what you're doing, is to make them believe in why you're doing it, the intent behind it, that you're using it to beat the other person, to win the match so that you get the winner's purse, more money. Just like in boxing, just like in MMA, they aren't any different, period. And you, with the lack of standards, the lack of having some kind of accountability within wrestling, we now have lost touch with that very intrinsic part of the art of the story. And now the wrestlers themselves, the performers, are not working in any manner, and they're now simply performing for each other, because the one question that was always asked for the first 15 years of the 39 years I was in the wrestling business was never, how good was your match? Nobody cared, because they knew that if your match wasn't good, you wouldn't be on the card. Period. It was, what's the house? How many people have shown up? Because that was how we generated an income. Because the more people that were there, the better we were able to feed our families. Bottom line, it wasn't about having a 5-star match or a critical acclaim. It was about how many people showed up at that building to watch what you did. If you pay attention to any of those documentaries that are done on WWE or anywhere else, and the wrestlers from the 60s, 70s, 80s, and even into the 90s, you listen to them and the only thing they'll talk about is that, oh, so-and-so and so-and-so wrestled each other, and then you'll hear them talk and they'll go, yeah, I wrestled Dan and we drew money. We sold such and such a building out. We had them standing on their feet. You listen to anyone from the mid-90s on that broke in, and it's, oh yeah, Dan and I wrestled. We had a great match. It was great to wrestle with him. We did these spots. The people were crazy. They were so excited. Not saying anything about how many people attended. They don't care. And that has been lost because we don't have that being taught going forward, because we don't have the requirements, the standards for someone to open up a wrestling school, to have a certain type of and certain amount of experience to then teach the next generation. And so I felt that the way that I could correct that was, one, to go to the commissions who didn't want to listen to it. And I'm not bagging on the commission. I get it. You know, it's all about economics, and they didn't want to institute those type of rules because they were afraid they were going to lose a lot of licensees, which meant that they were going to lose a lot of money. But what they didn't see was, because they have a very short viewpoint, is that if you raise the standards of the training, you in turn raise the standards of the performer, and you raise the standards of the performance, which means that the audience now gets more of a return on their investment of time, money, and effort to go watch the show, which means that they're more likely to show up in greater numbers, which means it gives the promoters more capital to run more live events, which means that then the state gets more tax money from those events, which encourages better and more qualified athletes to want to be professional wrestlers, to then get an increase as far as licensing is concerned, that then increases the amount of live events, and etc., and their coffers get filled even more. But they took the short viewpoint and were greedy and would rather keep things the way they were, and I was like, well, then screw it. Danny Davis
Penny
was
smart, dollar stupid.
I think Danny Davis was wanting to retire, and it just happened that we were in the right place at the right time, and we bought OVW and, you know, took it upon ourselves to try to change that direction. Some would say that we're not being that successful, but, and some would say, argue the point that we are. It's a long process. It makes it more difficult when talent watch other people being rewarded and considered successful doing the opposite of what it is you're trying to teach them. But this means that I've got to explain things and more thoroughly, and be more logical, and be more committed to the viewpoint that I'm trying to impress upon them. And make this clear that I don't, as far as the performer is concerned, I don't tell them what they can or what they can't do, or how much they can or cannot do. I don't care, you know, but I do care if it's done in a manner that goes counterclockwise to the very thing that we're selling, the thing that we've always sold, which is to allow you to believe that that win and loss have a consequence. That they're out there trying to do their very best to compete, to get ahead. And at the end of the day, I know the horse shit that everyone tells them, so, oh, the wrestling business changed. You know, they know it's fake. Well, guess what? They've known since 1920 it's fake. That's the truth. Okay? All of my family, I love them dearly, but not one of them is a Mensa candidate. Okay? And not one of them was ever a professional wrestler. I, in 1976, proclaimed I wanted to be a professional wrestler. And you know what every one of them, including my dear grandmother, said? Why do you want to do that? That's fake. Now, how did they discern this? How did they know this without ever once doing it themselves? Because we all knew, everyone knew, that professional wrestling was predetermined. Because that's the only thing that was fake about it. Everything that happens in that ring is quite real. You as your character is you, just with the volume turned way up. Vince McMahon is Vince McMahon. Steve Austin is Steve Austin, just with the volume turned way up. That's why they work. It's not a character. It's a gimmick. It's who you really are. The wrestling moves, all the bumps, all the moves you see, everything is quite real. The pain is quite real. It's the intent behind it that is fake. And that's what you're selling to the audience. That's what you're trying to get them to buy. And that's what you're trying to get them to believe. And that ain't nothing new. They've done that since 1901 till now. You sell the who and the why. And you can make whatever excuse you want to say, and oh, that's old school, and this is new school. And for everyone out there who wants to give you that horseshit excuse, I ask the same 4 questions. If the wrestling business really has changed, like people say, I'll agree. Okay. Then tell me this. What you're telling me is that no longer are we selling the finish. We're not doing that. We're selling the moves. We're selling your athleticism. We're selling your spots. That's what we're selling. People don't believe in heels or baby faces. They don't believe that you're trying to win. They just want to see excitement. Okay. Then explain to me, why am I paying for a referee to be in the ring? What purpose does he serve? You told me the audience isn't there about the wins and losses. They're not there because they believe in that. They're there to see your moves. They're there to see the high spots. They're there to see the athleticism.
Why not just go for 20 minutes and do moves?
Why not?
And I think, and I don't know if you'll agree or disagree, but I think a great point you've made is nowadays you watch a lot of wrestling in just about any promotion, and it doesn't seem like the objective is to win the actual wrestling match anymore.
It's not. So question 2. Why am I paying for commentators to call your match as if it's an actual sporting event in a competitive situation? Or that they're talking about it as if at any moment in time one of you could lose and there's a consequence to that loss. That you're not going to make it up the ladder. You're not going to win that match and move closer to being the number 1 contender for one of the titles. Which brings me to question 3. Why am I spending thousands of dollars to buy these championship belts? And apparently they don't mean anything because you're not accomplishing anything. They're nothing more than a prop, and useless at that, because your wins and losses don't matter because you told me they weren't paying to believe in that in the first place. And here's the last question. Because if you can answer this, then I will 100% agree with you. It's completely changed. Okay? If what you say is true, it's changed. We're no longer selling the finish. We're selling everything else. Okay. Then why is it you get a boo-boo face as a wrestler when I ask you to lose? You're telling me the audience doesn't care. Why the hell do you? Why do you walk around and your lips all hung out and your shoulders are slumped and you're telling people, he's burying me, he's burying me, I've lost, 3 matches. It doesn't matter. They're not there to see you win or lose.
Not the athleticism.
Exactly. And you're an amazing athlete, so apparently it ain't going to mean 6 of one and half a dozen other. So why do you care?
I'm going to tell you this. I'm not going to name the name because I think you and I both like this person very, very much. But someone very high up the rank in WWE told an active WWE talent not too long ago that the wins and the losses don't matter at all.
They don't. They don't.
And it's because
no.
I mean, I don't think you have ever
The wins
seen,
and losses don't matter in the sense that you can get over without going over. Okay? They don't matter because that's not what we're selling. We are selling the finish. Mm-hmm. We're selling that the wins and losses have a consequence. But in the bigger picture, like you can get beat, like there are guys like Tommy Dreamer in ECW never won a match, but he was one of the most over guys in ECW.
Fair enough.
So
but I think as far as
what that guy, your executive, was telling an active talent was that what I just said is that it's changed now. The audience doesn't pay to see somebody win or lose. The audience pays just to see the personality or see the moves and the athleticism. That ain't the case. They still care about whether or not somebody wins and somebody loses. It's no different than boxing. It's no different than MMA. The only reason you ever watch a boxing match or the only reason you ever watch an MMA match is because of who's fighting and whether or not one of them will win and one of them will lose. Period. Wrestling ain't no different because boxing is a prize fighter. MMA, prize fighters. Wrestling is supposed to be the same. And guess what's the one thing that can potentially be worked in both of those other two sports?
The finish.
Yes. You can go out there and hit each other as hard as you want. It's the intent behind the hit. It's how you hit and where you hit that might lead you to possibly win that fight. That is what's fake. The same in professional wrestling. At any point in time, if guys really know and are trained correctly, they can hook a guy and they can go into business.
Quick, yeah.
They can go sideways and they can go into business for themselves. Simple as that. It's the intent that they're trying to convince the audience, not each other.
When did the intention change and why?
It changed because of it changed when there was an older generation that were departing the wrestling business, and there was a lack of guidance from that older generation, and fewer and fewer places for younger talent to come in and work, truly work. And when you came in as a wrestler in the early days, you never wrestled, you never worked with anyone that had the same or just slightly more experience than you. You always worked with people that were 5 or 6 or 7 years in the business, been working 7 nights a week. And you didn't come in and go, oh, I want to do such and such a spot. You just came in and said, hey, sir, I'm working with you tonight. Sure, kid. We're going to do blah, 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 or not this. Just listen to me. And that's what you did. You just listened. And you got to get a feel and a sense and an understanding of how to physically, through your body language, through your facial expressions, through your timing, to convince an audience that you were trying to win and not lose. It got those people left. It created a vacuum that was filled with wrestlers that were of similar experience now wrestling each other. And without that guidance from a senior generation, they looked to some kind of direction, which then came from, they're still fans, but they're well-informed fans, who wrote critiques and newsletters of what they liked and what they thought was best. And because the wrestlers were looking for some kind of direction and praise, they started to work towards trying to get that from the fans. And the fans don't have the real inside the ring experience, so they don't really have knowledge. They just know what they like. And as a result, it slowly developed into what it is today, where, and what also happened was no longer were a vast majority of the younger talent able to go and do it for a living. They were now doing it on a weekend or once monthly basis, or a couple of months here, a couple of dates a month, but they also had another job. So it was no longer was their livelihood tied to how much the attendance was. And a lot of the older promoters were now leaving the business, and a lot of younger ones were coming in who didn't know quite how the entertainment business works, which was, hey, I'm going to promote you. I'm going to create a platform. It's a business relationship. They treated it more like it was an employee and employer type of situation of, well, you're going to perform a task, a service for me, and I'll pay you a certain set amount of money, where that's not the case. You know, it's based off of, if I give you a platform, i.e. a wrestling show, you utilize that platform to where next time when I put your name on a poster, more people are going to be motivated to come see you. Now you're worth more money. Simple as that. And that started to change and, you know, become different. And that led us to where we are now.
Which is a scary place, in my opinion.
Well, it is a scary place, because if you lose the things that are intrinsic about something, then ultimately it will end up changing. And if it changes, what once was will cease to be. And the professional wrestling business has been in existence for over 100 years. And the reason that it has is that, again, there were certain intrinsic things that were passed down. There's always an evolution of style, from the 1900s to the 1920s, for instance. It was called, they were grunt and groaners, where they would grab a hold and just, hold it for long periods of time. And when the Indian wrestlers, the Palwani wrestlers came in to the United States, they brought in chain wrestling, where it was switches and reversals and counters and, takedowns. And so the wrestling became a little quicker paced and linked together, which, and then when Buddy Rogers came, he was the father of sequencing, which is what we call modern day high spots, where they link together, you sequence 3 or 4 or 5 moves together. Prior to that, a wrestler would just one slam or a slam and an elbow drop, or, Buddy was the first guy to really do tackle, drop down, leapfrog, hip toss, counter into a headlock takeover, and that sequencing was a development. And wrestling will always develop, will evolve, but I think that they've confused evolution of wrestling these days to it being departed from because regardless of the evolution in the past years, it always remained trying to sell the concept that what was done in the ring was to attempt to achieve victory, win. And if you were the other person, it was to sell that you're doing everything you can to not lose. And that now that's not what it's about. It's about selling what's done as opposed to selling why it's done. And without standards, without proper experience, as far as wrestling schools are concerned, that degradation is going to continue. You're going to have the blind leading the blind. And, and literally it's become where, I open up a wrestling school, I teach you, you're with me for 1 or 3 or 4 or 5 years. Now you feel like you've gotten to a certain point. Well, you've never been to WWE. You've never been overseas. But now you think you know enough, you have enough experience. Now you open up school. Well, now you start training, another guy. Well, now you and him, you train. Well, you have a fallout. Well, he's been with you for a year. Now he thinks he has enough. He knows enough. He's never been to WWE. He's never been overseas. He's never been on a different platform. So he now opens up a wrestling school. Now he starts training guys. Well, now the guy with him's for 6 months. That guy goes, hey, I know what I'm doing. And he goes and off and he opens up a wrestling school. And it just gets worse and it gets worse and worse.
And you and I, we have a lot of fun. We joke around. But
yeah.
One thing I take very seriously is the training.
Well,
it goes into what we do because it reflects, when it's done wrong, it reflects poorly on everybody. And I think that's why you're at a point now when I think there are so many more wrestling fans that love wrestling that aren't engaged in it anymore than there are that do.
True, because again, the performers aren't selling the who and the why anymore. They're selling the what. And the reason they are is because they're trying to more impress and appeal to each other than they are the audience that's paying to see them. That's a fact, because that's why they so meticulously verbally go back and forth and call everything they do, which you can call as much as you want. But then they go away and they visually rehearse in their heads so that they don't make a mistake. That's not for the audience because the audience doesn't know if you made a mistake. There's no way they ever know you made a mistake unless you clearly make it look like you weren't doing it in an effort to try to accomplish one of the two things, either to win or not lose. The only people that know you made a mistake are the people backstage. So that's why you're so scared. That's why you're trying to rehearse everything to ensure the fact that when you walk back through the curtain, somebody doesn't call you on something they saw. That, oh, yeah, I saw you blow that spot. Well, these people out there didn't see that. They just saw something go shitty and it looked ugly. Right, and, and fights get that way. Things don't always go perfect. That's just the way it is. But backstage, they do. Now you take a knock. Well, these people ain't going to pay you to see you. The people backstage ain't going to pay you. And to quite be honest, they're not watching your match anyways. You're trying to impress people that ain't watching it because they're worried about you're going to watch theirs. So they're back there rehearsing their match. The last thing they're worried about is yours. So really who you're really concerned with is that person who's going to write that critique. You're worried that a fan that somebody who's never done what you've done is going to be able to criticize you for your attempt at doing what you were doing. That is probably one of the dumbest things. That would be like me going to a doctor if I'm sick and telling the doctor how to treat me. I've watched every medical show there is. Doctors, House, ER, St. Elsewhere, you name Dr. Kildare, you name the medical show, I've watched it. Yeah, I even go on the New England Journal of Medical Science and I Google my own symptoms. But if I were to go and tell a doctor how to do anything to treat me, if the doctor listens to me, he's an idiot because I'm not a doctor. And if the doctor does anything different than other than tell me to shut up and do what he tells me to do, then he shouldn't be treating patients. And if you're a wrestler and you're worried about someone who has never done what you've done, telling you what's right and what's wrong and what's good and what's bad, then you're a fool. Complete and utter fool. But unfortunately, the majority of the performers are now rewarded for performing to please each other and those very same people, as opposed to working towards the mass audience. And that's the upside down business we're now in. But I'm doing what I can in OVW to try to right that ship. And, I only worry about OVW because it's my circus and my monkeys. Anybody can do anything they want. I'm not bagging on anybody doing anything they want to do the way they want to do it. Feel free. That's their business. I don't care. I do care because unfortunately, nothing within the wrestling business lives in a bubble.
Right.
It all affects everything else. But if I can do what's within my purview and do what I can control, and maybe, hopefully, if I can get the talent to really be on the page that I need them to be on, we can serve as an example that what they used to think was old school and was outdated and doesn't work anymore, quite honestly, still does, and draws money and may actually inspire others to follow our lead and take back the art of physical storytelling within the context of a competitive situation for professional wrestling.
Wouldn't that be something? Huh, in 2021? Wouldn't that be something?
It would be, but we'll see. I mean, and that doesn't mean that it's got to go back to just you grab a headlock and you lay on the mat.
No, not at all.
It means that you've got to work much more sophisticated. You've got to work much more intelligently, because the one and singularly thing that has changed about professional wrestling is the level of sophistication of the audience. Professional wrestling has been and always will be a mirror of society. And society today is much, much more sophisticated than it ever was even 10 years ago. And as such, you've got to be able to really pay attention to the details and to really invest in who you are and why you're doing it, to convince, even if it's just for 5 seconds, to make them question and go, I know this is fake, but these guys look like they're really trying to win. That's the endeavor of any form of entertainment, is to take you away from what you know and make you buy into what's being presented.
It's like when Lesnar is in a good program. You question what you see for a little bit. And question, did he go off script? Did he kind of go into business for himself? And and it takes on a different connotation. And that's the same goes for any wrestling match. That's the goal you're trying to achieve. And that's honestly what an audience wants. They know. When you go to a movie. When they went to see Rocky,
they went to see Spider-Man.
You're right,
it's not a documentary about a teen who shoots jizz out of his wrist and sticks to a wall. Okay? We know that's not real. But we can, for the time we're in the movie theater, forget our troubles and be involved in that world. Magic's not real. You know it. Okay? It's a work. okay? But if you're a good enough performer, the people in the audience can, for that time they're watching, go, oh man, how do you do that? I don't get it. Oh, it's amazing. Same with professional wrestling. But you've got to endeavor to allow them to believe in the lie, and the only lie is that you're actually out there trying to win. That's it. Simple as that. And that was the motivation behind acquiring OVW and creating some kind of standards, some kind of bar to be set to induct these young men and women into professional wrestling. So, hopefully over time we can, do so and build a business and build attendance, one, to the point to where we can survive, and two, to where we motivate others to take the lead and mimic what we're doing.
Unbelievable. I am getting the cue in the back from our good friend Dave Willis. Great episode, Al. It went a little off course from where we wanted it to go, but sometimes that makes for the better episodes. OVW is certainly, if you are interested in truly becoming a professional wrestler, that you should certainly go out of your way to, even if you have to leave the comforts of home in a wrestling school that isn't, 15 or 20 minutes from the house. If you really want a true career in the king of sports professional wrestling, it is a place you should look to.
And if you do, listen, don't lie to yourself, okay? The only advice I give anyone is, number one, never lie to yourself. We lie to everybody every day. That's what we do. Just face facts. Be honest with yourself, okay? And here's one thing you have to be honest with. If you want to live a life that others don't live, you have to be willing to do things that others don't do. And to your point, this is not going to be 15, 20 minutes from your house. You have to make a commitment. You have to make a decision. You have to make a choice. And you have to make what you think are sacrifices, which really aren't. They're just steps that you have to take to achieve your goal, period. And if you want to do it, do it. If you don't fool yourself. Go get a regular job. Live your life. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you do want to do it, trust me, in order to live a life that others don't live, you have to be willing to do things that others don't do, period. And if you're going to half-ass it, stay home.
Stay home.
Stay
Please.
home.
Please stay home. Please stay home.
You're just wasting your time and ours.
But wrestling fans, the good thing is if you don't want to invest that much of yourself in a professional wrestling career, there are great talk shows like this here on Boston Wrestling, MWF Wrestling Insiders, and hopefully later this year, live events back in New England. If you're enjoying the premiere of this episode, don't forget the premiere chat is going on the right side of the screen. Leave us your thoughts on what Al has had to say tonight. The super chat button is always open. Don't forget to tip the bartender. If you're watching after the fact, leave your thoughts in the comment section below. We're always very interested, I should say, to know what you think. We'd love to have Al on more.
I can't wait to hear what you think.
Well, yeah.
Because I live based off of other people's opinions.
Well, we need to know what they like. We need to know who they want to see more of.
He's giving us the Iggy.
We're getting the Iggy.
Just
all right.
quit.
For my good longtime friend Al Snow, I'm Dan Marati. We'll be back all spring and summer with great Wrestling Insider content. Again, check out OVW Wrestling. It is available on so many different platforms, on television, online, satellite, anywhere. You have a screen, you can find it. Till we speak again, you and yours, be well, stay healthy, good night.
World Wrestling Federation was live at the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden in New York, New York, Monday, May the 19th, 1980. In the opening contest, Rick McGraw beat Jose Estrada. Larry Zbyszko won a 16-man, $15,000 Battle Royal, earning a title shot at the next MSG event. Larry Sharp with the win over Frankie Williams. Larry Zbyszko defeated Dominic DeNucci. Tor Kamada victorious over Johnny Rodz. In the main event, WWF World Champion Bob Backlund retained the title over WWF Intercontinental Champion Ken Patera in a Texas death match. This was the Wrestling Observer Match of the Year for 1980. Gorilla Monsoon beat Baron Mikel Cicluna, who replaced Hulk Hogan. Bobby Duncombe with the win over Rene Goulet, and Mr. USA Tony Atlas, Polish Power Ivan Putski, and Pat Patterson defeated Peter Maivia and WWF Tag Team Champions the Wild Samoans in a best 2 out of 3 falls match. If you were in New York City live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the link in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Don't forget, wrestling fans, you will be able to find the premiere of Wrestling Insider Special Edition before AEW Dynamite, Wednesday nights at 7 p.m. beginning on June the 2nd. It is our summer of 7 p.m. We want to see if premiering the programs at 7 p.m. helps the cause as opposed to premiering it at 10 o'clock or sometimes even 11 after what can be long nights of pro wrestling. Up next, an episode that was loved by fans around the corner and around the world. Marty Jannetty really shot this week on this week's Party with Marty. He unleashed on Bruno Sammartino. Linda McMahon has some great stories about the Brainbusters when they left the WWF. Tully Blanchard working as a double agent. Coco Beware's infamous brawl with WWF official Jim Troy over in Europe. How he and Coco trashed Jim Troy's hotel room. And much, much more. The Party with Marty begins now. All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another installment of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Marty, as always, I'm very happy to have you here with me. You're always very jovial and in a good mood. We have great wrestling conversation, even if it has usually nothing to do with the topic we are attempting to have.
I found a pill over here.
Well, you're not sure if that was Tony trying to drug you or not in the Kleenex
Yeah, but it
box.
looks like it's like melatonin, like
Well, would you want to risk it?
Oh, I'm not going to.
You know,
They ain't got no numbers on it.
What would Tony try? Do you think Tony would off you?
Nah, man.
No, he's not that
He
angry.
needs
All right.
me. I'm one of the few people that love him.
All right. Well, you know what? I noticed in between the last episode, I had to leave the studio for a minute, and they said one of the lights burst.
That one.
And I can kind of tell because you look kind of shadowy now.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, you gotta put it.
All right. Well.
Do I look shadowy?
I think. Well, thank you, Cecil. Well, you're an animal. All right, wrestling fans, let's get back to the year 1989. You said we skipped around so much. We missed so much 1989 because Marty's insane. Well, you know what? We're back on track. We're talking 89, baby. It was July the 18th, 1998. July the 18th, maybe my favorite day of the year because that is baby Marati's birthday, but it was the taping for the July 29th, 1989 Saturday night's main event on NBC, one you really weren't featured on in a big capacity, but some interesting things took place.
One time I was seeing Candy Devine, the girl wrestler, Candy Devine, and you know, she had a hell of a body, good wrestler, tough girl, like her and Sherry Martel always wrestled at AWA, remember? Yep. And me and her, we had a little thing for a little while. And one time she got mad at me. We was making a road trip together, and Sean was driving. And Sean was, you know, Sean sometimes could be a dick if you had a girl and he didn't have one. He was driving like crazy, and he was like with the car like this, and he was banging her head against the road.
You were being serviced?
No, she was just sitting in my lap.
Oh.
And but she was telling me, make him stop driving like that. And I'm like, hey, Sean, stop driving like that. You know, like I didn't really care.
And she got so mad, pull this fucking car over.
Really?
Yeah, man, and we got out, and she wanted a fist fight, and I had to
She
run.
wanted to have a fist fight with
She
Shawn
threw
Michaels?
her shoe at me. She took her
At you?
shoe off.
Why
yeah.
you?
Because she thought I was joking when I said, Sean, stop driving like that. Because I was kind of laughing. he was doing this, and her head was wham, wham up against the window.
Oh, jeez.
But
there's
man,
no
it was
seatbelt for
snowy,
Candy.
just like it is right here in Boston.
Yeah.
Man, Boston is snowed under right now.
Was she,
Which is
when you got her alone, was she as sweet as Candy?
pretty much
Yeah. A little fellatio.
everything.
And more.
Yeah.
And more. All
When
right.
she would arch her ass up, because she had a butt, for a white girl, she had an ass.
Yeah.
And when you would lay on her stomach and arch up too, we're supposed to be talking about
Now, was
wrestling.
Shawn angry about that?
But she threw her slipper at me. She took her shoe off and slung it at me. Luckily, I ducked in time. And then she came and tackled me. She came running and jumped on me. It was like a snowbankment. On the side of the road, Sean's in the car. And me and her got each other holding on like, fuck you, I'll fuck you. We're rolling down the damn hill. Anybody would have rolled by and seen that. It's like, goddamn, girl wrestler, guy wrestler, fucking fighting, rolling down the damn bank.
Was Shawn there when the incidents took place?
Which one?
With Candy Devine.
He was driving.
No. When you know.
Oh, the sex
After
part.
yes.
Yeah,
Would he
one time, because
observe?
he sling shit on her fan.
He did what?
She had a ceiling fan.
Now, was this at her home?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
when
you went to
had-
Candy's home.
Yeah, in Nashville. She was just when she
All right.
lived in Nashville, and he poo-pooed.
Now, this was
in
during
his
the Jarrett's days.
Yeah, when? I don't know. When was it?
Well, if she lived in Nashville, I don't think you were going to drive down there from a house show in Minneapolis for Vern Gagne.
It was front desk. You're on TV. Front desk.
What's up, Marty?
Who's this?
It's Trail, man.
What are you doing, Trail? Hey,
What's up?
hey, what you doing? We on TV right now. Let me call you back. Probably about an hour.
Okay.
Say hello to all the folks.
What's up, everybody?
How you doing, brother?
What's going on? This Travis.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, we just sitting here doing this little TV thing. When's this one going to show?
I have no idea. This is
probably
you're
March
stuck
or
in the
April.
spring, yeah.
Anyway, brother, I'll call you back.
All right.
All right, bro.
Now, who was that, Tony?
I don't know.
You don't even know who it was.
I thought it was Trail, and that's my Long Beach
Well, that's
boy.
what he said. Terrell was
He
his
did
name.
say that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's Long Beach, and that's 706 area
Who is
code.
he?
Well, Trail's my boy from Long Beach, California.
But it wasn't him.
Bad boy. A little bit of he got out of the gang shit. He's got a family. He's got
Well,
a
good
kid
for him.
now.
That's probably for the best.
Yeah.
Well, do you remember from this Saturday night's main event taping, Hulk Hogan, leading into SummerSlam, defended the World Championship against the Honky Tonk Man? I guess Honky was a little stiff with the guitar and hurt Hogan's neck. You remember anything about that?
Not hurting him because Honky was pretty light.
Even with the guitar shots?
Oh, I never took one from him, but I would assume.
Yeah.
Well, you're taking a guitar over the head. How easy you want it? It's got to break.
Well, Jake Roberts claims part of the reason he ran into such drug problems is because Honky, I guess they didn't gimmick the guitar at all that they used on him leading into WrestleMania 3, and
that was why his drug problems.
His neck up. Well, no, he claims that's what made his neck so bad that he was in nonstop pain.
Oh, that's possible. Yeah, that's very possible.
He was in, as a matter of fact, that would have been early '87. Yeah. By the
that'd been before we were full time.
Right before you were there full time, but by the summer of '87.
I mean, you got to remember that guitar. They gimmick it sometimes, They gimmick it up so it'll break easy. You still got to lay it in there, man. Shit.
He had to go to rehab because he failed.
Who, Jake?
Yeah, he failed cocaine tests, and they tried to do versions of Honky and Jake 4 months in a row at the Boston Garden, but because of Jake's ailments and the rehab, they didn't wind up happening until eventually. It was very rare. It was an 8:30 start time, which I think they only did twice in Boston, at least during the era that I watched or would go. And they did Jake, Bruno, and Tito against Honky Tonk Man.
Bruno Jr. or Senior?
Senior. Okay. Against Honky and the Heart Foundation.
Did you ever meet Junior?
No.
Bruno Jr.?
No.
I think he came through AWA. I loved him to death.
Nice guy?
Yeah.
Good. Well, also that same night, it was an infamous night for tag team wrestling.
Tag team back again.
Your nemesis on the road for so long in '89, Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard, escaped the Worcester Centrum with the help of Andre the Giant, as WWF Tag Team Champions, ending Demolition's historic run.
That happened?
That happened in Worcester that same Saturday night's main event.
Worcester's where me and Sean...
You don't like Worcester.
Well, I do like it, but one time we had to do a signing there, me and Sean. And oh man, the line was shit. It was long. The Rockers were over at that time. And, you know, we hug, you know, not when I say hug, you put your arm around for the pictures.
Yeah.
Arm, picture. And it was a lot of girls. And when we were done, we weren't even done yet, because I looked at Sean and I'm like, look at your damn, he had a white jacket on, it was all dirty. And I don't know what I was wearing. He goes, well, look, he thought I was being offensive to us. Well, look at you. And I had shit. Man, they like damn motor mechanics there. They don't shower in Worcester. Back then.
Yeah, they're much cleaner individuals in Worcester now.
How do you know?
I frequent Worcester.
So you're probably dirty.
I shower at least once a day.
At least.
I'm not quite Mike Sharp level.
Don't tell me you take a shower twice a day. Stop that.
No, it helps me sleep.
It does do that for me too.
If you take a nice hot shower before bed, that'll relax all the aches and pains, even for a little bit, even if it's just enough to help you doze off a little bit.
You know what else will help?
What? Well, the seriousness of that conversation ended real quick. But let me ask you this. Even though it was kind of, you guys just went through the motions, through the motions, that's kind of a lousy way to word it. You and the Brainbusters, was there any thought or any talk?
Yeah, that was lousy. You tell them that and see what happens.
Once they got the belts, was there any talk of reigniting the feud with you guys?
I don't know.
For the championship belts?
No, we did our thing and that was good enough.
All right, we fast forward to, as you continue to your phone to go nuts.
Yeah,
August 20th.
He gave my number out on TV yesterday.
I did not give
live TV.
And it certainly wasn't yesterday by the time this
is. A few weeks ago.
August 21st, in the great state of Iowa, Andre the Giant is arrested for attacking a cameraman. I guess one of the local news crews. This is August of 1989. One of the local news crews came down to cover WWF because it was so hot. And Andre did not want his match with Ultimate Warrior, where he was doing jobs in 30 seconds to be taped. So he manhandled this reporter, and the eighth wonder of the world had to be taken to the can.
Damn, I missed a lot of shit.
Can you imagine trying to get Andre into the police cruiser?
No. Try to get him handcuffed.
I'm honestly, that's what I mean. You'd need supersized handcuffs. There's no way he could fit in a regular police cruiser.
Before Andre got mad at me, but he was mad at me because of Sean, but he didn't like us.
Yeah.
You know, because you come as a team. And but one time, way back when it was NWA days, and he was in St. Louis, when we was wrestling at Kill Auditorium. But the St. Louis Marriott, I think it is, right across from the airport, which is where all the guys would party. And I went in, and Andre's sitting there at the bar, big ass Andre. I can't do it, but he's standing there with his hands on the bar like this, right? But except his whole hand. And I'm like, Andre, you're not drinking. He goes, hoo, hoo, hoo. And he moved his hand. A whole damn beer can was hidden by his big ass paw. Yeah, man.
Oh, Andre, what a life that man had.
And he could drink, too.
Yeah.
Do you know Harley hung with him on the Harley race? Hung with him one time. Beer to beer to beer to beer to beer. And I think they said 150 beers were drank between the two of them.
And then Harley probably drove afterwards.
And I've told this before. Yeah, he probably. Ric Flair, one time we got to be the recipients of, or what's it called when you get, you get the beneficiaries. Me and my partner, tag team partner, Tommy Rogers, were riding with Ric Flair and Harley Race, and oh man, they competed on everything. Who had more money? Who was world champion the most time? Who could do what? Who could drink more? And we're driving. They stopped and got a cooler of beer. A cooler, like about a case or so of beer. It was four of us, and it was Harley's van, but Rick was driving. and they're drinking away up there, right? Wham, 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 drinking. And we're just casually drinking, and they're like throwing their beers out, boom, boom, throwing their beers out. Give me another one, give me another one. We're looking at each other like, fuck, we got to keep up. And then finally, after a while, I mean, Harley would throw his can out pretty much first. Flair would throw his out, and then Harley goes, Rick, let me ask you, why is it when I throw my beer can out, it goes ting, 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 ting. When you throw yours out, it goes plunk. He goes, from now on, we'll throw each other's beer out.
I thought there was a little cheating going on.
Yeah, and then he fell behind. He goes, from now on, we'll throw each other's beer out. And then Flair fell way behind.
That's a funny story.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah,
Oh, the memories in your brain, brother, from you and Nia. My God, think about it. You're technically in what? Your 5th decade of wrestling now.
That's what somebody
You broke
said,
in the 80s, yeah. You were in the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, the 10s, and now the 20s.
And I might go to 30.
No, you'll make it far further than that, brother. Now that you're part of the Boston wrestling family, once we have those live events rolling again and we have you as a player coach, I can only imagine the wisdom that you can install into the...
What kind of wisdom can I give Tony, though? Tony Atlas, he
needs a lot of wisdom.
He thinks I'm a racist.
He needs a lot of wisdom. Far beyond that, he needs a lot of wisdom.
Far beyond that.
Mr. USA, we love him, but
I love you,
Tony.
Tony.
Mr. USA. But
stop calling me a racist, damn it.
Where Andre manhandled this, imagine a very tiny reporter compared
Where's my
to him.
phone?
Huh?
Where's my phone?
Oh, please. You know where your phone is.
Oh, it's right here.
You know, were you surprised to hear a story like that Andre would attack a cameraman like that? Yeah, that's kind of violent.
But not really, because he didn't like to put up with shit.
Yeah.
You know, if it's something that pissed him off.
He
you
was
know
the
who Paul
boss.
White, remember, what's his name? Paul White.
The Big Show.
Big Show, yeah. He did something similar one time. And he's a big old boy. Not as big as Andre, but he's up there. And well, it didn't surprise me, because I'd seen him do a few things on the airplane. You know, back in the day when we did cocaine and shit, when you're coming down, you get miserable. And I remember one flight where Paul was sitting, his seat was in front of this little pencil plane, but the seats he was in, right up against the pilot wall, are turned like facing everybody. You know,
like he was one of the flight attendants?
Well, yeah, it was sort of like that. Yeah, it was turned around, and he had to see everybody. And he's miserable, and everybody's got to see him. He's got to see. He was mad as
everybody
fuck.
was staring at him.
Yeah, he was mad as fuck, man.
And he was coming down.
Yeah, he was coming down off the coke, and then he got mad, and he was like, bam! He hit the damn plane. He hit the thing, the door, and the pilot's plane was just starting to move. And they slammed no brakes. They opened the door, and he's like, "Get me another fucking seat." And
really?
they hurried up and got him another seat. But he's so big, you know, he couldn't fit in him real good. But so what I was gonna say, I've seen him do things like explode like that. But he was at I don't know where, maybe Des Moines, Iowa again. A lot of shit happened there. But he was going to check in a hotel.
Now this is Andre or Big Show?
Big Show.
Okay.
And somebody, he had maybe going through a divorce or something with a lady, and somebody ran up and fucked with him about it. You know, how's your divorce going?
A fan?
He drilled him.
A fan?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't even know if they were a fan or an asshole. What they were.
Well, but it wasn't one of the boys.
No. And but his fucking hands like twice this, and they said it crushed the guy's face when he hit him. And you know, he went through a lawsuit and all that shit. I don't know what happened, but you know, but
it's always something that the wrestlers have to be sued when they retaliate to someone fucking with them.
Yeah, you know what? One time with Jake Roberts, when they were doing the thing with Cheryl, you know, Cheryl, you know, it was splitting out, whatever it was. It's somewhere in California. I don't remember if it was San Francisco, San Diego, LA. It was somewhere out there though. It was in California. And the ringside guys were screaming at Jake, "Hey, I fucked Cheryl last night. Cheryl's got good pussy. Hey, fuck." Now they were actually really going through something in real life.
Oh, and the fans didn't even know that, yeah.
Yeah, well, I think they did.
Oh, they
That's
did.
why
they
were
smart.
doing it,
Okay,
yeah. And so he peeled out the ring, but I don't think he ever hit him because he would have got in trouble. They could sit there and call his wife a whore, and they fucked her last night. But if he goes out there and drills them for saying that,
you're the one in trouble.
Yep.
You get sued, you go to jail.
Yep.
I don't get that.
I don't
But
either.
that's the world we live in, I guess.
Yeah.
But anyway, you said so with Andre, not exactly surprised that he manhandled the camera guy and destroyed the camera.
I wish I could remember it, though.
He destroyed the camera.
I
The
bet he
boss
did.
had spoken.
He probably ate it.
All right, onwards to SummerSlam 1989 from East Rutherford, New Jersey. It was a gift to the state of New Jersey, where we remember, as we discussed
East
earlier.
Rutherford?
Yep.
I love that place.
We discussed earlier in 1989, Vince and Linda McMahon exposed to New Jersey that professional wrestling was not a legitimate sport, so to speak.
Was that in '89?
Yes, and to...
You know what they did? They got out of that athletic commission.
That's it. They didn't have to pay the tax.
Right.
And in addition to WrestleMania taking place in Atlantic City, New Jersey that year, SummerSlam took place in the Meadowlands, East Rutherford, New Jersey.
That was a good place,
You were
too, man.
involved in a six-man tag team matchup. The model Rick Martel and the Rougeau brothers went over on you and Tito Santana, kind of a hometown guy.
Who
I
went over?
believe Tito was in New Jersey at that point.
Who was it?
It was
Tito?
Rick Martel and the Rougeaus against you and Tito.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, the Rougeaus' music kept playing through the match. I think that may have given something away.
Yeah, tip off. You know what? Harley Race's wife one time, she wanted to change things
Now,
up.
which wife?
I don't know.
BJ?
I don't know.
Okay. I mean, are you talking later in life or earlier?
This would have been in 1985.
This wouldn't have been BJ then. Okay.
Yeah, it was one of his.
He had one wife that was
You know,
wonderful.
I asked him one time. We was in Japan, Tokyo, Japan, at Ribera Steakhouse.
Oh,
which is,
you know, I want my coat.
Yes. And we're sitting there, and you know, it was for me. It was like, wow, because everybody comes back with a Ribera steak jacket. That's like you've made it when you go to Tokyo and you get that jacket. And oh man, he's so good to us. They don't have, like in most countries, meats are so small. I mean, it's like a bird would go, fuck that. But he give us a big ass shit, and it was on a skillet, and it'd be fried rice on there. Oh my God, it was so good. But you had made it when you went to Ribera's, and he'd always give us the American wrestlers a jacket. And I got my jacket, I'm all proud, and Harley's sitting there, and I love him to death. And, you know, I wanted to take pictures. Like, Harley, let me get a picture. And he just looks up at me. and I said,
He
Harley.
pretty much had one pause, yeah.
Yeah. I said, Harley, why don't you ever smile? You know, because he didn't smile for the picture. And he said, the last time I smiled, it cost me $250,000. I'm like, what? He goes, my ex-wife.
Oh, that's funny. Ali is an interesting character.
Oh, he's unbelievable.
Wrestling fans, right now we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, we're going to talk more about a big Monday night in August of 1989, SummerSlam. Feel the heat.
Where we going?
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marati.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as...
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. We're talking SummerSlam 89. Feel the heat with the man who was part of one of two big six-man tag team contests that night. There were a lot of tag team matches at SummerSlam 89. Any memories of you and Tito and Sean taking on the Rougeaus in the newly repainted model Rick Martel? A heel now all of a sudden, with the Rougeaus' music playing during the match.
No. Well, so I was going to tell you before we went to break about Harley, his wife.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like the music playing during the match. She had this idea. Harley's wife at that time, back in 1985, way back, whoever that might have been. But she had an idea that once you started making your comeback, she'd hit the music and play your music, your ring music during your comeback. And I forgot who it was that Harley was wrestling against, but she had got it wrong and she hit the wrong one, and they came out to country music. And Harley goes, I'm out there making a motherfucking comeback, and all of a sudden I hear this zing ding 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 ding.
Holly's wife would play the music.
Yeah, she thought it would be cool to play music during the comeback.
This is like the Kansas City territory?
Yes, yes.
Almost like what you're talking about, like you'd see at an NBA game to try and rally a team, almost, kind of?
But it just didn't work. It didn't work with the shit.
It doesn't sound like it.
No, it didn't.
Would take the drama
Harley
away
was
from
like,
it.
he even called her a bitch. That stupid bitch.
Any memory?
I'm sitting there making a comeback, and I'm hearing zing ding 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 ding.
Any memories of that match at SummerSlam?
When the music kept playing?
Yeah. No, not one of your favorites?
No, I love them all. You know, as I've gotten older, I keep forgetting things that aren't important. And unfortunately, there's about 13 of my girlfriends. I forgot who they were. No, it's true though. The ones from a few years back. But luckily, I don't know why. I guess God blessed me. But I still got so many girlfriends. Being on, how old am I now? 908.
52 and a half.
52 and a half. And still lucky enough to have a whole bunch of girlfriends. But because of my age and because of the show.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now.
Well, wrestling fans, here we are in the middle of an episode, and what do we usually say? We wear the same clothes for weeks. Not this time.
No, you changed.
You like
That's
to say?
I
You
kind of like,
changed,
man, you got some big arms.
You changed, man.
You don't even work out.
No.
How you got arms
I got
like
it.
that?
Tony's, like I said, Tony's got a program for me, but we ran into some technical difficulties with the wonderful crack staff we had yesterday.
No,
Cecil
they were good.
Lion
No, don't do that.
And
they
John
were good.
C.
They
Reilly.
were
They
very
were
good.
But they just, they didn't record half
I
of the
think
episode.
you messed up.
Oh, no,
They said the full drive was full.
well, that was 2 days ago.
Oh.
And we
Well,
replaced it.
you fixed
All
it.
right, let's continue to barrel through SummerSlam 89. This is going to be the most focused Marty Jannetty you have ever seen on these upcoming episodes of Wrestling Insiders.
I don't know about that, but go ahead.
We got a lot of work to do before Elimination Chamber tonight, before we go live with autographs.
Is Sasha
and all that
Banks
fun
gonna be on
stuff.
it?
I believe she is in a tag team match.
I'm going to watch.
All right, even if she wasn't, we'd still be watching. But SummerSlam 1989, we began to talk a little bit about your six-man tag team match. You and Sean and Tito Santana lost to Rick Martel and the Rougeau brothers
on
in a
purpose.
six-man tag. And the Rougeau's music played throughout the match. Was that an annoyance to you? Did it
I
kind of
really
give the
don't
finish away?
remember that. It's something like you would remember. You're right in the middle of ging, ging, and the music plays. You're like, what the fuck? That was, you would think you'd remember that. But I've done a lot of drugs, and plus I'm older.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't have to say yes to that. You just agreed
You don't know
to
which
it.
one I answered. I agreed to.
The drugs, you was already doing this.
Well, I tell you this, even as I would have been, 9 at that point,
Damn,
even
you're
then I
young.
said, the Rougeaus and Rick Martel are going to win.
They what?
I said, the Rougeaus and Rick Martel are going to win.
Did you know?
'Cause it
Rick,
was like they
did
had
you
the
know Rick
music
Martel
cued.
goes both ways?
Yes.
Why do you know that?
From sea to shining sea. Well, I heard many stories over the years before, some of your more in-depth ones about the
Well, Hogan, I think, might go both ways.
the Hulkster.
I don't know
You don't
that. And I
know.
love you. I love you, Hulk, not like that. But I love
Well,
you.
if it makes him happy.
Yeah, if it makes
know.
you happy, then why are you so damn
maybe those
sad?
were the vitamins he was talking about over the years for
Yeah.
everybody to take.
There he is. What's up, brother?
And for our friend that has just joined us in the studio, there is a little heater over there. If you want to move a little closer to that, we leave it at your discretion.
Yeah,
But,
because
as
he
we
got
can-
us freezing in this motherfucker.
So nothing stood out about that big six-man tag.
Well, Rick Martel had a hard on.
Rick was horny during the 6
I don't know if he was horny. He had a hard on.
Well,
No, I'm kidding, Rick. I love you, brother.
I don't know why else he would, but
You know what Hogan said one time, though?
what did he say?
I can't save the world. Me and him were riding together, and me and him up front. I forgot who was in the back. I think Sean and maybe Beefcake, but whoever it was. Me and Hulk were up front, and we were talking, and he goes, I can't save the world, brother. And I'm like, why would you try? I want to help all my people. The last one I'm going to try to help is Rick Martel.
Really?
Yes.
He really didn't like Rick.
No, he was going to help him.
But you said
The last one he's going to try to, he couldn't save the world. He couldn't save everybody. But he was going to try.
The last one that he was going to try to
Rick
help was
Martel.
Rick. Huh.
Yeah.
Now that's interesting. I
And
wonder what he meant
Rick's a
by
good
that.
brother, man. Rick's a real good brother.
Didn't Hogan usually travel by limousine?
I don't know about usually, but sometimes, yes. But,
but
that was for a big show, like
He'd be on the
pay-per-views.
roads. He'd be on the road in the cars with you
Yeah.
guys too. Oh, I didn't know that. I was always under the assumption through secondhand stories that he was a limo guy. Well,
you know what they say about
Warrior was
assuming?
once Warrior was on top, he was always a limo guy, wasn't he?
Not always, no.
Really? Oh, sometimes
lot,
Warrior
a
had
lot.
rent-a-cars?
It was always for pay-per-views, where
Yeah.
there's going to be a big crowd of people.
I got you. Oh.
I'm sorry about my tooth, y'all.
Well, there we go. Well, that's the first of many apologies for your paper tooth. But, Marty,
No, this is napkins.
As we
Is that
discussed
paper?
in the original version of this show,
It was
that didn't
salty.
get recorded last night, what I found odd was Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard, brand new tag team champions. They went on to face the Hart Foundation at SummerSlam in a non-title match. Now, as we mentioned, wrestling logic usually would assume that in a non-title match like that, the Hart
That's what you
Foundation
said.
would get the win.
That's what
and
you
they'd
said.
go on to have a title match.
Yeah, that's what you said when we thought we was recording yesterday.
Right. But for whatever the reason, WWF decided to have, even in a non-title match,
they make mistakes.
for Ron and Tully to go over. Now, I don't understand why they just didn't have it be a title match.
They make mistakes.
They made a mistake on that one, I think. And if I remember from
They're
Brett's,
not perfect. It's hard to be perfect.
that era,
I
they
was
were-
perfect for like 2 years, and then all of a sudden I made a mistake, and I'm like, gosh, damn it.
What 2 years were you perfect? The
1988,
two before you came out of the
1989.
womb? Oh, okay.
Oh, no, I wouldn't know. My mom got mad as hell. I told you I came out and slapped the shit out of the doctor, took a cab to the club, and been partying ever since.
Well, you know what? You've had a fun life, Marty, if nothing else. What you don't have in the wallet, you have in the memory bank, and you have in the experience
And
vault.
Katie. Katie's a Boston girl.
Katie's the Boston girl. No, we won't tell Maria.
That's your girl.
Oh, I don't know. I don't
my
know her
Maria.
that well.
My Maria.
I don't know Maria as well
Maria's
as you do,
too young.
apparently.
I can't see her no more.
Well, I
I'm
leave
hoping.
that at your discretion.
I'm hoping
I leave
27.
that at your
She might be
discretion.
less than 27.
Also on that show, we mentioned Ultimate Warrior
Yeah.
ravishing Rick Rude. Roddy
What did you and Tony do
I
to
have
this?
no idea what happened
It's
to that.
salty.
We found drugs in the bottom of the Kleenex.
Yeah, it's
Kleenex
over here
box
somewhere.
yesterday. I don't know if Tony was trying to plant anthrax in there, knowing you were coming to try and take you out once and for all.
Tony, stop it, damn it.
No, I do not. I cannot answer that question.
What did you took the pill, it's gone.
I don't know where
I
it
left
is.
it right
And
here.
You know how bad my vision is. I couldn't. If it was the size of a quarter,
Somebody
I probably
ate it.
couldn't make it out. But
It was a little. Oh, is that the thing? Okay.
well, we'll wait till the next time out for that, sir. Ultimate Warrior ravishing Rick Rude for the Intercontinental title. As we mentioned, Roddy Piper was trying to make his way back into the fold after that WrestleMania 5 kind of a one-off and a few sporadic appearances he made. Rowdy came out and he, after Bobby Heenan would bust his balls about what was under the skirt, he showed what was under the skirt. He mooned Rick Rude, leading to Rick Rude being distracted and the Ultimate Warrior to become a two-time Intercontinental Champion as he began that long series of matches with Andre the Giant on the road afterwards when he'd squash Andre in 30 seconds. Was it an enhancement to the locker room to have someone with Roddy's star
Well,
power
what had
back?
happened was when Warrior and Rick Rude were doing their program,
Mm-hmm.
you know, their thing. Warrior was stiff. He hurt you. Like when he kicked you, it looked good because he was kicking the shit out of you. And Rude didn't go for it, and he told him, "Don't do that no more. If you can't kick, don't kick." Warrior did it anyway. And the next day, and the third day, Rude told us all, and he goes, "He's hurting me every night," and I've told him. And then they went to the ring that night. wherever the hell it was, somewhere in the Midwest. And I guess Warrior kicked him like in the chest, like he would be on his knees, and you could see the look on Rick's face. Because Rick was a badass. Warrior was just a big ass. Rude was a badass. And I'm sorry about the tooth, but we were at Topeka, Kansas the next day, and we got there. Rude was never early. Rick was never early. He was early that day. And me and Kurt Hennig and Shawn Michaels had all rolled together. And we come in and Rick's already sitting there and we're like, fuck, he's early, what the hell? And he's already drank 3 beers.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Now,
before
was that
the match.
typical for Rick or no?
What's that?
Would that be typical for Rick or no?
No,
really?
not
Okay.
at all. No, that's why we were like, what's going on? And Rick said, I've told Warrior 3 days in a row, stop hurting me. If you can't kick right, don't kick. He goes, let's see who hurts today. It was a day show, like a 1 o'clock show. And we're like, oh shit. And sure enough, they went out to the ring, they wouldn't do their match. And I can still see it. Rick was a Golden Gloves boxer. He was a champion, he was pretty good, he would fight. He hit Warrior right in the chest, boom, right here. And you could see, we were way in the back, we seen Warrior's face go. And then he snapped married him, put him in a rear chin lock, and we saw him whispering, or talking. And we had no clue, right? But as far as what we saw the rest of the match, at the end, Warrior, Rick Rude stole the belt. That was the finish type thing. He just took the belt, and he goes down the aisle, and Warrior comes, chases him and gets it. Rick took the belt, walks down the aisle, and Warrior comes chasing me, turned around and squared off with him, and Warrior stopped. He was like, because he was supposed to get the belt, yanked it back.
Yeah.
But Rick was like, come on. But we asked Rick, we said, what was that you were, like when you had him in the rear chin lock, and you snapped married the shit out of him too. What were you saying? He goes, I asked him, I said, do you want to work or do you want to shoot? And he said, Warrior said, work. Yeah, Rick was a bad boy, man.
Well, I remember Bobby Heenan saying that, when they had these crazy series of weasel suit matches the year before, when it would be the Warrior against Bobby. I mean, he treated Bobby like he was just, an enhancement guy, like he was a piece of garbage. He just threw him around like he was nothing, and he hurt Bobby.
I love Warrior. He's gone now, so I can't tell him in person. I love him to death, but he was an asshole.
Really?
Yes.
He was that difficult to deal with?
Not for me, but for others.
You really didn't have to work with him.
No, but I mean, I told you, I think I told y'all, he would get his own little dressing room, even if it was a closet. He didn't want to be in the same dressing room with everybody. He hated that. And when the guys, he would have the closet door open because it'd be 100 degrees if he didn't. But when everybody would walk by, they were like, hey, Warrior, hey, how you doing? As soon as they walked past, go fuck yourself. I was there to see that all the time, right? And then one time I was walking by and he had the closet thing and I was like, hey, Warrior. And I went past the closet and I backed up real quick and right as he was doing this, he goes, I knew you would look back. Nah, fuck you, Warrior. I caught him doing it to me too, and I'm his only goddamn friend. Him, me, and Jimmy Powers. He loved Jimmy Powers too.
Warrior did?
Yes.
Oh. Do you think that Rude was happy to move on to, say, 6 or so month program with Piper on the house show loop after SummerSlam?
I would have been. Yeah. Because that's money.
Well, Roddy could go too, as we've mentioned before, if he wanted to.
Yeah. One time I almost stroked him up.
You almost what?
Stroked him.
Stroked him up?
Well, bam, bam, bam.
Oh, all right. Oh, I misunderstood. I'm sorry. What happened with you and Roddy?
Well, because of the Shawn Michaels.
Oh, you mentioned that in a recent episode.
Yes.
That's right. Okay. Again, moving along.
And I love Roddy, but I didn't appreciate.
You didn't like that situation?
No, he let me and Shawn. For y'all that didn't hear this, me and Shawn got in an actual fight. I'll do it real quick.
All right.
And Shawn can't fight, and I didn't want to be, doing that to him. But he made me do it to him, but Roddy Piper we went to like a little deputy, Barney Fife deputy comes out the elevator, right? Because you hear the ding, here he comes walking out, and I'm full pissed off. I'm like, what you gonna do, bitch? And he was like, he went back in the elevator, hit the button, and they came back with like real police. They actually
real police. Okay.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said it that way. I'm sorry. That was horrible. I'm sorry.
That's all right. We're used to it.
But they, the one dude in particular came out, and again, I was still pissed off. What are you going to do? And he pulled his gun out.
He was going to do that.
Well, he pulled it, and I was like, what are you going to do, shoot me? And I kept walking toward him, and I remember his words. He goes, son, don't make me do this. And he raised it. He kind of raised it. And thank God, one of my girlfriends, Ann, she was like, Marty, like, because I was in a trance. You know, I was in a trance. I was locked.
Yeah, you snapped. You were in a fight.
Yep. And she yelled, Marty, and it kind of snapped me out of it. And I'm like, oh shit, what am I doing? His brother's got a gun on me. They cuffed me up, took me downstairs, were taking me to jail. And, you know, I had blood all over me, you know, because Sean, it was ugly. Macho Man was coming in. And they didn't know who I was. There's some guy got in a fight in the hallway. We started in the bedroom and ended up in the hallway. Randy's coming in. I'm cuffed up going out. And they were all like, Randy Savage. I'm talking about the police. There's like 3 or 4 of them. Randy Savage, oh, Macho Man, oh, that's crazy. He goes, what's going on here? And they're like, oh, he goes, well, I know him. And they said, well, there was a big fight upstairs. He goes, they're working an angle. That's what we do. It's a storyline. And they said, because I had blood all over. It looked like you gutted a deer, you know, for y'all to hunt. Blood all over the thighs, blood all over here. And I'm so sorry about that. You know that, Sean. I already told you I was sorry. But they said, look at all the blood. He goes, blood capsules, haven't you heard? and they wanted autographs. He goes, you will let him go and I'll sign all the autographs. And he signed a bunch. It was so funny.
So he traded 8x10 pictures for your freedom.
Yeah, he signed them all for the police guys. And they said, well, okay, but if we come back, we got to take it. If it continues.
Yeah, if it got worse.
And me and him walk in the elevator. He goes, brother, what the hell's going on? Because he had no clue, you know, what was really happening. And I told him Sean was Sean. He goes, I knew this was going to happen. I love Randy. I miss him.
Moving along, SummerSlam 1989, it was the infamous Mean Gene interview. He was getting ready to interview Bobby Heenan and Rick Rude, I believe, before the Intercontinental title match, and the SummerSlam sign collapsed, like sometimes parts of our set do, and Mean Gene reacted almost like I do, and he just screamed, fuck it!
Do you know when they did that? There's one show, I don't know, Grand Rapids, Michigan or somewhere, that, you know, they always planted a model, too. It was always a beautiful girl. There was a plant, you know, they put them out there. And Rick would bring them to the ring, kiss them down, you know, and all that shit.
Did Mean Gene say fuck it to that, too? Or?
No.
Oh, all right.
One of my tag team partners, and I won't say Shawn Michaels, because I think he might have been married, but I had already been with her in the mouth. Wow. And so when Rick started kissing, we're all, because they have the camp, you know, the closed circuit, we're all like, ah, goddamn. And when Rick came back, everybody's like, how did Sean's dick taste? Not to Sean, I shouldn't say nothing. How did Sean's dick, I said it again, okay, fuck it. How did Sean's dick taste? And Rick was like, what? Rick got mad as fuck.
Was it common for these Rick Rude extras to engage with the boys?
No, that was the only one. I mean, it could have been, but that's the only one I know.
So these were actual models. These weren't.
Yeah, they get them from every town we go to.
Oh.
They'd hire them, you know, from a modeling agency or some kind of shit.
And she was just enticed by the, you know, an early '90s Shawn Michaels.
I don't think you raped her mouth.
No, that wasn't my point. No, I didn't.
What was your point?
No, she was kind of smitten with them, I guess, in more ways than one.
Smitten and spitting.
Well, anyway, back to Mean Gene. He had a real slip of the tongue when that sign fell over. You can hear someone in the background saying,
man.
"Good
I love
one."
him.
I think it might have been Vince McMahon. Gene was known to enjoy a beverage or a few. Was that something that would?
You know, I probably had his last drink with him.
Really?
We did a
His
convention.
last drink.
Yeah, because he died. You know, he died.
I know that. Yeah.
Okay. We were, I would say Days of the Dead, which is pretty good. My brother Gonzalez runs that. It was some kind of convention. He was there. And me and him hung out. And, you know, we partied up. I mean, he was a controlled partier. Myself, shit, I might be on the roof in a little bit. Mean Gene was just, you know, he'd drink his drinks and, you know, hug a girl here and there and go home. Yeah.
I told you I'm disappointed. We were reached out to him not too long before he passed about trying to get him in the studio, and I just think between his days working in radio and the AWA and WWF and then WCW and then going back as an almost WWE ambassador, the stories would have been endless.
Okay, brother?
Almost like you.
Okay? Okay.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
That's good. Well, at least you got backup now, this episode.
Yeah, anything goes wrong.
I lost my train of thought there for a second. I told you, I mean, just imagine when they did that reality show on WWE Network. Legends House. For 8 weeks,
I think Jimmy Hart put that together.
Mean Gene had to room with Tony Atlas. Now
I
have
love
a difficult.
Tony, stop calling me a damn racist.
I have a difficult couple of hours with Tony sometimes when it's like the world's oldest 66-year-old.
Look at that big ass head you had, and that was before Saba Simba.
All right, well.
I love you though. Stop calling me a racist. Oh. That's a horrible accusation.
He said Mean Gene.
You know he called Tracy Smothers a racist because he went out with the rebel flag.
Yeah.
Well, goddamn, you did damn Saba Simba.
All right, well.
Fuck? We do what they tell us to do.
I asked him what Mean Gene's favorite beverage was, and he said a wet one.
A wet one?
Yeah. He said from the morning they woke up until the morning they went to bed, Mean Gene and Patterson, outside of the little skits and field trips they'd take, they'd be outside playing cards on the lanai and the beautiful
said
cards. And the beverages were flowing. He said Howard Finkel was the bartender, so poor Howard got put to, he was making drinks for everybody all day. I knew that too. They weren't allowed to do TV, to watch TV. They weren't allowed to talk on their phone, so there was really very little for them to do outside of being recorded, and I guess, Gene, that was
30.
How he passed the time.
There's a 30, I think.
Oh, that was the 20. Thank you, Jackie.
That's a 20?
I tell you, Jackie the Joke Man is tremendous.
Thank you, brother.
Humor might be his middle name, but business is his game when it comes to wrestling inside a party with Marty. What's that?
I gotta pee.
Well, you know what? I think wrestling fans, that's perfect. Right now, why don't we take a brief timeout? We come back, we'll talk more about SummerSlam 1989, the year that was 1989, with the man that lived
What was the main thing you wouldn't know about 1989 SummerSlam?
We'll get there.
You want to do it?
We talked
on
about
TV?
Gene's sign. Huh? Gene and the sign was the last point of reference.
That was pretty good, though.
All right, let's take a brief time out,
All right, love y'all.
We'll be back in just a moment. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Boston Garden in Boston, Massachusetts, Saturday, May the 13th, 1989. In the opening contest, the Red Rooster beat the Brooklyn Brawler. Barry Horowitz with the win over Dusty Wolf. Tom McGee defeated Tim Horner. The Warlord victorious over Coco Beware. The Rockers beat the Rougeau Brothers. King Jim Duggan with the win over Haku. Duggan won the crown from Haku that morning on WWF Superstars. Zeus was interviewed leading up to the premiere of WWF No Holds Barred the movie, and in the main event, Big John Studd defeated Andre the Giant via disqualification. If you were in Boston live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the link in the description box to keep wrestling legends working in our eBay store. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. All right, wrestling fans, don't forget that Memorial Day week, in Marty's case on Thursday nights, June the 3rd, the Party with Marty will premiere at 7 p.m. instead of 10 p.m. We're going earlier. We want to see if that'll entice more fans to join the live premieres. So we're going to have a summer of 7 p.m., see if that changes the course of action as far as boosting some of the metrics, some of the numbers, and if it's easier for you guys to tune in before the show instead of after the show. That remains to be seen. As always, your feedback is welcome. More than anything, if you want to get early ad-free access to all of our great Wrestling Insider episodes and help keep wrestling legends working at the same time, along with our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library and so much more, check out patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You're not just joining fans. It's not a fan club. It is truly the Boston Wrestling MWF family. You guys get the inside scoops and news before everybody else. Everyone that is a Patreon, from the bottom of my heart, truly, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It means an awful lot. We love having everybody that joins us on the YouTube shows, but for the folks that are on Patreon, it means the world. Thank you very much. Up next, again, we mentioned you didn't get one, you got two this week. A double dose of John Cena Sr. First, John Cena Sr. shoots on the late New Jack, the passing of Mid-Atlantic veteran Don Kernodle, a WrestleMania backlash, zombies, and more.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, Dan Marty here, along with John Cena Sr. here at kind of a dimly lit MWF studios, and it's a little dark.
Well, but you know what? It's going to be bright pretty soon at MWF. I know that.
Well, again, we're reminding folks to save the date, Saturday night, November the 13th, at the historic Memorial Hall, Melrose, Massachusetts. It's going to be back to the 80s WrestleFest, along with the 20th anniversary of MWF Professional Wrestling. It is going to be a happening, Johnny. I cannot believe that this 20-year-old face, the WWE, or 21-year-old face, I should say, that WWE said ta-ta to, that they didn't need nor want anymore back in the summer of 2000.
You must have done something.
No, it was WCW more than anything. When they were taking on so many, there was only so much room for bodies on the lifeboats of the Titanic. You know what I mean? It's not like I was full time, but anyway, I can't believe that this youngin' and my partner in crime, Mr. Manolian, who we went to high school together with, started this organization back in 2001, and it's 2021. It doesn't seem believable, Johnny, that it's been 2 decades. You were still in your 30s when we started this, by a smidge.
Right.
Well, we're going to have fun November 13th, fans. We're going to have so many announcements. We're going to be blowing them out of the water soon. But fans are probably wondering, Johnny, what the hell are we doing on tonight at 7 o'clock instead of 10 o'clock?
Well, you know what? Spring turned into summer, fall turned into spring, and what happens when we go from fall back to spring ahead? Time changes. And the time changes for MWF Boston Wrestling. For our fans, for those that go to bed a little bit early, those that maybe are tired when they get back from work, we're there. We're there for you. 7 days a week, we're there.
Well, here's the fun thing, Johnny. We're going to call it the Summer of 7. We're going to experiment with, all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows. They premiere at 10 o'clock, or in the case of Oscar's podcast, 11 o'clock after Raw. Instead of doing it after what can sometimes be long wrestling shows, believe it or not, we're going to almost be the pregame show for you guys. We're going to start premiering the shows at 7 o'clock across the board. But in this case, Johnny, to try and get fans kind of in touch with what we're doing, for the next couple of weeks, you're going to get a double dose. You're going to get Johnny at 7 before SmackDown, And then after the lights go down at the Thunderdome, you're going to get him after SmackDown.
Double dose?
Well, that's what Marjo said she loved from you, was a double dose. But she loved you at 7 and 10. She said your vaccine never goes bad, baby.
There you go, kid.
All right. All right, but Johnny, on a more serious note, shocking is really the only word I can use to describe it. You know me, I am a diehard Red Sox fan. I was thrilled to be back at Fenway Park for the first time in about a year and a half as the Red Sox defeated the Anaheim Angels last Friday night. And then my phone, I thought it was ringing. It buzzed for several minutes, non-stop consecutively. And I said, what the hell is going on? I ripped the phone out of my pocket, and you know what the text messages said.
A very sad message. A very sad message for the wrestling world that New Jack had passed away of a heart attack.
And not only sad news, Johnny, but eerie in a way, where just 6 days before he passed away, he was in that seat.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
Not that I want to curse you like Ellen Damsky or anything like that, but I can't get over it, Johnny. You know, if he seemed ill, if he seemed anything out of the ordinary, I'd say okay. But he was lively, he was fun, he was jovial, he was serious. You know how he is. When he wanted to shoot, boy, baby, did he shoot. But, you know, and then after that, we had a great time with our friend Andy Wong up at Kowloon. Andy tweeted out, and I'm so glad we took the picture. Myself, New Jack, and Andy together right at the front. Andy wanted that for his collection. And the fact that 6 days after the fact the man died, it's mind-blowing to me. I mean, we all go at some point. But the fact that he was just with us 6 days before, sitting right there in the studio, we recorded 6 one-hour episodes on top of the Cyber Autograph signing. There was not any indication that there was anything wrong with him.
One never knows.
Right.
And that's why we as individuals, we as human beings, take so much for granted. We take so much for granted. We're going to be here forever. Oh, I'm upset about this. Oh, this hurts. That hurts. I can't do this. I can't do that. You know, live every single day you have to its fullest. Enjoy every single day you have. You know, people kind of chuckle at me. They'll say it's raining out, but it's still a good day. The sun is still there. Maybe it's cloudy, but the sun is still there. Learn to love. Learn to love. Love one another. Be happy. Enjoy what you do. We all have down days, but you know what? It never gets that bad. Just keep moving. I've had days in my life where I was just ready to give up. Give up. Look, there's a fly that's killing me.
Maybe it's New Jack, reincarnated.
It very well could be, but
he's come back already.
Now I'm interrupted. I lost my train of thought.
Doesn't that suck when that happens? But, you know, we were going to have New Jack back June 12th and 13th. Poof. It's amazing, you know?
Life is so short.
It's like you said, even you find goodness even on a cloudy, rainy day.
You know what? Each one of us have troubles. Each one of us have burdens. You know, there's the old story about the guy that was carrying his cross. He said it was too heavy. So the word was, throw it in the pile and pick any one you want. He took one that was 3 times smaller than what he had. He went back to the pile and got his own cross back because the one he was carrying, which was smaller, was 5 times heavier. The burdens we have in life, and believe me, after my divorce, during my divorce, there was nobody more depressed or upset than myself. You know, so you have to find a way around it. My sons kept me going. What was around me, my sister, bless my brother's soul, he kept me going. You have to find a way to succeed. Life is such a precious gift. And it's only times like this when, as Paul Heyman said, I think he hates eulogies. But as he said at the very end, this man was probably the most gangster of us all. He was the gangster. I had the opportunity to work a couple of indie shows with New Jack. A gentleman, a scholar, a great human being. I think his reputation as the gangster, as the man, preceded him, and people perceive what this individual is. Don't judge the book by its cover. All I say to people is, all the time, it's not the cover of the book, it's what's inside on the pages. And in New Jack's case, he was here, he loved what he did, he had a good time. Our good friend Andy Wong, I had a great time, but you know what? It's what's inside on the pages of the book. Apparently, nobody could see what was coming. Nobody knows what's in the next chapter. That's why we have to enjoy today, because today is all we have. And so New Jack did that. Every day of his life, he enjoyed it. He loved what he did. He loved who he was. He loved his wife and his family. He loved professional wrestling. He will be missed. We cry every time we lose a brother or a sister in this business. And I'm sure that the news reached us all about New Jack. I'm sure there were many tears shed. I'm sure there were people like me whose hearts just sunk. And once again, the doors open wide upstairs. And New Jack, I'm sure, is gangster up there amongst the crowd. We can't say a man is dead and gone. No. No person is ever forgotten. And the legacy that New Jack leaves, let us think of the memories and the legacy of the man. And that legacy of that man, his life, his style, and his love, that's what life is about. Celebrate the life and joy of the individual. I'm sorry I missed that interview. A favorite friend, a good man. We all should stop and say a prayer for New Jack, and mostly for his family that he leaves behind. 58?
58.
58 is a young age to leave this world. Maybe you have faith, maybe you have none, maybe you believe in nothing. But when the page of the book turns, it makes no difference how old you are. 1 day, 100 days, 100 years. It's your turn to leave. None of us know. That's why I look at this man and say, look at what he did, how he did it, and every day was a New Jack, new day.
It was an extreme day.
And a New Jack day. He loved what he did. As Paul Heyman said, he was the most gangster of us all. Salute you, Paul Heyman. That was a great tribute to a great man.
Well, Johnny, you know, I was in a conundrum. What do we do with the footage? I said, should we can it? Is there a way to display it? And I was shocked that I think with 100% feedback from people that I spoke to, every one of them said, New Jack came to do those interviews. He had fun doing those interviews. New Jack would punch you in the jaw if you didn't show those interviews. So, you know, you and I are going to do a little something a little later on for the videos, but you know what? Respectfully is the way I want to do it. You know what I mean? Because I don't ever want to come across as exploitive. I don't ever want to be accused of being sleazy. But you know, these are great interviews. This is 6 hours worth of content about this man's career and his life. And I think, honestly, I think they're gems. Does he shoot? It's New Jack. Of course he shoots. But we go back in time to his early life. We go back in time to when he worked for Jerry Jarrett and Jerry Lawler down in Memphis, and when he worked for Jim Cornette and Smoky Mountain. You know, things that he isn't always normally interviewed about. So to let that go to waste, I think, would be a real waste too. My thought process, Johnny, and where it is still hurtful, where it's so soon after he's gone, where it's such a sensitive thing to a lot of people, but again, universally, everybody does want to see the interviews. I think the best way to go is maybe release them weekly, first to our Patreon folk, where it's kind of a small circle, inner circle family, so to speak. And then after we release them weekly there, then we put them out to the general public weekly. And like I said, my idea is I have something I want to include before the episodes air that you and I are going to do that I think will be very nice. I don't want to spoil it, but I think it'll be very nice. I think it'll add a touch of class to it.
I don't know. I don't know.
In addition to that, why don't you put together a 6-hour or a 3-disc set, a tribute to New Jack, and why don't we sell those, and 50%, 100% of all the sales, whatever you choose or the board of directors chooses, goes into a fund, the New Jack Fund.
Well, there is a GoFundMe that the family has set up. I want to get the link in the description box below on this video. Click that link, head on over and help out the young family. New Jack married a younger lady, and you know, he took on her kids as his own, and I believe the age ranges was 8 to 15 for the three of them. So, you know, it is. I wish I had the ability to do more. You know what I mean? We're not WWE sized as far as the great things we can do. But one thing I can always say, and I think, you know, despite the disagreements that you and I have had over the past 15 years at times, is that I think when it comes to these types of situations, our heart is always in the right place. You know what I mean? We want to help out the brotherhood. We love helping out the charities when we can. You know, but again, we're not WWE size. We're limited as far as what we can do. But in the end, it's up to you guys. So we're going to put the link to New Jack's GoFundMe in the description box below. Check it out. Whether you have $5, whether you have $5,000, it really is going to help the family out.
Anything will help.
I don't know if they take dollar donations.
They'll
to be
take
honest.
anything.
On GoFundMe?
I think they'll take anything.
Well, you know what? If you have $1, try and give it to them. How about that?
Take it.
So right now we're going to take a brief time out. We're going to come back and talk more about the king of sports professional wrestling as we continue to remember our friend New Jack. A shame we had planned on turning the magic we created into a weekly series that would go on for who knows how long. But Jerome Young, rest in peace, my friend. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Johnny, maybe lost in the news a little bit along with the passing of New Jack was a man maybe not familiar to those up here in the Northeast all that well, but definitely down in the Carolinas, where I know you are an aficionado of with the old inside job. We lost Don Kernodle, a veteran superstar of the NWA, 71 years of age. Unfortunately, I don't know what was going on, what happened, but he killed himself. So another sad loss in the king of sports.
You know, suicide is a horrible thing. And I think the saddest part about people who take their own lives is they're always reaching out. And for some reason, we have the inability to see them reaching out. Or we blow it away. We brush it off. Oh, it's going to be okay. Don't worry about it. You're going to be fine. We need to pay attention to people who have these suicidal thoughts. We need to be able to listen. We need to be able to find them help. I don't know the full story. I'm not familiar with the talent. All I can say is that there are more and more suicides in this country. People are reaching a low of depression, depressed about the economy, depressed about their family lives, depressed about losing their girlfriends, their wives. I don't understand. But when people cry, we need to be the pillow. We need to accept their face on our shoulder, our hand on their back, and find them the help that they need. There never, ever should be a loss of life the way that happened.
Well, Johnny, you know, I'm not going to state the name, but I think you know the individual. They say, oh, you know, if they're going to kill themselves, they're going to kill themselves. They're not going to sit around crying and talking about it. I don't necessarily agree with that statement. I think sometimes, even if someone makes a veiled threat, I think it's something that should be taken very seriously.
It's a warning sign. A rattlesnake rattles. A rattlesnake rattles to say, look, you're too close. If you get any closer, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to bite you and you're going to die. Any individual who, and I'm no psychologist.
You're not
I like
David
to read,
Rees.
But I like to read. I'm no David Rees, but I like to read. And what I read tells me that there's always a signal. There's always a sign. You know, people will say, forget the mass shootings, forget these people shooting their girlfriends and children. There's still a signal there, but nobody pays attention. And when a person has reached the lowest life or the lowest point in their lives where they're contemplating ending their own life, there's always some kind of a message. I'm sure Dr. David Rees would agree on that. But why? Why, as individuals, do we not hear the message? And why do we not try to at least put it out? I guess it's because we all have this, doesn't affect me, I really don't care. And that's a poor way to go through life.
And you know, I think it's tough for someone to even make that statement, you know, where you come
Shame
across
on them.
as, look at society today, you know, not to try and shy away from wrestling too much, but you look at society today, you make a comment like that, you're looked at as weak in a lot of people's eyes, you know?
Well, let's look at professional wrestling. Look at the professional wrestlers that have committed suicide.
Yeah.
All right, you've got Chris Benoit. You've got who was the man that wore the green? We did a couple of shows with him.
The man that wore the green.
What was his name? See, I'm losing.
He worked shows with us?
Yeah.
Man in the green.
Not the Barbarian. Oh my God. See, okay.
You're
well,
not talking about the missing link.
Yeah.
No, he had cancer.
He had cancer?
He had cancer, yeah.
Okay, so.
But no, there's been a
we
lot
have
of
others out
suicide
there.
in this industry.
Yeah, look at the guys out there. Women, guys and women who just said, bang, I can't take the fact that you won't put me in the ring anymore.
I hope I'm not wrong, but I believe Ashley Mazzaro. Did she not kill herself, or did she overdose?
No, I thought it was an overdose
suicide. Well, who knows? It could have been.
No,
it could have been either one. We weren't in the house when it happened.
You don't even know about China. God rest her soul. Another wonderful human being reaching out, and people made fun of her. They laughed at her pleas and her cries, and look at the end result. Do you know Bravo?
He was killed by the mob.
Right.
So,
he was out there.
That wasn't
a form of suicide, you would say. But
he
still,
didn't have much choice.
Yeah, I think you need to stop and think about this.
No, it is sad, but you know, I think the one tidbit about Don Kernodle I wanted to throw out is, what's that game they call the Seven Shades of Kevin Bacon, where they try and relate things back? Don Kernodle, multi-time Mid-Atlantic Tag Team Champion down in the Carolinas, when business was white hot down there. There was a tag team match, I think it was early 1983. It was Kernodle and Sergeant Slaughter against Ricky Steamboat and Jay Youngblood. Well, you're going to say, well, what does that mean? How does that translate to what is going on in 2021? Well, do you want me to tie it all together, Johnny?
Sure.
The business was so hot and that feud was so hot, they turned away so many thousands of fans at the door. Jim Crockett, Mid-Atlantic, NWA, decided to host the first Starrcade, which would be distributed on closed circuit.
Right.
Where on Thanksgiving night, if you couldn't get into the arena and buy a ticket, all over the South, there were different venues you could go to. We're almost like with a movie theater-sized screen.
WrestleMania.
You could go to the arena and you could watch Starrcade live, even if you weren't at the arena where the wrestling was taking place, which became the forerunner a year and a half later to March 31st, 1985, WrestleMania 1. Pay-per-view was almost non-existent in 1985. A very, very, very small percentage of homes in bigger cities had it, but it was a smidge. 99% of the people, if they wanted to see WrestleMania 1, you had to get up, get out of the house, go to the arena that usually hosted wrestling in your area or a theater, buy a ticket, sit down, and watch it on the big screen along with a bunch of other rabid fans. So that Don Kernodle, who we're talking about, just passed away. He and Sergeant Slaughter did such big business against Ricky Steamboat and Jay Youngblood, it turned into the creation of Starrcade, and Starrcade is what led to the creation of WrestleMania, which we know and love
every March or April now. So isn't it amazing how sometimes things in this business connect to each other and how some of the people connect to each other? I don't think there were too many people when they heard of Don Kernodle killing himself and passing away really thought about how he was connected to the creation of WrestleMania, considering I think maybe he did a few shots with WWF down south, but he certainly was never a full-time star or a superstar by any stretch of the imagination for WWF. But it's just kind of interesting how it all ties together sometimes. And you know me, I like to do my homework about these types of things, and because I want these people to be remembered for their contributions. I think anyone that gives their life full-time to this industry, they deserve to be remembered, and they deserve to have a tribute. And I know you probably weren't able to see Mid-South up here back in 1983. It wasn't on TBS or anything like that. It was more down in your old buddy Dylan Cage's neck of the woods. But the Mid-Atlantic Territory, Johnny, for a small territory, you know that area of the... I'm not even going to get into how well you know that area of the country, but you're talking about Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina. That was a promotion so hot, they were doing triple shots sometimes and doing really good business.
Well, you know, it is what it is.
Is that part of the reason why you wanted to go to the Carolinas so bad?
Well, we haven't solved that mystery yet, have we?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't. There's someone that I hope has been... The real virus of life, Dylan Cage down there, hopefully is buried somewhere in the Carolinas. But that's
How's
a
he
different.
Doing?
You'd know better than me. Anyway, on to the other happenings in the world of professional wrestling, Johnny. What an odd segue, but WrestleMania Backlash, WWE. They wanted to take a penny and they wanted to stretch it so far. They wanted to turn the WrestleMania name into a copper wire, trying to see if they could get another pay-per-view value out of that WrestleMania name, taking the traditional Backlash, which we talked about before, that tremendous angle with Big Show and your son back in 2009, and some of the other great Backlash pay-per-views they've had before. But they called it WrestleMania Backlash this year, and
well, we got new women tag team champions out of it.
Well, that was on SmackDown.
I know I can always hit them. Bang. You know,
I mean,
my friend Lashley retained.
You talk about, you could call that nobody cares to nobody cares less. I mean, Tamina and Natalya, you talk about two pillars on the pole that no one gives a rat's ass about. I know you like Natalya. I like Natalya. I think Natalya is very solid in the ring. I think when the time comes she winds down her career, she should be a female agent to help put the ladies' matches together. I think she would be phenomenal at that with the wrestling mind she has. But as far as the in-ring presentation, I don't think anyone's given a rat's ass about Natalya or Tamina since maybe day one or day two. I think Tamina is on the Jimmy Snuka severance package plan where they really can't honor him because of everything that happened with his passing. Well, not his passing, but, you know, the situation with the late Nancy Argentino.
On Google
Well,
News.
I'm being honest. Woo! Can you see any other reason why they would keep her around?
I have no idea.
Honestly, I mean, if you were Booker, would you have her under contract? She's in her 40s. She looked like up until recently she had on the 1997 Undertaker outfit from throat to foot. I mean, you know what? She's all right. I mean, you know, I guess you might say she's an attractive woman to some degree.
I think she's an attractive woman. I think.
But Natalya, I mean, let's call a spade a spade. The only reason she's there is because she's a Snuka, and they don't even call her Snuka because they don't want to be tied into the negativity that came with Jimmy. And you know me, I think the world of Jimmy. I love Jimmy. We hosted Jimmy Snuka Appreciation Night. But the fans are having more garbage shoved down their throat. I mean, how can a WWE official sit in a meeting and say, you know what, we really need Natalya and Tamina on TV twice a week on Raw and SmackDown? I mean, come on, just end it. They don't have any women tag teams. Why have tag team titles? Just so they can say they're PC? Nobody, Johnny, I'm going to say it, nobody gives a fuck. Jesus, now I'm going to throw it out.
On live TV? Whoa!
Justin said I could say it once.
Once?
Just once.
Once.
Just like on his podcast, Justin with Justin. One F-bomb. But I had to get it in. I'm that frustrated.
Wow.
It was bad enough when Big Naya, who looks like a wrapped package of hot dogs at the supermarket when she comes out, and Shayna Baszler, who has shades of Herman Munster when she comes out. They were bad enough. But now it's Natalya and Tamina, who nobody cares about. I mean, even at WrestleMania, of all the talent in that company, who was the only talent that wrestled 2 nights in a row? Natalya and Tamina. What? You know what? I'm not going to insult these ladies and say what I was just going to say, because you know me. I'm learning, Johnny. I'm still learning in life. I'm trying to learn the John Cena Sr. way about trying to be nice about certain things, and instead of saying some things, thinking some things.
There are good points in everyone and everything. We need to look at that. You can't.
They are veterans, but I just
well,
anyway, no one wants to
you see Bayley get beat with the hair. That was good.
That's right. Is she out? Is she out here now? No, Bianca's not. Where's Bianca? She's somewhere on this side.
She's right behind you, right over there. See right there?
You know what, Johnny? On a positive note about the women, I don't know if I mentioned this on one of the previous shows, but she's growing on me a little. Every time I see her, I think she's improving. I think she comes across as a very positive person. I know in real life, her and her husband, Montez Ford of the Street Profits, they are very religious people, spiritual people. Maybe that has something to do with it. But Bianca Belair, I'm going to say this, and you know I don't like a lot of the women's wrestling, but she's growing on me. I don't think she's particularly great. I wouldn't go out of my way to watch one of her matches, but if I'm watching it, I'm not when I see her come out. And I think that as someone that really doesn't want to see it, is a good thing, you know? I've had more than enough of Bayley since about day one. I hate Bayley, the character, not the human being. I hate the character of Bayley. I hated her when she had those things that they have at the used car lots.
You notice I'm not saying anything. This is Dan's day to open his mouth and just spew forth to let the fans know how he really feels.
And when she turned heel, it was even worse, where she was, you know, supposed to be asshole Bayley, I guess is the best way to put it. And it just...
Block him on...
Ineffective.
Block him on your Facebook.
Do you want to... Guess what? Seth Rollins unblocked us.
Oh, well, thank you, Seth. Thank you, Seth.
I don't know if Seth is watching the shows or what, but we are now unblocked. I am very impressed by that.
I don't have Facebook, so...
No, Twitter I'm talking about.
I have Twitter. I always get Seth's tweets.
Yeah.
I didn't get blocked. It must be you.
Well, he blocked us. So
no, he blocked you. I can't blame the man.
I think part of the reason the block came was on one of the programs where you shared your thoughts of the Monday Night Messiah, I believe is when it happened.
When we start that again, and then we'll get shut off again?
You know what, at least not him, but WWE is tweaking it a little bit. I still don't like it, but it's better than it was. It's better than it was.
Let him go back to being Seth Rollins. Forget the Messiah. He's not Jesus.
You know what he should be doing? This is a guy, we saw the success he had as the Shield. We saw the success he had when they were doing the watered down version of the corporation, when he was with Triple H and Stephanie and Kane and Big Show. I mean, this is a guy, he should be the proverbial 2021, as much as he can get away with it, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. You know what I mean? They made a big mistake by outing the relationship with him and Becky and their kids and, you know, still trying to use him as a heel. This is a guy that should be out getting laid every night. He should have a posse of women with him like you when you show up at the studio. I mean, and he should be a heel like that, not this boring, oh, come with me, we're going to change the world through my vision. Is there anyone that wants to see that presentation of him? I don't know anyone that does, Johnny. I know fans that I interact with, they love the wrestling, but hate the presentation.
That's why he's failing. That's why, you know what? If things don't change, he'll probably get one of those nice little letters in a plastic bag.
Crash bag.
That's it. He Good luck on your future endeavors.
All right, wrestling fans, I'm getting the cue in the back from the one, the only, the stunt double of Howard Stern in the movie Private Parts, 1997. Howard Miller. We're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back to wrap up the
Wrestling
show.
fans
Stand
around
by.
the corner, around the world. I'm Dan Marty.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet.
No, not yet.
Okay.
But you will be.
Yeah, I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer, yeah.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your
No,
help.
because they got to pay me.
Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
Support wrestling insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all 3 men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
All right, Johnny, we've talked New Jack, we've talked Don Kernodle, we've had an F-bomb. I mean, it's been a wild Friday night, and SmackDown hasn't even started yet. Wow. Because remember, it's going to be the Summer of 7. All of our great shows that premiere at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, in Oscar's case after Raw, forget about being with us. You can always watch after the Raw or Dynamite or NXT or SmackDown if you want to. But beginning Memorial Day week, baby, it's the Summer of 7. We're starting at 7 o'clock. Every night we're going to be the pregame show. We're going to have historical episodes. We're going to talk current events. We're going to have John Cena Sr. We're going to have the non-stop party with Marty Jannetty. We're going to have our special edition where we have rotating guests. We have JTG that's going to be with us this summer. Dutch Mantel, Zeb Coulter is going to be with us this summer.
Can't wait for
Your
Dutch.
longtime close personal friend, the Hall of Famer Jerry Briscoe, is going to be with us multiple times this summer. You're talking about we're going to be having classics with, I still haven't spoken to the man, and we got to figure out some money. Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, Oscar. I mean, the list continues to grow and grow and grow, much like you were growing in certain parts of the body on Temptation Island.
Okay.
All right, Johnny, the backlash we always get a backlash, but WrestleMania Backlash, the pay-per-view, wanted to go through a few more notes before we wrapped up the show. Bobby Lashley, I was very happy, retained the championship over.
Keep that up, boy. Keep that up. I said it before. Hey, WWE's listening to me. You got to stay with it. Just like Roman Reigns, don't let him lose now. They're on a roll. Sorry to interrupt you.
No,
Just
that's
had to
fine.
say it. Just had to say it.
Anything can happen in a triple threat match. There was a part of me, and you know, isn't it kind of funny that there's a part of me that's actually really interested in something that's going on? I could have seen them doing a cheap title change in a triple threat match like that, where Bobby didn't even have to take the pin to lose it. But again, I think the money is Bobby Lashley, Brock Lesnar, April 2022, 100,000 fans, AT&T Stadium in Dallas. No, you don't.
No.
What would your main event be for Mania next year?
I don't see that. I disagree with that.
Well, you know what I want to. What would your main event, as of right now, with what they're working with? What would your main event in Dallas be next year?
I'd have to think about that.
Yeah,
I really would.
I'm putting you on the spot.
You are.
Yeah.
I'd have to think about that. Really, really think about it, because whatever that main event is, it's got to be something, one, that has never been done, and two, it's got to be individuals who perhaps you would never expected to see. That's what's got to happen, because everything so far is so predictable. You know the next move before it happens. And Lashley and Lesnar, you know, two MMA guys, the question becomes, who's going to go over? Who's going to do the job? I'm not sure the crowd would really pay for that. I think whatever the storyline is, It's got to be bigger than anything. The prize has got to be the biggest prize they've ever offered. And put those two men or women in that ring. Oh, you can say what you want. You know what? Sometimes I wonder about Dan. But anyway, you do that, and I think you're going to have a successful WrestleMania. Do something different. Do something the fans never expected.
I think the fans have been clamoring for Lashley and Lesnar for a long time. If you could present it, when would you present it, other than WrestleMania?
I probably wouldn't waste my time.
With Lashley and Lesnar?
Nah,
Why? It's a match people want.
I don't know. I haven't seen the votes.
Who
said they want?
You know what? Maybe, again, I put you on the spot.
It's your own mind
and I didn't give you
that.
a lot of time to think about it. But you know what? Maybe for one of the next episodes, take a look at the Raw roster or the WWE roster in general.
Well, I look at that
if
all the
Lashley
time.
is still the champion at that point, per se.
He won't be.
Let's just say he is. Who would you have? Or, you know what? Two questions. If Lashley's still the champion, who would you have him work? If it's not Lashley, what would you main event WrestleMania with? And of course, there's always the special attractions that may come in. The fruit of your loins may come in for WrestleMania if he's able to next year, for all we know. But I think on the SmackDown side, who would you have the tribal chief defend the championship again? I'm hoping he'll still be the title holder at that point.
I think by that.
Wait a minute. Percy, are you ribbing us?
He fixed it. I think that the tribal chief by that time will be a tweener or a face.
You know who I think he may oppose in Dallas?
And who might that
and
be?
Perhaps his retirement match?
Who's that? Kofi Kingston?
Two down.
Two down from Kofi Kingston?
The other direction.
Goldberg?
His contract runs out in 2022.
Oh, you know.
His contract runs out in 2022.
I say a lot of things about Bill Goldberg, and I'm sure Mr. Goldberg knows. Like him, I come right from the hip. I have the utmost respect for that man. I do, and I would never, ever want to meet that guy in a bar fight. I'm serious. They've not used him the right way. Unfortunate. But he made a comment on his interview. He said, I just go in, do my job, and get out. That's pretty evident. That would be a disservice to Bill Goldberg and a disservice to the tribal chief. You know what? I'm going to say it again.
You're going to shoot.
I'm going to say it again.
You're going to shoot.
In order for WrestleMania to be WrestleMania, it has to be that surprise you had with 1 and 2. It's got to be bigger and better than anything, as Chris Jericho would say, anything that's ever been done before. So whatever your title matches are, whatever your surprise matches are, it's got to be the biggest and best, because you've got to make up for the pandemic. You've got to make up for the loss of fans. You've got to bring back the world of professional wrestling. That's all I'm going to say. Who I'd put in that ring, what kind of match I'd come up with, let me give that some thought. You know,
I kind of like those two matches if I was booking.
Well, but that's
Lashley and I'll ask you fans, if you were putting together the WrestleMania lineup in 2022 right now, what do you think of Lashley and Lesnar and Roman and Goldberg for your two title matches? I don't know what the fans think. They might think it sucks. They might think it's great. Maybe Vince will like it. Maybe they'll finally take me back after all these years.
I think I threw up a little bit in my mouth,
All right,
folks.
well.
I just want you to know, I'm not going, they haven't called me. Why would they call him?
Speaking of throwing up in the mouth, we had Judas Priest take on The Miz in a lumberjack match at WrestleMania Backlash. The lumberjacks for the match actually turned into zombies.
Yeah, and Judas Priest won.
And I'll say this, you know what? For all the knocks WWE gets, I think they've done a good job protecting him thus far.
Judas Priest?
Yes. They've kept him, they haven't had him job out.
Nope.
They haven't made, other than this match was ludicrous, they haven't had him look ludicrous, if that makes any sense.
No, I agree. I understand what you're saying.
Why? I know there was a movie tie-in with Big Dave Bautista, and I'm sure they got a handsome payday from Netflix or wherever that movie with the zombies is going to be airing. But Johnny, I mean, it's like, you know what? We're trying to get more fans to watch. Why present something like that no one wants to see? I mean,
just get through saying.
Where the average wrestling fan that watches a Raw, at least, is in their mid-50s, is that going to appeal? I know that's right around your age. Is that appealing to you, watching zombies as lumberjacks?
The Walking Dead, is off the air. They retired the program.
It's not over yet.
No,
One more season.
Yeah, that's it. But it's going to be gone.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be gone.
Are you a Walking Dead fan?
No.
Oh, okay. I love that show.
I used to date Walking Dead, but
she looks at
all over. Anyway, my whole thing is that match was a good match with two pros in there doing their thing.
I think Miz is a good foil for
he's a
Priest.
great guy. I love
where he
Miz
is. No, I just mean where Priest is right now on the totem pole. I think Miz is almost the perfect opponent for him.
Yep, I agree.
But Johnny,
zombies. What'd you think of that?
I couldn't believe my eyes.
The transformation.
I couldn't believe my eyes.
Oh, well, somebody, again, I'm only going to say this. I said it before. I get in trouble all the time. Somebody thinks it's funny. Somebody thinks it's going to go over. Whoever does the writing, I hate to say it, whoever approves the writing, gets go, ha, 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 that's going to work. And you know what? That's exactly the kind of stuff that has taken the word professional wrestling and turned it into professional joking wrestling. Fans aren't interested in that. Undertaker, different story. Kane, different story. If you want to recreate The Fiend and make him the new Undertaker, great. Maybe there's a place for zombies in the funhouse or whatever, but not what they just did. They ruined it. They ruined it. It was horrible.
They ruined the whole show.
Horrible.
They ruined the whole show.
I would agree with you.
It was one of the worst moments I've ever seen in WWE history.
But you two guys, AG and who else?
There were a lot of NXT recruits that were down there.
See
but
that?
I mean, they didn't want to take main roster guys and make them look like idiots. So why not take guys that haven't been that exposed? But
That's crazy.
Just sad. You know what I mean, Johnny? It's just, as someone that even owns stock in the company, it's just sad.
Well, stop and think about this.
No one wants to see it.
No, they don't. And one time, just for giggles, I said what I'm going to do is I'm going to time how much time is spent on promos and how much time is spent on actual wrestling.
Did you do it, or are you going to do it?
I did it.
And what was it?
When you look at a 2-hour show, you probably have 45 minutes of wrestling, and the rest is all stick work.
SmackDown you're talking about?
Yeah, it's why?
Raw is the one we really should do that for.
But
you know
why?
what? Maybe I'll make that my homework assignment.
Why don't you try it and see?
Yeah.
Because we need those promos. We need to create the storyline. But you remember when they had the promos and people busted into the storylines, and there were battles, and Mean Gene was taken back? Man, oh man, you couldn't wait. Now, I tell you, it's a dud. It's a dud. It's just not working anymore. And the fans are demanding more and getting less.
So I'm talking to someone in their 50s that thought it sucked. You know me, I hit the big 4-0, I thought it sucked. 15-year-old junior ambassador, Mr. Devon Brent. What do you think of it? I thought it sucked. If there isn't a demographic they can find that enjoyed it, why put it out there?
Because people...
Why don't they think that way in those meetings? I mean, I understand, was there a financial tie-in? Sure. Could they have done maybe, not that it would have been any good, but maybe almost like a dream sequence where The Miz woke up from a dream where he was being eaten by zombies. Anything other than actually present it as an actual wrestling match. Remember they did that with Vince once? He woke up from a bad dream and he was in bed with Linda, which...
Yes.
Probably on par, but...
No wonder you get fired. No wonder. Hey, Dan, you're fired.
Believe me, it was not that far up the food chain when it happened. But I mean, honest to God, what are they?
It makes no
sense.
sense.
Are they high? Are they drunk?
Well, it makes no sense. But when you have a person getting devoured by zombies.
I mean, just look at how ridiculous it is even saying it. And this is what they're putting on TV.
So now how does Miz come back?
I think he got injured during the match, so I guess it was perfect timing. I mean, Miz got eaten more than it was almost like when Marjo gets her chops on you.
Wow.
Oh, wrestling fans, we have enough. Howard is saying enough is enough.
Yep.
Enough is enough.
Yep.
All right, wrestling fans, again, don't forget the Summer of 7 Memorial Day week. All of our shows start at 7 o'clock across the board. Up until Memorial Day week, you're going to get a couple of bonus episodes with this guy just to try and get you in the routine of 7 o'clock. But don't forget, tonight, not only do you have this episode before SmackDown, but at 10 o'clock, when the lights in the Thunderdome go down, and that dynamic now that I think is great that we didn't get a chance to talk about with both Usos and Roman Reigns and everything they have going on continues, we're going to have another episode of John Cena Sr.'s Fabulous Fridays. 2 for the price of 1, just how he likes his women. For John Cena Sr., who for some reason has Bad Bunny on his shirt, I'm Dan Morales. Why do you have Bad Bunny on your shirt?
It came with the shirt. Moniz bought me the shirt.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I know, I bet Moniz does a little hopping when she's over the Cena estates.
Maybe it's me. Maybe,
Maybe you do the hopping.
I eat like a lot of salad.
All right.
Gonna eat like one, might always act like one, right?
All right, wrestling fans, a tribute to Jerome Young, tie-ins to Don Kernodle and WrestleMania, zombies, I mean... Where else put this show?
Wow.
For John Cena Sr., again, I'm Dan Marati. We'll see you at 10 o'clock. You and yours, be well, enjoy SmackDown.
The World Wrestling Federation was live with the WrestleMania Revenge Tour at the Palace of Auburn Hills in Auburn Hills, Michigan, Saturday, May the 21st, 1994. In the opening contest, Quang beat Sparky Plug. WWF Tag Team Champions, the Head Shrinkers and Afa, with the win over the Quebecers and Johnny Polo. WWF Women's Champion Alundra Blaze retained the title over Luna Vachon. Lex Luger defeated Crush. Jeff Jarrett victorious over Doink the Clown. Razor Ramon battled WWF Intercontinental Champion Diesel to a double countout. Mabel beat Bam Bam Bigelow. And in the main event, WWF World Champion Bret Hitman Hart retained the title over Owen Hart. If you were in Auburn Hills Live, share your memories in the comments section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Again, fans, you see all that great merchandise on the set. It is available in the eBay store. The link can be found in the description box below. So much great merchandise with superstars of every era available now. And best of all, each purchase will get you a shout out on the air with one of our great legends. And on top of that, you're going to help keep Wrestling Legends working because we can bring more superstars to this fine studio. Up next, again, we promised you that bonus episode. You got one. John Cena Sr. to try and get fans ready for our big move to 7 o'clock Memorial Day week. He gave fans an episode at 7, but he also stayed true to what we're doing right now with the 10 o'clock premiere. He gave fans a bonus episode here. John Cena Sr. shoots on the WWE commentary woes, some injured and sick wrestling legends and veterans, A&E biography successes, Universal Studio Halloween Horror Nights, how John Cena Sr. and John Cena Jr. are both justices of the peace, and much more. Check it out.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another all-new Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Friday Nights. Johnny, we are back again, baby. We're rocking, we're rolling, we're telling the stories. The fans, they feel the heat that comes out of that gun that's shooting. When you get on a roll, baby, nobody shoots like old John Cena Sr., baby. You're like John Wayne in an old Western.
Gets me in a lot of trouble, but you know what? It's just my opinion, and I'm having a lot of fun.
Well, we got Howard Miller in the back. We got Justin keeping an eye on things. We got the best staff in the business. Who knows? Cecil the Lion may even be joining us when New Jack is here live in studio Saturday night, May the 8th. We're going to be having a lot of fun. Autographs are available for pre-order at bostonwrestling.com. We have the WWE WrestleMania Backlash pay-per-view watch-along live Sunday night, May the 16th. That's going to be a lot of fun to see who is going to leave WWE champion from the Thunderdome between Bobby Lashley, Drew McIntyre, and Braun Strowman. And then we have what could only be described as a doubleheader, Saturday, May the 22nd, Sunday, May the 23rd. One of my favorite people in professional wrestling, the legendary Demolition Axe, the masked superstar, here in the studio taping historical episodes of Wrestling Insiders. We're going to do some watch-alongs. We are going to do the live autograph signings with Demolition Axe as well. Smash signed some photos when we were in Tampa. Axe couldn't join us in Tampa as his car broke down as he was getting ready to go on a family vacation, and he had almost a Clark Griswold-like adventure, unfortunately. But you can get, if you go to bostonwrestling.com, a beautiful autographed 8x10 that will be signed by both. Axe will give you a shout-out live on the air, and we're going to have a heck of a lot of fun, Johnny, during the month of May as we honor and celebrate the great folks at Make-A-Wish. The Fabo Pop is available. The proceeds from the pop goes to the kids, because a lot of those kids, Johnny, it's horrible to say, but they've been waiting a long time for that wish to be granted due to coronavirus.
I'll tell you, it's, I have to take my hat off to my son. The wishes he's granted, and I've had the opportunity when doing some wrestling shows to have parents come over and thank me for that ability for those young men and women not only to see Cena but other wrestling stars. It's just a wonderful organization. They do an awful lot. So please, again, I'm appealing to you. Let's get the pop out. Let's get the young kids out to get their wishes made.
And if health permitting, according to the government, they're always welcome at our events.
Amen.
They're always welcome
No
at our
charge.
events. One thing I don't think the fans don't realize that we like to do is the afternoon of our events, closed to general fans. We have usually a private event, a smaller event, for the kids from Make-A-Wish, for the kids from Special Olympics and so on. And that's one of my favorite things that we get to do. It costs us a little bit more. You got to pay more in rent. You've got the building, of course. My good friend down there, Moolah, is always looking for a little extra moolah in that office of hers. You know how much I love her,
I have no problem with her.
Yeah, well, I'll never forget the night Percy called her Moolah. I got a big kick out of that. But you know what? Even though it's a little added expense, it is a very nice thing we do. I know the great athletes on our roster get a fulfillment out of being able to give just a private time to these great kids. And I tell you, I don't even know if you know this, Johnny, but do you know where I got the idea from? And I don't know why the tradition ended, but once a year at Madison Square Garden, the afternoon of a WWF house show, they would do the same thing. They would have a private, live WWF event for kids from X amount of different charities. Certainly not 16,000 people, but several thousand kids would come out and they'd get a free wrestling show. And that's where I said, you know what, I always thought that was such a nice thing. I always said that was something I wanted to do, so we do it.
Maybe would be.
Hopefully this year, hopefully I should say November 13th as part of our 20th anniversary, we'll be able to do that again. Who knows?
Maybe we should think about doing one day a year. It's a freebie just for those charities in the year.
That's tough because we'd have to go out of our way, and all of those expenses would be original. Where we do it the afternoon of an event we're already having, we have the wrestlers already coming to town, we have the ring already rented, we have the building already rented. Again, the rent's a little bit more expensive.
Yeah, but you're asking your people to perform twice. It's kind of tough. You know what? Do that one day. I'm sure we could find enough sponsors. There might be enough fans who are willing to help us out, get free tickets to the event as well. There might be a lot of ways to do this, but that's another story for another time.
Yeah, that's a conversation we could have off there. As always, one thing, Johnny, you are a man of many ideas. I want to ask, though, Johnny, Tuesday nights, we're still trying to figure out what the heck to do with the Tony Atlas time slot. We have been having fun re-airing some of the Tony Atlas classics from over the years with his episodes, but at some point, we got to see if old Tony's going to decide if he ever wants to join us again, or if we need to find a new permanent co-host on Tuesday night. And one way we've been trying to do that is with the Wednesday night episode. As you know, Wrestling Insider Special Edition, every Wednesday night we have a different co-host on a rotating panel, and we had so many great guests down at Wrestle House in Tampa, TJP, the winner of the Cruiserweight Classic in WWE, on to legends like Demolition Smash, Barry Dasso, your buddy Dutch Mantell, Zeb Coulter, Al Snow we had a lot of fun with.
Nice guys.
But one episode, I don't know if you had a chance to check it out, we even had from the managerial ranks, where you're best known, the Sinister Minister James Mitchell, Smoky Mountain, WCW, ECW, TNA. I mean, a man that has seen it all from ringside, a unique perspective. I enjoyed the interview.
I'll be honest with you, Dan. I was a bit disturbed by that interview, and I really mean that.
Why?
All I could feel was evil. Nothing but evil.
You were disturbed by Jim Mitchell's interview?
Disturbed. Just rewind that. Listen to it. He's just very, very bizarre, very, very evil. That's all you can feel. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
You felt evil.
Don't want to talk about it.
Well, it's a good thing I got the cross on. And I wish I did when I did the interview.
That was, I'm very disturbed by that. There's a lot of evil there. I don't want to talk about it.
All right, we'll talk about that off the air too, I guess.
Thanks.
All right, fans, big shakeup, Johnny, in the world of the WWE commentary. And I think that's a very underlooked at issue as far as the lack of interest in the product right now. I think a good announce team really enhances a great product. And despite what you may think of creative at times in WWE, I think they have probably the best group of physical athletes they've ever had at any one time on the roster right now. But by large, the commentary teams have been lacking. I think Michael Cole is very good at doing voiceovers. I think Michael Cole is good at doing interviews. I think where Michael Cole lacks is that he's not very good at calling wrestling matches. He really doesn't know wrestling moves. He's not very good at getting personalities and storylines over. And he has now had Corey Graves taken away from him, who I thought was a decent pairing.
Corey was good, yeah.
And he's now put with Pat McAfee of NXT and NFL fame. And I just think he's a little over the top, and I don't think it helps Michael.
They didn't call me.
They should have.
I'm waiting.
I think Michael Cole is better. I don't know if it's Fox helping produce in certain ways, but I think Cole is better on SmackDown than Raw, for whatever the reason may be. I think Cole is better when he's with a very good partner. I thought he was much more listenable to when he was with Taz, when he was with my close personal friend, John Bradshaw Layfield. But, when he's on there with someone that isn't that good, it's bad. And I don't think this pairing with Pat McAfee, who is new in green himself,
ain't going to work.
I don't think it's going to be...
Not going to work.
It's not going to be a great soundtrack.
It's not going to work,
It's not going to be like Dirty Dancing back in '87.
No, because you're going to have to carry him. And it's tough enough because when you do commentary, it's both individuals carrying each other. And if you can't do it, if you put the burden on one person, it just isn't going to work. I'm not in favor of what they've done, but there again, it's just my opinion.
Well, and Johnny, to make matters even worse, what they have done over on Monday Night Raw. I don't know what, we never really talked about it on the show. I don't know what you thought of Samoa Joe as a commentator, but I thought he was superb and gave it a lot of credibility as someone that was a in-ring competitor for several decades, a former TNA world champion. I'm sure he held championships in WWE, but they escape me. Everybody holds championships in WWE. That's
tomorrow.
That's part of the problem right now in the company. But, he was removed from the broadcast booth to be put back in the ring, only he never had a match. He was just released. And now that Monday night team is Byron Saxton, who remains, who a lot of people don't like, but I think he has kind of a good personality for the role. Corey Graves comes over from SmackDown, who I don't think a lot of people realize was a wrestler in NXT before. I think he had concussion problems.
Yep.
And replacing Tom Phillips, who I thought was, I wouldn't put him on the level of Jim Ross, but I thought Tom Phillips wasn't bad. I thought he was effective in what he did, but replaced by Adnan Virk. And Johnny, he makes Michael Cole seem like Jim Ross from the Attitude Era as far as his passion and knowledge of the business goes. I mean, you can tell this is a man that has never watched wrestling. This would be like me trying to do commentary on golf or NASCAR. I know in NASCAR the cars go around in a circle. I know in golf you hit the ball and it goes in the hole.
Maybe.
Other than that, I can't tell you anything about either thing. That's how I feel when Adnan tries to describe anything on Raw. Johnny, it's not just, it's so bad, it's laughable. It's horrible. This is one of the worst decisions they've made for the television show in I don't know how long. I mean, what do you think of the man? I've never heard of him. I guess he's a big baseball aficionado, so Adnan and I, we'd probably be good friends talking a little baseball, but I mean, he doesn't know what he's watching.
Well, because that's exactly right. You just hit my comment exactly. Don't put the man in the car if he doesn't understand how it works. And I think the biggest mistake they made was releasing Joe and not leaving him in commentary. Maybe Joe wasn't going to get the money, and maybe they figured, if he can't wrestle, he's not worth it. But he added a lot to that commentary because you had somebody who's been in the squared circle, like Layfield, like Taz, sitting there giving you the blow-by-blow and knowing what the hell he's talking about.
He's even admitted in interviews, he said, well, I'm a big baseball fan, and I travel a lot with work doing commentary, and I have 4 kids, and all but basically saying, I have never watched wrestling in my life.
Well, guess what?
And it shows.
Thank you.
And I think that, and I hate to say it, because I think this is a man that comes across very well every time he does an interview or a quarterly investors meeting, but the new WWE president, or the newer WWE president, Nick Khan. Nick Khan was the agent of Adnan Virk in a previous life before WWE, so obviously, what's 2 + 2? But if you're going to hurt your own product putting him out there, and you're not going to be able to get over wrestlers, wrestling matches, wrestling events, wrestling storylines,
what's the point?
What's the point of having him out there?
I agree.
mean, Michael Cole, at least before I knock his announcing, there are things that Michael Cole is very good at.
Yep.
I have no idea what Adnan Virk is good at.
I don't understand him. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't think he does.
He has no clue. He's never watched the product.
But it's a good thing he's got a headset.
Thank God, yeah. And I tell you this, usually when someone new is brought in, they bring them to the WWE studios, much like the studio here, and just to get them into the rhythm, they have them call. From what I'm told from a friend that works on the network side of things, sometimes hundreds and hundreds of matches just to get them into the routine of calling pro wrestling or sports entertainment, whatever you want to call it. They didn't even do that with Adnan. Adnan was just thrown out there on the biggest Raw of the year, the day after WrestleMania, to call something he had no idea what he was even looking at.
Well, it's evident. It's evident, and I think they have made a mistake. How do you undo that mistake? Good luck in your future endeavors.
And you always like to say, they want the youth, they want the Hollywood look. Well, I mean, nothing against Adnan, but
you can have all that, but if you don't know how to drive the car, what's the point?
Now, what I'm saying is, I don't think Adnan's going to be on the cover of GQ anytime soon.
No.
Just, I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall when the conversation came up to add Adnan Virk to WWE in that team. I mean, if you wanted to maybe break him in, having him maybe as a backstage interviewer. I mean, that's a little easier to give him a couple of questions that are almost like the women that just sit there. Are you excited about your match tonight? I mean, maybe that would have been a way to immerse Adnan in WWE. But to have him be the lead voice of your marquee show and debut him the night after WrestleMania, Johnny, it just shows to me there is a lot of, I don't even know how to word it. It's just, it's almost like they're putting SOS in the sand. help, because that's just a wrong time, wrong place, wrong guy. At a time when the ratings continue to
plummet.
Yeah. Why? Can you find anything that I'm missing about Adnan Virk?
Nope.
Why
Nope.
Adnan
Nope.
should be there?
I have no idea. It's the first time, and again, we have many times, but I have no idea. I really don't. I can't answer that. Somebody higher up made that decision, and it was not a good decision.
No, it was not a good decision by any stretch
Nope.
of the imagination. Well, we can only hope that Adnan gets better, because, not only do we work in wrestling and, enjoy wrestling, and myself, I don't know about you, a WWE stockholder, I want that going up. I want it
I'm
going
not
up.
as wealthy as you. I wish I could help you out there, but
Yeah. Well, Johnny, we want to send out our best to several of our fallen comrades recently. A man that joined us down at Wrestle House, a friend of mine, a man that, as I know, has a lot of respect for you from our various conversations. The Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe is down for the count right now after having knee surgery. Nothing too serious, which is good, but,
Get healthy.
That takes a lot of recuperation.
Great man, great man, great man.
We
Good
enjoyed
words.
having Jerry at Wrestle House. His episodes are also going to be airing on Wednesday night soon. I think you'll enjoy them an awful lot.
He has a lot to say.
Another man, you talk about outspoken when healthy, the veteran from the Double Cross Ranch in Amarillo, Texas, Terry Funk, came down with the COVID, but apparently is kicking out, which is a good thing.
I tell you, I worked a show with Terry Funk. Let me tell you, I just want you to know, I've worked. He must have hated me because he worked stiff. I took some kicks
He
from
just
him.
worked stiff.
Whoa, man, did I take those kicks? But I'll tell you what, I have the utmost respect, and I mean this, nothing but love. What a wonderful person. And to be in the business and doing what that man is doing and has done for this business, get healthy quick. You're in my prayers.
I am told the man, even before this COVID struck, is in a lot of physical pain, obviously, from the way he worked his entire career.
Yep.
I think it'll be a travesty if we never have the chance to sit down and do an interview with the man.
I hope.
My one hope is he does, in the best of times, attend the Cauliflower Alley Club Award in Vegas. Maybe we could rent a nice little suite for a day and do an interview with him out at the CAC. Because he really doesn't want to travel anymore. Even before COVID, he really didn't want to travel.
No, he kind of slowed right down.
He's in his mid-70s
I'd love
now.
to have him here for November 13th.
Wouldn't that be something?
I'll tell you something. I'd make an offer out there to him, but, the best, get well quick, and again, honor, nothing but honor. True human being and sportsman. Another gentleman who puts the cards face up on the table.
I tell you, I think this is one you'd appreciate. Maybe 09. No, it wasn't 09 because that was the Billy Graham year. Maybe 2010 or 2011. At the Cauliflower Alley Club, at the casino, there's a TGI Fridays restaurant, and they kind of corner a little section off for the boys. I don't even remember how it wound up happening, but I wound up having dinner with Funk and Ken Patera. And
Two great
we had
guys.
So much fun, so many laughs. Patera was talking about all the stories from working the WWF territory, all the Springfield, Worcester Memorial Auditorium before the Centrum opened. He was telling a story, I guess, from the balcony. Someone threw a chair and it hit him in the back of the head. And I mean, back in the days when it was violent to go to some
I
of
remember
these
that.
wrestling
Nets
shows.
over the ring in Boston Garden
Yeah.
to prevent the beer bottles and whiskey bottles. Oh, yeah.
I tell you, that was one night where I was starstruck isn't the word, but it was one of those nights where I said, you know what, for all the bullshit and the headaches and the stress that goes along with this is just fantastic. I'm sitting here having almost like the third person on a date almost, just hearing Patera and Funk telling their stories, and I'm just sitting there having a hamburger and French fries, sitting along for the ride. I remember I was eating with Patera, and he knew I was from Boston, and that's how that started. And then Funk came in, and he wanted to talk with Patera, so he joined us. And it was just, I'm not talking about a 10-minute this went on for a couple of hours, and it was just, I had so much fun at that dinner with the two of them.
One show I did with him, and I got to tell you, I learned a lot from that man. I'm not one of these guys that's got a long relationship. That one time, I formed an opinion then. I'm sure he formed an opinion of me, but great.
All right, wrestling fans, now that I have got TGI Fridays fresh in the brain, we're going to take a brief timeout. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders. Stand by.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. All right, Johnny, we're almost going Hollywood right now. We have a photographer in the room getting some, I don't know if you're going to charge for these 8x10s.
Is this another shoot?
He's shooting as you shoot.
It's just my opinion.
Or just in your opinion.
Justin's opinion,
Justin's opinion. Well, he's a man with a lot of opinions, Johnny. We talked about Jerry Briscoe overcoming knee surgery. We talked about Terry Funk overcoming COVID. But not one, but two of our co-hosts on Wrestling Insiders have been hospitalized as well at the same time.
Now, who we got?
Oscar, believe it or not, had chest pains at an autograph signing in Indiana when he was with Ted DiBiase and Mike Rotundo. He was hospitalized. But to show you how much Oscar loves you guys, he still did his podcast from the hospital. That's a man that gives back to the fans and cares. I respected him for that. And for whatever reason, I said the audio sounded better from the hospital than it did your house. Maybe you should start booking the hospital room. You know me, I'm all hot.
Wow. Remember, and you talk about me. You get the wrong dude. Oscar's a wonderful human being. I hope he's okay.
He is. He's on the mend.
He's okay?
He's on the mend.
Good.
She'll be home by the time you guys hear this.
Well,
and his wife is a lovely lady, too, Dreamy Mimi.
I had so much fun. I had so much fun with them the last time we got together. Hopefully we'll hook up again at some point.
Hopefully you'll be able to, on a more serious note, come with us one year to the Christopher Nowinski CTE dinner that they have, the Concussion Legacy in Boston. David Reese, as you know, our president, a great supporter. He usually gets a table, and he's always told me that you're a welcome guest. I think you'd really enjoy going.
Well, I got to make the Cauliflower Alley Club first.
I tell you, what a better way for me to celebrate my birthday a little early this year than to have it the week before in September. I hate to say it, but that may be one of the few good things that comes out of it in COVID. I think the CAC was being affected by being so close to WrestleMania.
Maybe I'll bring Moniz.
Why? She seems like a Vegas kind of girl.
When are they going? When is it this year?
It's the second week in September.
Remind me. Set me up with that.
I'll email you the dates.
Yeah, I know that WWE is going to send me free.
Oh, really? I'll have to tag along with you.
Free? Yeah. Okay. You're free? Yeah.
But like I said, my goal is this year.
They weren't, by the way.
No,
they weren't.
Let me tell you this. I'll tell you off the air.
They weren't. I just want to know, that was just a dig.
I lost my train of thought.
I'd like to go.
As far as, I think, like I said, it'd be fun, I think, to rent a suite there for a day and do some interviews with
why not?
someone like a Funk or something like that. We could, and I love Las Vegas.
I've never been, so let's
You've
go.
never been to Las Vegas?
No.
You?
No.
Get out of town.
Moniz has been several times.
Oh, she'd be fun to go with.
I'm sure she would.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd bring her. All right, let's
Oh,
do
well,
it.
you know what? Look at that.
Done.
Imagine him and I in Las Vegas together, folks.
With Moniz.
With Moniz.
Whoa.
She'll get all the attention, though.
I hope so.
She'll get all the attention.
Uh-oh, wow.
As long as no one's showing up at 9:30 with birthday cakes. All right, anyway, and we also want to send our best wishes to my Thursday night partner in crime, Marty Jannetty. As you know, he had, the pain the poor man has been through with his ankles being reconstructed, and he had a little bit more work done. And Johnny, you should see the scar. It almost goes from toe midway up the ankle. The good news is, once he is rehabbed, he's going to be functional again.
Going back in the ring?
I don't know if the doctor advised him not to, but knowing Marty, I have a feeling he's going to want to.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Marty. Marty, be smart. Manage, Marty, manage. That'd be a perfect spot for you. November 13th, Marty Jannetty in one corner and the mean, evil John Cena Sr. in the other.
Well, you know who he really has a great dislike for is Tony. Another one. Tony called Marty a racist on several occasions, which Marty didn't particularly care for. And so the fans were clamoring for almost a match between Marty and Tony.
Yeah, but then that would be a work. No,
this wasn't.
That'd be a shoot, baby. Yeah, and the match would definitely be a shoot.
Yeah, there's a
Atlas
lot.
would knock him out.
You think Atlas would take Marty quick?
I think. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Don't mess with Tony Atlas. Let me tell you right now. There's a side to that gentleman, and I mean gentleman.
And I've seen it.
You don't want to ruffle, and when you do, get out of the way.
I just hope, Johnny. You know what? Maybe you call me a fool on Christmas Eve, but I still hope there's, as they say, where there's a will, there's a way. That Tony at some point will join us back in this studio again.
That's up to Mr. Atlas. I respect his decision, whatever he's made. There's got to be a reason behind it. I wish that reason would be made public to you, obviously, between you and me.
After I was bashed publicly with lies, with the I only make $55 nonsense, which I didn't appreciate. But you know what? Again, I don't know how much of that came, because it never came from Tony Atlas's lips. It was written on a Facebook page. I don't know.
By whom?
Whoever his Facebook associates are up in Maine. I've been told by those within the business that he has and I don't know the man, so I'm not going to call him out. I'm not going to say anything negative, but I'm told he has someone up there helping him with Facebook, and they think because they have the internet now, they're going to become millionaires, as if everyone that has the internet in 2021 is a millionaire. But I can't control that. I can only control what I do. All I know is that I extended the olive branch to Tony twice. Whatever he decides to do is what he decides to do. I just think I deserved a better fate than what I got. Because the one good thing, it used to embarrass me, Johnny, on camera when he'd say, Dan Morella is always the first one to open his wallet and help me out if I'm short with my mortgage. And, I had done things for him that I didn't exactly do because I wanted him to say it on the talk show, but he said it on the talk show. But you want to know something now?
Let's not bring that public.
I'm glad he did it now, just because of all the negative things that he's had to say. He looks like an idiot. You know what I mean?
But let's not bring it public. Look, that's business. That's behind the curtain.
Well, no, what I'm saying is he said it on the talk show.
Yeah, but we don't want to. We don't want to get
down
to that
level. Well, that's not behind the curtain, though, is my point.
Let's not get down to that level. Let's keep Tony Atlas at the level I like him at, as a gentleman, as a scholar, with an opinion. And regardless...
And people loved his opinions.
Right. Regardless of what's happening between you and he, I think that whatever's happened, it's somebody's decision, his, not yours. And I think that if it's going to, and you know what? I'm a believer in life. I don't chase the train. It's going to come back to the station. It's going to come back. If it doesn't,
I like that phrase.
We find another track. So, you know what? God bless you, my brother. I think the world of them. We've all got things we're not proud of. We all make mistakes in life. We've all said things we're sorry for. Let's move on. The fans want to hear from Dan Marty and John Cena about the depths of professional wrestling, in my opinion.
Well, I tell you this, we hope that both the fruit of your loins and Tony had a very happy birthday, because they share it. I don't know if you knew that.
They did, yep.
Oh, you did know that, okay.
Yes, I did, and I know this, that my son had a very happy birthday.
I got to ask, I'm sorry, go ahead.
His wife put together a little video. We all sent something, happy birthday to him.
You showed me that.
Yep, I did a little rhyme for him.
You were the rapper.
I'm the guy, I guess, but you know how it is.
I'm going to ask a personal question, Johnny, and I usually don't. I try to avoid those
If
types
I can
of
answer
things.
it, I will.
But it's interesting. What does one get for a child that makes 8 figures a year for a birthday gift?
And my answer is nothing.
You get.
You know what I give my son? And I'm going to tell you, every year.
You gave him nothing. I love it.
Every year,
yeah.
I give my son the same gift, the gift that cannot be bought, the gift that has no price. I give you my love. And I give you the fact that I'm proud to call you son. That's it. What else do you do? You give him cigars, he enjoys cigars. You give him golf balls, he plays golf. I mean, what do you do? How do you do this? So I think there's probably an internal agreement that, you know what, take care of my other 4 brothers. I'm okay. And
I think that's really nice. I just think it was kind of funny the way you worded it. Yeah.
Well, but you know, you get him nothing. What do you get him? Nothing. You can't.
I bet that video meant a lot to him.
It was, and the little rap, I just kind of thought that up on the spot. Moniz did the video. I sent it out to his wife, Shay. And, you know, I guess the videos were well received. My granddaughters each did one. My daughter-in-law, my sons, they each sent one out to him. So it was kind of fun. I don't know if Sean participated, but it was a great thing. She's a great person. They're having a great life together. God bless them. He's busy. He's working. His 2 books just came out.
He has another book out?
2.
What's the newest one?
One is on building oneself up, and the other one is on business, his comments.
I didn't. You know what? I didn't even know that. If I forget,
Barnes
text
& Noble,
me that.
Barnes & Noble's carries it. I should bring in copies of Elbow Grease. I have them
Yeah,
autographed.
you know, I know. Gosh, the problem is, Johnny, there's so many projects I want to dive into. There's just never enough hours in the day. I don't think the fans realize this, and I'm not trying to Barry Horowitz and pat myself on the back, but I generally am here in this studio 7 days a week from about 10 to 8. I mean, that's...
God bless you.
That adds up, you know what I mean?
God bless you.
There's only so many hours in the week for one.
I haven't had even a chance to look at the 2 books. They call me from Barnes & Noble.
How new are they?
Brand new. They just came out in April. The first week in April.
Well, I'm going to Google it and try and get some information, and you know, if we can publicize it on the show, why not?
Yeah,
if they have a commercial, I'd be happy to play it.
Elbow Grease was the #1 bestseller on the New York Times bestseller
Justin actually has that one. He should have brought it down for an autograph.
It's a New York Times bestseller. So I have all 3 of those. There's also some reader books that go with the Elbow Grease, and an activity book. And the other 2 books that just came out, I meet a lot of the couples. I'm a JP. So if you're looking to have a wedding, Johnny Fab, I just met a couple.
Then I'll be the ring bearer.
Yeah, there you go. I do a lot of weddings. And I was just over there. I used Barnes & Noble, the coffee shop there, to meet couples with. And the young lady told me she had set the table up, and there were the 2 books.
Oh, wow.
It was funny because I'm talking to this couple, and there was a young lady sitting across from us, and she's reading the books. And I said, did you enjoy the books? She said, they're really, really good. I said, well, I'll tell my son you said that. And it was like, really? It's really interesting. And they just bring
Now,
sayings
did they know
and
that you were
comments.
his dad?
I don't.
Oh, they had no idea? Even with the, well, I guess the name might give it away, but.
Well, you know, they think that, you think that John Cena is going to be marrying you. Then they meet me and they go, shit, wrong guy. So, and that's not true.
No,
John Cena is a justice of the peace, by the way. I guess he's done a couple of weddings.
Your son?
Yep, he did
really?
a wedding.
I had no idea.
Yep, he said I'm on the same page as you.
Now, how does, out of curiosity, how does one become a justice of the peace?
Well, you have to apply to the Commonwealth Secretary of State's office. You've got to get reference from attorneys and judges.
Really?
Right.
Wow.
And then in order to do marriages, you have to get a special, what's the word, designation or recognition from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that says that I, John J. Cena, am also authorized to solemnize marriages.
Now, do you have it memorized, what you have to say, or do you read from a book?
No, I meet with the couples, and what I do is, I've been doing this for almost 16 years. No 2 services are the same. I write a different service to fit the couple, and I've refused to marry some couples. I'm not ashamed to say that, but if you're not ready, then I'm not ready either.
If you don't think they're ready, you won't do it.
No, I won't.
Now, I'm just out of curiosity, what got you interested, and even your son interested in wanting to do this? That's not something that the average Joe...
I think John did it because somebody asked him, and so he did it.
It takes a lot of work, though, I would imagine, to go through all that paperwork just to get certified, no?
Yes, it does. And the funny part is that I would want to be a justice for a long time. You have to wait for a vacancy in the municipality. Each
there's only X amount that they allow to do
Yeah,
it?
West Newbury allows 2.
Oh, really?
And what happened was,
So you had to wait for someone to die?
Marge
or-
Peterson, who was the clerk, she left. Didn't gave it up. So I got a call from Sharon Pollard, who was mayor. She said, and I was working for her at that time, do you still want to be a justice? Yes. All right, fill this out. Senator Juga was there. He was very instrumental in helping me get what I needed to get done. So I'm the second justice in West Newbury. So you just can't say I want to be a justice. Maine, I don't know how they work up there. I also...
do you have to be authorized in every state to do it? Can
No,
you
what
only do it
happens
in
is,
Massachusetts?
No, I only have jurisdiction in Massachusetts. If I go to New Hampshire, I have to get a one-day license.
Wow.
That's $25. If you go to
So
Maine,
they charge you $25?
it's $100 in Maine to get a license up there. If you do marriages in Rhode Island, there's no charge for it, but it has to go to the House and the Senate. You actually sign the marriage license with a Senate number. Yeah, it has to be.
Wow.
So you have to get a politician to get that through.
Jeez.
Or you can do the easy thing. The Rock's done it. The Late Night Show did it. Universal Life Church, you can be ordained through them. And you're now a reverend. So you now can go, for example, in Maine, because I'm ordained, you can just go up there and use that designation as a clergyman, clergy, use your home address, and then...
Now, how do you become a reverend?
I will talk about that offline if you like.
Honestly, I'm actually interested.
All right, I'll do that.
I don't know how interesting of a topic as it is to the fans on a wrestling show, but you've had a very interesting life over there.
I've done a lot.
You've had a very interesting life.
God has been good to me, and I really mean that. God has been very good to me. Sometimes I don't know why, but somebody's looking out for me. So I've done a lot of things in my life.
How long have you been doing the weddings?
16 years.
Really? Oh, so right around the time you and I met, probably.
I think it was a year after I got my justice. I've been doing it for a long time because your designation is 7 years. So
it expires, you mean?
Yep, you have to get it renewed. So 14. I just renewed 7 more up. So it's about 16 years. It'll be 21 years when I renew again.
Wow.
And that'll be 7 years from the date I got it, which was in 2020.
But before we go back on the topic of why we're here, what got you interested in wanting to do it?
Well, nobody knows this, but a long time ago, I wanted to be a priest.
That you did tell me. I knew that.
Yep.
Much younger, though.
Yep. And I tried that, and apparently, it was a good calling, but wasn't in God's plans for me.
Your loins had too much fruit.
No, it just wasn't in God's plans for me. So that didn't work out, and there's a reason for everything.
Did you actually try to go to, is it seminary school? Really? Wow. I see that part I didn't know.
So I moved on from that, and I always still have, about marriage. I take it very seriously with my divorce. That was a big shock after 34 years.
Wow, that was a long time.
So that's why I'm very cognizant or serious about the weddings that I do. I kind of joke, I do weddings and divorces, which I don't. Sometimes you wonder. But so I always held that interest, and I wanted to know what more I could do. So the JP solved that issue. A lot of weddings that I do, the couples will contact me afterwards and ask if I can baptize their child.
You do baptisms too?
I won't do it.
You can or you won't?
Universal Life Church allows you to do that. It allows you to do funerals. The problem with that is there's no established churches for Universal Life Church unless I choose to start one or you choose to start one. So you fill out the baptismal records, you fill everything out. Which church will recognize it? There isn't one that will recognize it.
So you really can't do anything with it?
No, I don't do them. I don't do them.
Do you do funerals?
I've done funerals.
Really?
Yes, I have. I've done several funerals. I've been asked by people, will you come and speak at the eulogy? Will you do the service at the funeral home? There's a fee for that, but I don't take it. I've never taken a fee for that.
Why? I've always wondered that. Why is there a fee? Is it just to cover transportation, or?
I don't know the answer. I do know that I did a friend's mother's funeral last year. I told him I wanted nothing for it, but I did receive a check for that.
What is the normal fee?
I don't know.
You don't even know?
Because I never take it.
you won't take it. Right, I
won't
see what
take
you
it.
mean.
I either give it back to the family, I have the family make a donation to Make-A-Wish, Shriners Burn Center, do whatever you got to do. But I don't take a fee. I do take a fee for the justice, but that fee is minimal. And it's not cheap, but it's minimal.
Interesting. I tell you, this guy. But before we go, Johnny, we talk about your biography. What about, I don't know if you've had a chance to see them yet. I think you and I both need to catch up on our On Demand. But the A&E WWE biographies have been nothing short of a smashing success. We talk about the decline in popularity across Raw and SmackDown and such. But when it comes to the biography of these legends, it just shows that people, and I don't know why WWE Creative isn't going back into the network, but they love the 80s and 90s. Stone Cold Steve Austin's biography
was the first.
Highest rated show of any kind on A&E in 16 years.
Yep.
What does that say about the power of Stone Cold Steve Austin? And brother, I want the bottom line.
'Cause Stone Cold says so. And that's the greatest guy. I tell you, now Roddy Piper, I missed that one. Hopefully I can catch that on demand. Who's up next?
As we're taping this, Macho Man is. By the time this episode airs, I'm not sure.
Yep,
but every Sunday night, I believe, at 8 o'clock, you
8
have
to
the
10.
biography. And then you have a program where Stephanie McMahon and Triple H and another WWE legend go searching for a lost wrestling artifact.
It was
I guess.
Undertaker.
It's
He was
different every week.
Searching for the original urn.
Is that what? That's right. I did hear about
Yep,
that.
searching
I
for the
wonder who
original
had
urn.
it.
Yep. Very, very classy. Done very, very well. Paul and Stephanie do a great job at it. And then the series itself, unbelievable. You got to see it. It's the best 2 hours you can spend.
Well, you know what? I got to catch up. My problem is, you want to know what my problem is, Johnny? I'm here 10 to 8. Then I go home. I usually have something to eat. I moderate the premieres of our shows online. I get ready to do a little prep work for the next day, and I go to bed. I haven't, outside of watching a few baseball games, I haven't watched a movie or a TV show in, I couldn't tell you when.
Well,
and you know me, I'm a big movie aficionado. I love to go to the movies. I have that monthly AMC Stubs, I think it's called, which gives you, for $20 a month, you can go and see 12 movies.
Well,
up to 12
the movie
movies.
theater's all yours.
I haven't been to the movie. I think the last one I saw was Aliens when it came out, not
Well, now there's
originally
only
back
10
in the
people
80s.
there.
But
Well, Fast and Furious 9 is out. It's going to come out. Can't wait
And
to see that.
John's in that one, right?
I've seen the preview of that. I'm really, I tell you, boy, the kid makes a good bad guy. It's going to be interesting to see the outcome.
Now, he plays the brother of
Van Diesel. He's going to kill him.
That's right.
He's out to kill Van Diesel. And then Suicide Squad obviously is coming out. And then the spin-off of that is HBO picked up Peacemaker as a series. So I'm interested in those.
Peacemaker?
Two. Yep,
Now,
that's
what
his
kind of a
character.
piece?
That's his character.
Oh, that's his. That's the character. That's
And
John's
Suicide
character's
Squad.
name. Oh,
And it's
all right.
HBO picked that up. So there's a spin-off. I can't wait to see the Suicide Squad. I've got the trailer for that. That is unbelievable. This guy's got an arsenal, they say, and Cena's got everything for him. Flying cars, the whole bit. Van Diesel just, how do you want it done? And Van Diesel says, Fast and Furious. It's great. It's going to be good. I don't know who's going to end up winning, but
The ride at Universal is a lot of fun. I don't know if you've ever been on it. Have you been on it? It's kind of new.
I was on that ride 3 years ago.
Oh, so you were on it.
Unless
okay.
it's changed.
There was a long dramatic
all
pause
I'm going to tell you this.
All right, let's
is,
hear it.
And I'm going to be right up front. That ride is like a lollipop. It sucks.
You didn't like it?
That is the worst.
Why is that?
Oh, come on. Well, you get on the bus and then please. You
they
know,
got all the partying going on, all the dances.
Please.
I know all those women.
God.
All the women wanted to dance with
oh,
you.
My
we
God.
won't tell Moniece.
When I get off that ride, everybody said the same thing. You got to be kidding me.
Really?
You expect more from that ride, more of an adventure ride.
I think
more
maybe
of
it could be a
band
little
ride.
longer.
Not even that. It's got to be Fast and Furious.
It wasn't fast enough.
No, it's
Was it
please.
Furious?
And I waited that long to get in? Come on.
You got to go with me. I get the ADA pass.
No, you can get the single line too. It's just as fast. It's not good. No.
Have you been back since they opened the Kong ride at Universal?
Yes, I have, and I don't think much of that either.
Really? Now, why is that?
The old Kong ride.
Oh, that was a classic. When you went
There-
through the New York City subway?
Thank you. When they created this Kong ride, I said it's got to be out of this world because it's 4D, you're in the jungle, it's got to be the bomb. It was the bomb. It just doesn't do it.
It was like AEW's landmine match. Now,
yeah.
see, I like that one too. Maybe I'm easy to impress.
Well, you know what? I got to tell you something. You got to get your shit together because those two rides, Kong was okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, maybe a 5. On Fast and Furious, on a scale of 1 to 10, there's got to be a 0 somewhere.
Wow. Now, let me ask you this, Johnny. Are you a roller coaster guy?
I used to be. I still am.
Really? See, I won't get on them.
Well, the only coaster I'll do there is the Hulk.
You like the Hulk?
You better have your Depends ready. And then the other roller coaster that I went on once, is when you get over to the Universal side, they have that roller coaster that goes straight up and straight down.
Is it the zip?
And it never really makes a loop.
That red
but
one?
It's the long, yeah, once. I'm telling you, once is all you're going to do it. And you're going to need a box of Depends when you do that.
I will, unless the children's lives are on the line, I will never go on a roller coaster.
No.
I don't
do the
have
Hulk.
it in me.
It's great.
No, I just.
Oh,
I remember the first time I took Linda and the oldest one, 2003. You're talking now. They coerced me into going on the Goofy Kids coaster at Disney World, and I mean it was only about 2 feet off the ground.
Oh,
but
Debbie,
it was too much. I can't deal with those dips, and I like the cinemated. I said that wrong. The simulated 3D, 4D type rides.
like
Those
the
are
Simpsons?
fun. Yeah, the
Yeah,
pretend ones I can deal with.
Spider-Man, yeah.
The real ones,
Well, you got to try the Hulk.
no, never.
I'll do it.
Never.
I'll do it.
Never.
Moniz,
Never.
Moniz is. I'm trying to see if I can book Halloween Horror Nights.
We got to go this year.
I'm going down for.
I have
Hopefully, I'll
never
have the money.
been.
4 days,
You'll have the
3
money.
nights. That'll be it.
That's it?
Yep.
Now, how many nights does one need to go through Halloween Horror Nights?
1.
You can do the whole,
Get the RIP pass. And you
not the VIP.
No, rest in peace. And you get together with a group of 12 or 14 people. You do all haunted houses in one night. You get in. There are people who've been waiting hours to get in. You go around the back and you get through all the haunted houses. You get 2 special rides this year. Last 2 years ago, they didn't have that, so we got a buffet.
Oh, wow.
Usually got 2 free shows, but this time they did a light show. Was really well done. This is their 30th anniversary of 50th.
They had to skip.
Yeah, it's gonna be one hell of a night.
For the average person, if they just bought a regular ticket, would it be tough to do everything?
Oh, you'd be waiting 2 to 3 hours to get in those haunted houses.
Really? Even with my little pass they give me, that might be tough too.
You would be standing there waiting to get in. Let me tell you something.
So you'd advise at least the express or RIP pass.
Get the RIP.
How much is an RIP?
I think it was $234.
On top of the regular admission?
Well, when you buy the package, you're already in.
Oh.
So you get your package. I get 3 days in the park. Then that RIP pass. You know, I kind of laughed when they said to pick that up. It's the best thing I ever did.
Really?
Yeah, the best thing I ever did. And it really, really, really makes Halloween Horror Nights worth it.
Sometimes if you're going to do it, you got to do it right.
Well,
You
I'm the
can
kind
go
of guy.
and stand in line all night. What are
I
you going to
can't stand
get?
there for an hour and a half, 2 hours. It's like get on a Harry Potter ride. I'm not waiting 3 hours to get on that ride. I'm sorry. I'm just not doing it. You know, that new bicycle ride they have with Harry Potter that I was in line with a former young lady, and we were waiting, and they said the wait was an hour and 20 minutes. I get halfway up, and I said, I'm going back. It's not worth it. Then I found out they had to shut the ride down because of the bees. The bees, it was loaded with bees.
The ride was loaded with bees?
Not the ride, but when you went through.
Oh, they were stinging people?
They
Oh, my
shut the
God.
ride down several times. And I said, will you get rid of the bees? can't. They're an endangered species. So I don't know how they handled that.
The
but
bee's knees.
Please do the RIP, have some fun, enjoy Halloween Horror Nights. You can do the park yourself. One night you can do Universal, but I like 2 nights in the park. What I used to do is Halloween Horror Nights, go back in the second night, redo Halloween Horror Nights, but you know the haunted house is the hit. And it's great because the whole place is haunted. They close that side at 5, opens up at 6. When I got there, if you stay in the park, you get in early at 6. People have been waiting out there for hours. There was close to 1,500 people waiting to get in.
1,500? Oh, my God. Well, Johnny, you've given me some ideas now because I told you I really want to. I've never been.
Oh, yeah.
I am a Universal Pass holder, but I have never been to Halloween Horror Nights. I don't know why.
You will do it every year like I do.
All right. Well, folks.
No wrestling tonight.
Well, we talked a little wrestling, but you know what? We
do a lot of cutting, Dan.
Religion, amusement parks, and more. For my partner in crime, John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati. We will see you next Friday at 10 p.m. Don't forget, a whole slew of talk shows 7 days a week. Where else, Johnny, other than Vince, are they giving you content 7 days a week?
MWF?
The premier chat box is open. Share your thoughts on the show. If you're not watching live, share them in the comment section below. The super chat button is open during the premiere. Don't forget to tip the bartender so we can keep the lights on. Please share the links to these talk shows across social media, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Reddit, on Facebook wrestling groups, wrestling websites. Tell a friend, tell an enemy. If they love pro wrestling, I think we're humble enough to say, Johnny, there's probably millions of fans that don't know our talk show series exists, but especially if they love 80s and 90s theme wrestling, I think they'll love us and stick with us. The growth we've had from 2020 to 2021 is tremendous. If you also want to help add to your wrestling man cave, the eBay store is open 24/7 around the globe.
I'm surprised that's still here.
The link is in the description box below. You get an on-air shout-out as a thank you for trying to help the show. And, of course, if you don't just want to be a friend, if you don't just want to be a fan, if you want to be part of the Boston Wrestling MWF family, there's only one way to go, Johnny. For less than a cup of one of your coffees over there down at Starbucks, you get early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, access to our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, as seen by millions online, and millions more on The Howard Stern Show. You get Patreon exclusives and perks, and the knowledge that you, yes you, your handsome self, or lovely self if you are a lady, you are helping keep professional wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Head on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You'll have the wrestling time of your life, hundreds and hundreds of studio shoot interviews for you to enjoy. Again, patreon.com/Johnny, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. I guess Johnny Wrestling would be Johnny Gargano. I don't want to confuse the two of you.
Okay.
Even though back in your prime, I understood under a mask, you wrestled a lot like Johnny Gargano. You were like Mil Mascaras of Boston. All right. All right, for Johnny, I'm Dan. We'll see you next Friday night. Be well.
The World Wrestling Federation was live with the WrestleMania Revenge Tour at the Palace of Auburn Hills in Auburn Hills, Michigan, Saturday, May the 21st, 1994. In the opening contest, Quang beat Sparky Plug. WWF Tag Team Champions, the Head Shrinkers, and Afa with the win over the Quebecers and Johnny Polo. WWF Women's Champion Alundra Blaze retained the title over Luna Vachon. Lex Luger defeated Crush. Jeff Jarrett victorious over Doink the Clown. Razor Ramon battled WWF Intercontinental Champion Diesel to a double countout. Mabel beat Bam Bam Bigelow. And in the main event, WWF World Champion Bret Hitman Hart retained the title over Owen Hart. If you were in Auburn Hills Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep wrestling legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Wrestling fans, what a week it was here in Boston Wrestling MWF. It was a tough week still with that knot in our stomach about New Jack. Personally, in my own life, I've had some extreme struggles that have had me down. We're trying to get things back on track with the TV review shows. That may come Memorial Day week as well as we try to straighten out the schedule. Here at the studio itself, it has been pure and utter mayhem with the construction that's been going on. I think we mentioned that at least on the Patreon. Just so much going on, folks. Again, we need your help in so many different ways. For free, you can give us a thumbs up if you enjoyed tonight's content. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. If you click that little bell, you'll always get a notification of new programming. That lets YouTube know you love what we're doing. And there's millions of fans out there that don't know we exist. Once YouTube showcases our videos to more and more of those fans, I believe those fans will stick with us. We need your help on that. Be part of the team. Give us a thumbs up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. You can also help by sharing the links across social media on Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Facebook wrestling groups, wrestling websites, and things like that. We don't want to start producing these shows, fans. We have a lot of fun, but it's very expensive to do so. We need your help to keep the lights on. Again, the Super Chat button, as always, is open for business if you're watching during the premiere. It's that little gray $ button underneath the premiere chat. Donate a denomination of any size. Every dollar help, folks. If every individual that watched the show tonight donated just $1, it's unbelievable the superstars we could bring into the studio for you to enjoy. Again, John Cena Sr. and I have mentioned it. Save the date. Saturday night, November the 13th, we go back to the 80s for WrestleFest. And in the same night, celebrate 20 years of in-ring Boston Wrestling MWF action with the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. It's going to be a night you will never forget. It is going to be a great one. So many announcements are going to be coming your way in the months and weeks ahead. As we noted, the eBay store is open 24/7. Great merchandise available with superstars from every era. Every purchase, I should say, gets you a shout-out on air from one of our superstars. And on top of that, it helps us bring more stars to the studio. And of course, if you don't want to be just a friend, if you don't want to be just a fan, if you want to be part of the Boston Wrestling MWF family, we implore you, head on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You'll have the time of your life with early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online, millions around the world, thanks to Sheiky Baby on Howard Stern. You get some Patreon exclusives that Marty Jannetty and other superstars are going to start to pick the slack up on. And more than anything, you're going to help keep wrestling legends working. Again, that's patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. It is that time of night again, folks. I wish we could hang around and talk, interact, but it's going to be a long weekend for me with all of these interviews we're taping with Demolition Axe. We hope you had a great time on the live interview earlier tonight. And don't forget, Axe will be back with us tomorrow night, Sunday night, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, for a live episode cyber autograph signing. And Dave Carter and I plan to be back next Sunday, May the 30th, for an AEW Double or Nothing watch along. We hope you can join us. Until next week, folks, good night from Boston. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Denver Auditorium in Denver, Colorado, Sunday, May the 22nd, 1988. In the opening contest, Barry Horowitz beat Scott Casey. Jim the Anvil Neidhart victorious over Hillbilly Jim. George the Animal Steel defeated Mr. Fuji via countout. The Ultimate Warrior with the win over Hercules. WWF Women's Champion Sensational Sherry retained the title over Rockin' Robin. The One-Man Gang beat Bam Bam Bigelow. Strikeforce, victorious over WWF Tag Team Champions Demolition via disqualification. And in the main event, WWF World Heavyweight Champion Macho Man Randy Savage retained the title over the $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase. If you were in Denver live, share your memories in the comments section below. Use the links in the description box to help keep wrestling legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.